Chapter 51. Exploded? I'll go next. Du walked towards the strength test stone. Watched Du walk towards the testing stone, Lu Pio rolled his eyes. Lu Pio could finally get some attention to himself, and now they will all be snatched away by Du. Compared to ordinary students, Lu Pio has the capital to be proud. A 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. However, if he is compared to Du, the distance between them is too great. Both of them have cultivated together, however. Du has already dragged himself far away from Lu Pio's cultivation. Du arrived in front of the strength test stone. His overall mature face was calm. He raised his fist and threw a heavy punch towards the strength testing stone. Boom. A sound much more powerful compared to Lu Pio sounded throughout the hall. The whole strength testing stone trembled. Test results: 5-star bronze rank, 500 strength. The teacher in charge gasped, thinking what is wrong with today. Why is the students in this fighter apprentice class more and more monstrous one after another? Just earlier on, a 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank appeared, and now a 5-star bronze rank popped out. The surrounding students went into dead silence. Du is actually even more monstrous than Lu Pio. The heart of the students broke. Their courage for the test have been greatly affected. As for those higher-ups in the observation stage, they couldn't help breathing heavily. A 13-year-old 5-star bronze rank. How long has it been since such a genius appeared in Holy Orchid Institute? No one is allowed to snatch him from me. He is my disciple, Yisheng said excitedly. Vice Principal, how can you be so cruel? To train one on the path of a fighter, I'm a more suitable teacher than everyone else. Why don't you let me teach him? An old man with both white beard and hair hurriedly said. A student with such extraordinary talent, you think that his talent will only be confined as a fighter. Yisheng's eyes lit up. No need for the second try, Du lightly said, walking to the side, preparing to take the soul force test. You really don't need to go for a second try, the teacher in charge said. If you give it a second try, you might even pass 500. The teacher said with some expectations. However, the response that he received is only a cold back view of the teen. Du's voice softly came over. This is already the greatest strength I can utilize. So that's the case? The teacher slightly nodded. This amount is already very shocking. If it's stronger, he'd soon reach the silver rank. A 13-year-old silver rank, that is too unbelievable. Du picked up the soul crystal and injected his soul force into the soul crystal. The soul crystal shined, the white spot within the crystal gradually becoming more and more. That primary soul crystal was a blazing small sun. Boom! The soul crystal exploded, fragments falling onto the ground. Exploded? TSSSS, this is too sick. His strength alone already reached 500. I never imagined that his soul force is even more sick. My God, isn't this too monstrous? A primary soul crystal can withstand at most 600 soul force. Once it goes beyond, it'd explode. Generally, an apprentice class would only be using a primary soul crystal because there hasn't been an incident of a soul crystal exploding. Even when Lord Yi Mo was 13 years old, he still didn't have such a frightening cultivation speed. Suddenly, everyone looked at Du in a different light. Du has already destroyed their understandings. Could it be that there will be another existence even stronger than Lord Yi Mo in Glory City? Yisheng went silent for a moment before calmly saying, I will personally report this matter to the principal and Lord Yi Mo. Du will receive a more focused protection. Such talent is even beyond my capabilities to teach. I have to personally consult Lord Yi Mo to find him a suitable teacher. A strength of 500 and a soul force of over 500. Du has made everyone deeply shocked. Vice Principal, do we need to change the soul crystal? The teacher in charge asked towards Yisheng in a trembling voice. No need. Yisheng shook his head. I will let a few of our lords test his soul force personally. Aside from letting Du to be examined by a few of the lords, he still needs to be well protected. Otherwise, if the Dark Guild catches on to this information, it will be troublesome. Understood. The teacher in charge looked at Du, speaking in a polite tone. Your test has been completed. Just this youngster alone, his future achievements could not be imagined. He might even probably be the second legend-rank demon spiritualist. The test has ended. Duzi was slightly surprised, however he still nodded his head and walked to a corner. At this moment, most of the students looked at Duzi in awe, as this person could be a future legend-rank demon spiritualist. After Shen Yu was stunned by the brief shock, his face became even more ugly, both fists tightly clenched, beads of blood leaking from the center of his palms. In this test, he realized that the distance with Duzi and the rest is getting further and further. He could already no longer catch up to them. How did they raise their cultivation so quickly? Shen Yu's eyes went dark. He had a feeling that all of this is connected with Nai Lai. It's probably Nai Lai that helped the both of them to look for a suitable cultivation technique. Of course, it is still just a guess of Shen Yu. However, he doesn't know that he guessed correctly. Shen Ziyu, why didn't you notify us of such talented students in your class? A few higher-ups looked at Shen Ziyu, asked in a heavy tone. Luckily, Lu Paio and Du Zi had the test, otherwise, if it was known to the Dark Guild earlier on, the consequences could be disastrous. Shen Ziyu opened her mouth, but did not say anything. Shen Ziyu's face became more and more gloomy. She thought she understood the potential of the both of them. Some time back, both of their cultivation wasn't even noticeable, so how did they raise it so quickly? This is definitely weird. However, she will not tell this information to the Institute's higher-ups. If the higher-ups knew that Lu Paio and Du Zi managed to raise their cultivation so fast in such a short amount of time, it would attract even more attention to the both of them. At this moment, outside the examination hall, students from the Demon Spiritualist class were busy discussing. I wonder how the test of that rubbish from the Fighter Apprentice class went. One of the Demon Spiritualist class students chucked. His name is Shihua. He's the leader within Demon Spiritualist class and has a cultivation of 2-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. With so many classes, so far only 15 meet the requirements to join the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class. Probably only the 2 girls will join us. Aside from that, the others have no hope, Shihua said. He's fond of Yi Zai Yun and Xiao Ning hoping that the both of them would join their class. I heard that Shen Yu isn't that bad either. He's already reached 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. Really? Shihua contemptuously curled his lips. Even if Shen Yu managed to reach 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, Shihua still won't be able to attract his attention. At this moment, students from other classes were clamoring up. How is this possible? Could there be an error with the test? Impossible. The strength test stone has tested so many students before. It has never had any error with it. My God, isn't this going against the heavens? Shihua frowned, looking at his classmates from the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class and asked, "What happened? What's wrong with them?" Shihua, this is too unbelievable. One of the students still remained in deep shock. He took a deep breath and said, 2 people in the Fighter Apprentice class had unbelievable results. It's only the Fighter Apprentice class. Even if their talent isn't bad at most, there's only a 1-star Demon Spiritualist. What is there to be shocked about? Shihua said, lightly laughing. No, if it's a 1-star Demon Spiritualist, it definitely won't attract such a sensation. 3 people in the Fighter Apprentice class have finished their test. One resulted as a 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, and another resulted as a 3-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. The last one is even more shocking. The primary soul crystal actually exploded. Exploded. My God, this is too sick. Someone exploded the primary soul crystal? Shihua's eyes rounded, extremely shocked. After he exploded the primary soul crystal, the teacher in charge did not make him test again. Therefore, we still don't know the extent of his soul force. Shihua inhaled a deep breath, his chest heaving up and down from the heavy breathing, and asked, "Is it the 2 girls?" No. That student shook his head. At this moment, the 2 girls have yet to take the test. So far, only 3 boys took the test. Shihua's mouth widened. Is this really the Fighter Apprentice class? How did the Fighter Apprentice class pop out 2 frightening people? He has already reached 2-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist and is already the leader of the Demon Spiritualist apprentice class. Comparing himself with the two monsters, the distance is too great. At this moment, the other classes caused another commotion. "Now what?" Shihua asked, with both of his eyes looking depressed. Earlier on, 3 more guys popped out from the fighter apprentice class. They seem to be called Wai Nan, Zhu Xiangjun, and Zhang Ming. All 3 of them are 2-star bronze rank, only a little more into 3-star bronze rank. Damn, is this really the test of the fighter apprentice class? You sure that this is not the genius class? Shihua hysterically shouted. Before the shock even subsidized, even more news came out. When both Yi Zai Yun and Xiao Ning took the test, the both of them exploded the primary soul crystal. Dead silence. The results caused everyone to choke in depression. Shihua simply wanted to bang his head against the wall. Before the test of the fighter apprentice class began, as the leader in the Demon Spiritualist apprentice class, he was extremely proud, feeling that he is more than qualified to chase after Xiao Ning or Yi Zai Yun. However, right now, his pride is completely shattered. It turns out that Yi Zai Yun and Xiao Ning are not of the same level as him. Bunch of sickos, Shihua absent-mindedly murmured. Chapter 52. Humiliation. In the fighter apprentice class's test, 3 primary soul crystals had actually exploded. This news shook the whole Holy Orchid Institute. Is there still anything more monstrous than this class? What exactly did the students of this class eat while growing up? After so many tests with this apprentice class, the lowest is a 1-star bronze rank. Is this still an apprentice class? In the examination hall, everyone was shocked at the amazing talent of Xiao Ning and Yi Zai Yun. The 2 girls looked at each other. They had a hint of competitiveness in their eyes. Ever since she came to this institute, Yi Zai Yun has been wanting to refriend Xiao Ning At the same time, she had talent that far surpassed her peers. She has never been surpassed by her peers before. Therefore, even if it's Xiao Ning Yi Zai Yun doesn't want to admit defeat. Their cultivation was not far from one another. They know that they have received help from Nai, otherwise, their cultivation would not have risen so fast. Aside from feeling grateful to Nai, they couldn't help feeling complicated. Yi Zai Yun pursed up her lips. Although she does not have any strong affection towards Nai yet, after she found out about the relationship between Nai and Xiao Ning she felt a little resentment. Since your relationship with Ning is so good, why do you still chase after me? As for Xiao Ning she has known from the beginning that Nai likes Yi Zai Yun. However, she cannot stop herself from falling in love with Nai. What she intends to do is to have Nai slowly notice her and fall in love with her. The 2 absolutely stunning girls stood aside. They were the twin Gemini in the eyes of others. Who'll take the test next? The teacher in charge looked at the students from the fighter apprentice class with anticipation. His heart had an unquenchable excitement. With these few genius, they can easily grow into the pillars of Glory City. I'll be next. Nai moved towards the strength test stone. Hearing Nai's voice, everyone had their attention focused on Nai. The institute's higher-ups were also extremely excited. There is still someone who takes the initiative to have himself tested. Could it be that this student also has shocking talent? As for Shen Ziu, both her hands were tightly clenched as she looked at Nai with strong hatred. If Nai reached 1-star bronze rank, she will have to keep her end of the bet and leave the school. She had a faint feeling that Nai's eyes had contempt in them. Leaving the Holy Orchid Institute is nothing. What she can't accept is that she's chased out of the school by someone. Every student from the fighter apprentice class had their eyes on Nai. Their eyes looked extremely complicated. Before, when Nai contradicted Shen Ziu in class, some had sympathy for him, some mocked him. But even so, no one expected that Nai would be able to reach 1-star bronze rank in just 2 months, even if Nai showed extraordinary talent. But now, those people have to pull their relationship with Nai closer. After seeing those who had their cultivation raised so fast, they became jealous. The speed of their cultivation must have something to do with Nai Lai. For the sake of their future, many of the people have already began to think of ways to get close to Nai Lai. If Nai Lai could help them like how he helped Du Zi, Lu Pio, Wai Nan, and the rest, it would be worth it. As someone who affected all those people, everyone is filled with anticipation with Nai Lai's test results. Nai Lai indifferently smiled, walking towards the strength test stone. He looked towards the observation stage far away, noticing that Shen Ziu is currently looking towards his direction with her face darkened. Nai Lai's eyes flashed with a hint of chill. At this moment, Yizai, Yun, and Bunch also cast their eyes over, fixed on Nai Lai. They were extremely shocked by the results that they got in this test. Thinking about themselves, who were able to raise their cultivation so quickly at such a frightening speed in a short amount of time, they felt unreal in their hearts. It was Nai Lai who created the new them. Being the one who created all these genius, Nai Lai's cultivation must have also reached an extremely shocking stage. Right. Nai Lai's expression was calm as he launched a punch towards the strength test stone. Boom! The strength test stone released a slight sound. Test results: 1-star bronze rank, strength 100. The teacher in charge looked at the results and announced loudly. His tone carried a hint of disappointment. For students of the fighter apprentice class to be able to reach 1-star bronze rank, the result is already not bad. However, after seeing the test results of Yi Zai-yun, Xiao Ning-er, Du Zi, and Bunch, Nai Lai's results is not very shocking. Second try, strength result 100. Third try, strength result 100. The teacher in charge murmured to himself. Weird, every student will have a little differ in their results. This student actually managed to get all 100. This is really weird. Guess his maximum strength probably is only 100, seeing Nai Lai's test results. Shen Ziu's face ashened. If Nai Lai's strength far surpassed 1-star bronze rank, then it's fine. However, it strikes directly at 1-star bronze rank, not a little much or less. Shen Ziu is simply going crazy. Nai Lai looked as though he didn't mind the results of his test, shrugged and smiled. My luck is really good. Just managed to reach 1-star bronze rank? Du Zi, Lu Pio, and Bunch looked at each other. This is impossible. Nai Lai's strength had not just reached 100. The only explanation to this is that Nai Lai is hiding his strength. Du Zi and Lu Pio could not help but to gasp in admiration. Although their current strength might be above Nai Lai, their control over their strength is far below him. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to get all 3 punches at exactly 100 strength. Nai Lai is such a jerk. When Shen Ziu sees that all 3 tries are nicely on point at 100, she'll probably explode with fury. Lu Pio said, laughing. A few higher-ups seeing this scene looked at each other and conversed. 1-star bronze rank, not that bad. Pity that it doesn't compare to the other few students. Let's look at his soul force. Perhaps it will give us a surprise. After finishing the strength test, Nai Lai moved forward a few steps, taking the primary soul crystal from the teacher in charge. Thereafter, he injected his soul force into the soul crystal. Gradually, light dots appeared from within the soul crystal. Soul force of 100, 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. The teacher in charge's face flashed with surprise and announced. Heart thinking, this student is too weird. No matter if it's his strength or soul force, it's all exactly 100. However, he is still not suspicious as it is impossible to fraud the soul crystal. Nai Lai shouldn't be cheating, because cheating wouldn't give him any benefits. 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, a soul force reaching exactly 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Shen Ziu almost exploded with fury. Just how? If Nai Lai's talent had been a little more worst, he wouldn't be able to enter into 1-star bronze rank. Seeing Nai Lai's test results, Yi Zai-yun and Xiao Ning-er all understood. Nai Lai is purposely doing this. However, they were a little curious about it. If it's the strength test, Nai Lai is able to control his strength, which is fine, but the soul crystal is impossible to fraud. So how did Nai Lai do it? Just because there are things that other people could not do, doesn't mean that Nai Lai is unable to do it. The secrets within Nai Lai is too much under the gaze of everyone. Nai Lai walked towards Yi Zai Yun and Zia O Ning standing between them. Yi Zai Yun and Zia O Ning one on the right and one on the left. This caused everyone to be filled with envy. Why is Nai Lai able to enjoy this fortune, Yi Zai Yun and Zia O Ning No matter which one, if one of them is able to become their girlfriend, they would even smile as they slept. At this moment, Yi Sheng, seeing Nai Lai standing together with Yi Zai Yun and Zia O Ning looked as though everything is expected. He finds it a little strange. Nai Lai is still young, but the calm magnanimity that Nai Lai gave off gave others an extraordinary feeling. "Send this Nai Lai to the genius class," Yi Sheng said after being silent for a moment. "Vice Principal, this is against the rules. He's only a 1-star bronze rank. What is there to be against? I have great expectations of him." Yi Sheng's brow raised as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing the changes in Yi Sheng's attitude, the people beside him looked at each other, thought a while, and did not say anything else. In the absence of the principal, the vice principal has the most authority. They can't go against their boss. In the test onwards, there was no one in the fighter-apprentice class whose results made anyone else's eyes light up. All of them did not reach 1-star bronze rank. Although everyone felt a little disappointed after thinking it over, Yi Sheng and the rest were still satisfied. A fighter-apprentice class popping out so many genius is already way out of their expectations. The year examination of the fighter-apprentice class caused a sensation throughout the school. The usually not noticeable fighter-apprentice class instantly became the focus of attention. Just as the test is still in progress, Shen Ziu walked to the side of Yi Sheng. At this moment, she felt extremely humiliated. "Vice Principal, I request to resign from the school. From the start of today, I am no longer a teacher of the Holy Orchid Institute." Shen Ziu said, "Her bet with Nai Lai is already well known across the entire Holy Orchid Institute. If she disregarded the bet, she would be looked down upon. Even the sacred family's reputation would be affected." "Teacher Shen Ziu, why would you want to resign?" Yi Sheng lightly smiled and continued, "Your fighter-apprentice class popped out so many genius. The school is even prepared to reward you. I believe that the students in the fighter-apprentice class needs a teacher like you." Hearing Yi Sheng's words, she did not feel any glory but an invisible slap to her face. She knows that those genius have no connection with her. Some of them haven't been attending class for months. She only closed one eye towards the situation and waited for the year examination to arrive to watch how the students would be humiliated. However, she never thought that it would come back and severely slap her in the face. Those students' results were not as she had imagined. Instead of being humiliated during the examination, they turned into dazzling genius in the school. "I have already made my decision. I hope that you will accept," Shen Ziu said, determined. Truth is, Yi Sheng is already aware of Shen Ziu's bet with Nai Lai. He lightly smiled and said, "Since you have made up your mind, I will no longer hold you back." After hearing Yi Sheng's words, Shen Ziu furiously looked at the Nai Lai, who is currently in the hall, then turned around and left, being forced to resign by a brat in the fighter-apprentice class. This is her greatest humiliation. One day, she will definitely seek revenge. Chapter 53. Return home. Nai Lai felt Shen Ziu's gaze and the corner of his mouth curled. Chasing Shen Ziu away isn't his only desire. He will regard Shen Ziu as his opponent because his first target is the entire sacred family. Although Nai Lai provoked the sacred family probably won't put much attention to him. Because in the view of sacred family, Nai Lai is just a brat. How could a small brat threaten them? But they will soon realize that the one who caused the destruction of the sacred family will be the threat that they have been ignoring. After his recent training, Nai Lai's soul force has already reached 589. Once his soul force breaks through 600, he will be able to reach silver rank. Once he steps into silver rank, he will be able to integrate with one demon spirit. Nai Lai has already chosen his first demon spirit, but he is still prepared to go to the auction to get a suitable demon spirit for Zai Yun, Ning Lu Pio, and Bunch. This way, their group would be able to have their strength enhanced even more. But at this moment, Nai Lai is preparing to get himself to silver-rank demon spiritualist. After a while, the year examination for the fighter apprentice class has ended. Every student's future class has been decided. Soon after, Shen Ziu's resignation of her teaching position and leaving the institute has been spread among the students. Everyone's looks towards Nai Lai as a little abnormal. After all, it's the first time that someone was able to chase a teacher away. There are also some students trying any possible way to get close to Nai Lai. Although Nai Lai is just a one-star bronze-rank demon spiritualist, his knowledge has already far surpassed some teachers. Those who had followed Nai Lai had their cultivation soar to amazing heights. Therefore, it's normal for others to be envious. Nai Lai got Du Zi and Lu Paio to block these bootlickers. He's rather cautious in this matter. The ones he accepted are those whom he had an impression of in his previous life that he is able to trust. As the cultivation talent is secondary, the key is trust. But even so, those who followed Nai Lai already amounted to more than 26 students. After the exams, the notice for entry into the genius class has also been dispatched. Nai Lai inhaled a mouthful of air. It's time for him to go back home. He recalled some memories from his previous life when his family was falling one after another. Nai Lai couldn't help but feeling sour in his heart, feeling homesick. It's finally the Holy Orchid Institute's holiday. Nai Lai's gaze fell afar. Memories from his previous life began coming back like waves. After a moment, Nai Lai laughed out. Since he's back, his clansmen wouldn't need to live fearful lives anymore. Those enemies of his clan shall tremble in fear. The holiday of the Holy Orchid Institute is a big event for Glory City. The amount of students attending the Holy Orchid Institute is quite a lot. Therefore, many students all can finally reunite with their families. Groups of students were leaving the institute one after another. Nai Lai, this is for you. I hope that you can remember me whenever you see it. We'll meet again next term. Xiao Ning passed a ruby over to Nai Lai. On the ruby, there's an extremely delicate pattern on it. When Nai Lai raised his head, Xiao Ning was already running away with her face red. In the divine continent, a ruby represents a girl's love. Watching Xiao Ning's slender figure, Nai Lai couldn't help smiling bitterly. He knows how Xiao Ning feels about him, but he never thought that this ice beauty would actually be so gentle. When he looked up, Yizai Yun was smiling as she looked at Nai Lai, then looked at the distant Xiao Ning and said, "Since Ning likes you so much, why don't you be with her?" Nai Lai kept the ruby, looked at Yizai Yun and said, "It's a pity, but the one I like is you." The love from 2 lifetimes, Nai Lai won't change. Nai Lai has already told Xiao Ning about how he feels, however, she still refuses to give up. Yizai Yun's face blushed red and said, "Nai Lai, if you still speak like this, don't think that I'm easy to bully." At this moment, Yizai Yun couldn't help recalling those incidents within the ancient Orchid City's underground palace. She was feeling indignant within her heart and tightly squeezed her fists. "I'm serious." Nai Lai lightly laughed with his eyes deeply looking at Yizai Yun. "I'm not bothering with you anymore." Yizai Yun stomped her feet, wanting to leave but suddenly held her step. Pursing her lips, she smiled and asked, "Then why don't you tell me, how am I better than Ning Nai Lai shrugged and said, "This is impossible to compare." "I can only say, this is all decided by fate." Looking into Nai Lai's deep gaze, Yizai Yun is slightly stunned. She feels that Nai Lai is keeping a lot of things from her. Within Nai Lai's eyes, there seems to be many stories hidden inside. After she paused for a moment, Yizai Yun raised her head, stared at the clear skies and said, "I wish that my husband could be a great hero like my grandfather. He must have the strength to shake the world, using his life to protect Glory City." She then looked at Nai Lai, pursed her lips, smiled and said, "If you can reach the legend-rank demon spiritualist realm, I could give it consideration." "Hey, how can you say that? Didn't you say that you'll agree to be with me when I reach gold rank?" Nai Lai said, sounding depressed. "I was just joking earlier, it doesn't count. Don't you know that a girl always changes her mind?" After speaking, Yi Zai-yun laughed and hastily ran away. Seeing her back figure, Nai Lai lightly smiled, muttering to himself, "If that's the case, why did you choose me in the previous life?" In his previous life, Nai Lai did not even reach silver rank, but was together with Yi Zai-yun. However, it's just legend rank demon spiritualist, not that difficult. Wai Nan, Zhu Xiangjun, and Zhang Ming bid farewell to Nai Lai and left the institute for home. Du Zi and Lu Piao both walked over. "We'll be off too," Du Zi said, smiling. "Okay," Nai Lai nodded. "We'll meet again in a month." "Meet again in a month?" Du Zi nodded, thinking about going home. Du Zi couldn't help being excited. This time going back, aside from the skyrocket results of his cultivation, Nai Lai had given him lots of demon spirit coins, at least enough to bring his clan's men out of suffering. In his heart, Du Zi is fully grateful to Nai Lai, because it's Nai Lai that has changed his life. Lu Piao had both of his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. "I'm finally returning home. This time I don't need to fear being smacked by my father on my butt anymore. Ha ha ha." Seeing Lu Piao's current action, Nai Lai and Du Zi both looked at each other. They couldn't help smiling bitterly and distanced themselves from Lu Piao. The surrounding students threw them weird looks. Lu Piao heavily hugged Nai Lai and drenched Nai Lai's face with saliva through kiss as he said, "Brother, I love you to death." Seeing Lu Piao, Nai Lai trembled and pushed Lu Piao away. "Get away from me, I'm not gay." "I'm also not gay. The sky is so blue, the ground is so green. I'll be going first, see you in a month." Lu Piao looked a little light-headed as he walked out in big steps. Du Zi waved Nai Lai goodbye and left too. Seeing the happy faces of these two buddies of his, Nai Lai couldn't help smiling lightly and walked towards the direction of his clan. North of Glory City, the land of Glory City is rather wide. Aside from the two most prosperous cities within, there is 6 more subsidiary cities. From the Holy Orchid Institute to Nai Lai's house, even with carriage, he would not arrive until 2 days later. Nai Lai belongs to a clan called the Heavenly Marks family. The family resides in a valley with a vast land, however, the resources here are very poor. Therefore, the family relies on farming and harvesting mountain herbs for a living. Fortunately, the distance here to the military and the defensive wall is quite close, therefore, it's still rather safe. Generally, there wouldn't be any attacks from demon beasts. Although the Heavenly Marks is an aristocratic family, only the housemaster of the Heavenly Marks family has the title of Count. This means that if the housemaster were to pass away, and none of the younger generations have been able to obtain any title, the Heavenly Marks family wouldn't be as it is anymore. As one of the most declined aristocratic families, the Heavenly Marks family's castle is very worn and old. The outer wall has been extremely damaged, however, the family does not have any money to repair it. Just outside the castle, one can see a large patch of farming field with people planting and farming various crops. When they saw Nai Lai walking from far away, the clansmen took the initiative to say hello. "Nai Lai, you're back." The clansmen that are responsible for farming don't have any high position within the clan, and Nai Lai's father is one of them. Although the Heavenly Marks family is declining, the population of the family is still high. This area alone has thousands of households, which also means that the population is roughly 5,000–6,000 members. Within the Heavenly Marks family, there are a total of 26 kids attending the Holy Orchid Institute, with Nai Lai being one of them. However, Nai Lai's character was rather reclusive, therefore it was less likely he would have contact with other kids. The other kids are all in the intermediate class and senior class, therefore their vacation is released later. It would probably be 1 or 2 more days before they are home. "Big brother Nai Lai, you're back." A barefooted small girl cheerfully ran towards Nai Lai. Her hair is tied in pigtails, with cheeks as red as apples, looking extremely cute. Her name is Nai Yu, his uncle's daughter. Nai Lai's father, Nai Ming, has only 1 brother. Their status within the Heavenly Marks family is very low. They would usually rely on farming to feed themselves. Fortunately, only 1/3 of the harvest is required to be submitted to the family. The rest can be kept for themselves. Since the school fees are now going to be paid by Nai Lai, they could live a little more comfortably. With a family of 6,000 people, a total of 60 members are bronze rank fighters, 6 are silver rank fighters, 2 are silver rank demon spiritualists, and 1 gold rank demon spiritualist. This is the strength of Heavenly Mark's family. The strongest in the Heavenly Mark's family is the Patriarch, Housemaster, Nai Hai. He's a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. His position within the family is the highest. Thereafter, 2 1-star gold rank fighters and 1 3-star gold rank fighter. Usually the Patriarch is hardly seen. He would normally appear at ceremonies only. Nai Lai rubbed Nai Yu's head. He is still able to dote Nai Yu and smilingly said, "Is Xiao Yu obedient at home?" Xiao Yu has been very obedient," said Nai Yu, nodding her head, looking serious. "I also want to be like big brother Nai Lai, enter into the Holy Orchid Institute and become a fighter." Nai Yu has been putting Nai Lai as her target all along, but Nai Lai couldn't help blushing in shame. Before the destruction of Glory City, Nai Yu's achievements were much higher than him. Nai Yu has been concerned about him, however. Even as a big brother, he was sheltered by Nai Yu. This caused Nai Lai to be extremely depressed. Later on, Nai Yu died in battle with a horde of demon beasts that attacked the city, a heroic death. Although he felt a little sour in his nose, Nai Lai bore it down and thought, "It's good being back." Nai Lai walked a far distance together with Nai Yu. When they saw Nai Lai, Nai Ming and Nai Kai stopped their chores, smiled at each other, and walked towards where Nai Lai is. Chapter 54, Miracle Meridian Hands. "Xiao Lai, you're back," Nai Ming said, smiling. Father, I'm back." Seeing Father's haggard looks, Nai Lai's eyes couldn't help turning slightly red. Memories from his previous life were coming in waves. Xiao Lai seems to have grown taller, more handsome too. After spending 1 year at the Holy Orchid Institute, his aura is indeed not the same. Nai Kai beside also said, laughing, "He's the blood brother of Nai Ming. He's younger than Nai Ming by 3 years. He's the same as Nai Ming, not having any cultivation talent, therefore, he's just an ordinary farmer." At Nai Ming and Nai Kai's age, their soul realms had already solidified and they were no longer able to cultivate it. However, being an ordinary person is still fine. "In the previous life, I was unable to protect you all. In this life, you will be protected by me." Nai Lai returned home and after seeing his mother and aunt, became joyous. Finally, the family is reunited again. Nai Lai's heart is filled with excitement and emotion. "Nai Lai, what's your strength now?" Nai Ming finally couldn't hold on anymore and asked. Everyone's gaze fell on Nai Lai. Nai Yu's big eyes were also blinking as she looked at Nai Lai. "We should eat first," Nai Lai's mother, Xiao Yun, hurriedly said. In his previous life, no matter if it's Nai Ming or Xiao Yun, even if Nai Lai's cultivation was unable to break through, letting them down again and again, they would still comfort Nai Lai nonstop. They did not ask much of Nai Lai, however. He still felt their high expectations. Every time he was with them, it was like a sharp knife was cutting him, and he would blame himself for being useless. However, in this lifetime, he finally did not let his parents down again. "In this year's examination, my soul force had broke through into 100, and I became a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist," Nai Lai said while calmly eating his food. He doesn't dare to tell them his real strength. If they knew, they would definitely get the shock of their lives. Nai Ming and Bunch did not imagine that Nai Lai would be able to become a demon spiritualist. They all thought that if Nai Lai can become a bronze rank fighter, it would be more than enough. When they heard about Nai Lai already becoming a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, they were all stunned. The chopsticks in their hands also stopped moving. 1-star bronze rank? Demon spiritualist? Nai Ming and Bunch all thought that they had heard wrong. 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. The Nai Kai beside couldn't help opening his mouth and asked Nai Lai again. "Yep." Nai Lai nodded his head. Seeing his kind parents beside themselves, he felt a little sorrow and grief in his heart. One of his previous life's regrets, in this life, he could finally compensate them all. 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Ming and Bunch muttered to themselves. Our household finally has a demon spiritualist. After a brief moment of stunned silence, their faces were filled with extreme joy. A demon spiritualist, any demon spiritualist within the Heavenly Marks family would have extraordinary status. Aside from being excused from the tax every month, they can still claim quite a few things from the family. Other than becoming a one-star demon spiritualist, I'm also chosen to enter the genius class by the Holy Orchid Institute. Lai thought a while and continued. The genius class. Don't you need extraordinary talent to enter? Nai Chong's son, Nai Long, is also a one-star bronze-ranked demon spiritualist, but he did not have the qualifications to enter the genius class. Nai Kai doubtfully said. His understanding towards Holy Orchid Institute is still very clear. Nai Yu blinked. Her watery big eyes looked at Nai Lai in admiration and said, Big brother Nai Lai is great. All along, Nai Lai has been her object of worship. He, Nai Lai laughed, rubbing Nai Yu's head. In his previous life, he can only look up to Nai Yu and be under her protection. In this life, let me be the one to protect you, Nai Lai thought within his heart. It's probably because Xiao Lai has talent in some other aspect, therefore he was chosen for the genius class. After all, Xiao Lai wouldn't be able to become a one-star bronze-ranked demon spiritualist in such a short time. Our house finally has a demon spiritualist? Nai Ming emotionally said. At this moment, no matter if it's Nai Ming, Nai Kai, Aunt Mio Ling, or Nai Yu, they were all very happy. Xiao Yun even started weeping from being too happy. Xiao Lai's future will be bright. Nai Kai patted on Nai Lai's shoulders. Xiao Lai, let's go. We'll go meet the patriarch. Nai Ming suddenly stood up, his heart filled with pride. This time he can finally raise his head in front of his fellow clansmen. Previously, Nai Ming had always been looked down upon by the people in the family, especially Nai Chong, who was always boasting in front of him. Today, Nai Lai finally fought for his face. Our son has just returned home. Let him have his meal first. Why are you in such a hurry? Mother Xiao Yun threw Nai Ming a glare. Right. Nai Ming embarrassedly laughed. He was feeling extremely proud in his heart, causing him to be excited. Seeing his family being proud of him, Nai Lai also felt extremely happy in his heart. How's the situation within the family? Nai Lai asked while eating. Very strange. When the topic turned to the situation of the family, Nai Ming frowned. Strange? Nai Lai felt a little curious. Yeah, Nai Ming nodded. The Heavenly Marks family's wealth is barely enough to make ends meet. However, some time ago, the sacred family began pressuring us, causing a big blow to our business. Some of our business partners have also stopped working with us, causing our elders and patriarch anxious. Our patriarch even personally sent a letter to the sacred family to ask for the reason, but he was ignored. They probably want to wait for a moment to let our Heavenly Marks family to be in a more difficult position before talking terms with us. But suddenly, there was a turn for the better. A turn for the better? Nai Lai asked. Right. Suddenly, 10 over families took the initiative to work with us. The conditions are also very favorable. At the start, the patriarch thought that it was a trap, however, later he realized that they have no malice at all. It said that it was all inspired by the Alchemist Association. They even gave us many business opportunities by having us grow various herbs. Furthermore, the payment was also very good. Under the umbrella of the Alchemist Association, the sacred family could no longer use any actions against us. Nai Ming said. Hearing Nai Ming's words, Nai Lai understood what's going on. His mind popped out a beautiful young woman. All of this should have been arranged by Yang Xin. Since Nai Lai is now an important partner of the Alchemist Association, Yang Xin's arrangement is very normal. The Alchemist Association's strength is not any lower than the sacred families. Its network is even stronger than the sacred families. After all the families still need to purchase elixirs from the Alchemist Association. Therefore, with the Alchemist Association's shelter, the sacred family wouldn't dare to touch the Heavenly Marks family anymore. Furthermore, with the elixir formulas that were given to them by Nai Lai, even the City Lord Mansion and the 3 major families need to beg the Alchemist Association. as the Alchemist Association is being strengthened to this point. If the sacred family wants to go against the Alchemist Association, then it's simply seeking death. After coming back, aside from seeing his relatives, he still needed to arrange for the Heavenly Marks family to have contact with the Alchemist Association. Nai Lai did not think that Yang Xin would have already arranged it all. Next, Nai Lai can put his mind into dealing with the sacred family. Of course, the Alchemist Association is very crucial to this. Why are you telling this to the kids? Xiao Yun unhappily looked at Nai Ming. In her eyes, Nai Lai is still a kid, knowing these is simply useless. A woman's view. Now that Nai Lai is already a one-star bronze-rank demon spiritualist, in the future, he will enter into the core of Heavenly Mark's family. At that time, the things that he will learn is even more than this. Nai Ming retorted with a proud and happy expression. Fine, fine, you are justified. Xiao Yun said, impatiently, father and mother are the same as the previous life. They would often quarrel, however, the relationship between them is still very good. Upon seeing this scene, Nai Lai laughed. Father, for the time being, I still don't wish to meet the patriarch. I wish to continue my training. Nai Lai raised his head, looking at Nai Ming, and said, sure, seeing him later is fine. Nai Ming laughed. Uncle Nai Kai beside rubbed Nai Yu's head and said, Xiao, you must also work hard and be like Nai Lai. And Xiao, you will work hard. Nai Yu nodded her head and said in a serious tone, the night is approaching. There would be a night breeze blowing in the forest, with the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Nai Lai came out from his house and headed to the back hills forest. Sitting on a large stone, he looked towards the distance and only saw the lights from various households. The Heavenly Marks family is the family with the longest history. Its history can even go back to the Snow Wind Empire's era. The Heavenly Marks family's ancestor was one of the great lords at that time. However, due to experiencing changes of the era and the long age of darkness, the Heavenly Marks family declined into a run-down small family within Glory City. Nai Lai crossed his legs and sat on the huge stone to quietly training. There is just a small step left for him to reach silver rank. Once he breaks through into silver rank, he will be able to integrate with the shadow devil demon spirit within the spiritual lamp. While consuming elixirs non-stop, he would operate the heavenly god cultivating technique at the same time. Nai Lai was absorbing the elixirs into his blood and slowly released the effects to his soul realm. This caused his soul realm to start expanding non-stop. His soul realm began continuously rage as it filled with powerful soul force. However, if he wants to break through into silver rank, it will be a little difficult. Nai Lai estimated that he would need roughly 10 days to do this. I almost forgot, there is still another method that I have yet to use. Nai Lai seemed to have recalled something as he lightly smiled. When breaking through into silver rank, there is a method called Miracle Meridian Hands. This would seal the blood vessels of his arm and various other body parts. He would seal 36 acupuncture points and force his soul force to be trapped within his soul realm, allowing him to forcefully break through into silver rank. This way of breaking through, aside from exhausting large amounts of soul force, would damage the meridians by a small amount. However, with the help of the elixirs, it can be easily healed. Let's go with this then. Nai Lai lightly smiled. Through the Miracle Meridian Hands method, he began to seal the acupuncture points within his body one after another, thoroughly locking his soul force. No one would use this kind of method unless they have absolute confidence. Chapter 55. Physique of Heavenly Marks. After his soul force was completely locked, his soul force began to accumulate towards the center of his soul realm, gathering more and more. Nai Lai continued to consume all sorts of elixirs, which was enhancing his soul force. His soul force was constantly increasing, becoming more and more concentrated. It was like the air was being compressed to one point, enabling it to have an amazing burst of power. His soul force was constantly being squeezed within his soul realm, unable to find a way out. It was constantly being compressed, the constantly tearing in an infinite cycle. Nai Lai felt his soul realm constantly tearing and reconstructing. This intense pain made his face turn pale white, sweat flowing down like rain. Nai Lai painfully screamed. Although his will is constantly being challenged, Nai Lai still maintained a clear mind, constantly guiding his soul force that has been compressed countless times. Boom, boom, boom. The barrier within his soul realm began to break. Every time it broke, Nai Lai could clearly feel his soul force growing several times. The last boom. The compressed soul force began to explode, sweeping across his whole soul realm, causing it to surge non-stop. TSSSSS. That terrible pain covered his whole body like millions of fine needles penetrating his brain. His meridian was also constantly tearing. However, Nai Lai forcefully endured the intense pain as he waited for the exploding compressed soul force to break open his closed meridians. Phew. Nai Lai felt relieved, his body relaxed. Although his meridians were damaged to quite a serious state, at this moment, Nai Lai's face was filled with excitement. It went as he had expected. By using the miracle meridian hands to expand his soul realm, it had allowed him to reach silver rank. After his soul force recovers, Nai Lai will be a silver rank demon spiritualist. Nai Lai took several recovery pills, crossed his legs, and started to practice quietly. After cultivating to his current realm, he's now able to absorb the yin energy from the night. Plus, with the fact that he's a male, he's full of yang energy, therefore, he won't be like Xiao Ning. After practicing for about an hour or so, Nai Lai's meridians and soul force have already recovered. He has finally reached silver rank. Nai Lai opened his eyes as a light flashed across his eyes. He can finally use the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. He retrieved the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. His right hand slowly stroked the lamp and inserted his soul force into the lamp. A poo sound came from the lamp and began flickering like a ghost light in the dark. Cries like devils was issuing from the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. The lamplight is where the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit resides. However, Nai Lai was not afraid. His soul force was like a rope, winding towards the light. Nai Lai's soul force found a black shadow. When his soul force wound around the black shadow, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit shrieked miserably, trying to resist as it tried to break Nai Lai's soul force. Trying to run. It's not going to be so easy. Yield under me. Nai Lai continued to operate his soul force around the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit suddenly trembled as it continued its resistance. However, under the pressure of Nai Lai's soul force, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit gradually lost his ability to resist. Whoosh! The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit turned into a black shadow and went into Nai Lai's soul realm. Once a demon spirit enters a demon spiritualist's soul realm, they will be controlled by the demon spiritualist, with the support of the demon spiritualist's soul force. Unless the demon spiritualist releases the demon spirit on his own, the demon spirit will not be able to obtain freedom, just like being branded by soul force. After integrating with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, Nai Lai's soul realm expanded more than 2 times. Once integrated with a demon spirit, the demon spiritualist and demon spirit will affect each other. Even the soul force training speed will be raised by twice the original speed. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is one of the most mysterious demon spirits. Very few would know of its characteristics. Therefore, very few demon spiritualists can perfectly put their combat abilities into use. However, this is not a difficult matter for Nai Lai. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is undoubtedly extremely powerful. At the same time, it has an extremely high growth rate. Therefore, it can't be compared to those ordinary demon spirits. Furthermore, Nai Lai's brain's filled with combat skills suitable for the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Hence, he can absolutely utilize the power of Shadow Devil Demon Spirit to its limits. Nai Lai waved his right hand calling out the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit as he hastily merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. At this moment, Nai Lai's body disappeared and reappeared like a ghost. A bone sickle grew out from his arms like a mantis. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit can void form and corporeal form. When Nai Lai goes into void form, very few will be able to capture his aura. However, while in void form, Nai Lai will have no attacking capabilities. When he enters the corporeal form, he will be able to launch deadly attacks. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is an extremely powerful assassin. When battling, even a higher rank can be killed by it if they are not careful. The bone sickle is near a meter long, a chilling light flashing on it, looking extremely sharp. Nai Lai looked at the transformation of his two arms and looked at a huge tree several meters away. His body flashed, speeding towards the huge tree. The sickle flashed with chilling light. That tree was immediately cut into half and collapsed. The cutting surface was very smooth. Nai Lai withdrew his sickle in satisfaction. With a thought, his body slowly turned transparent, disappearing from the spot. After a while, his figure once again appeared. It is worthy of being known as the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Nai Lai lightly smiled, revealing a satisfied smile on his face. This Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is definitely a killer when battling with the enemy. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person caught off guard could be easily killed by the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Furthermore, it also has an extremely high growth rate, which can be slowly strengthened as Nai Lai's cultivation rises. Nai Lai choosing the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit as his first demon spirit was indeed the right choice. Under ordinary circumstances, when a demon spiritualist first integrates with their first demon spirit, they would need a few months to get used to the demon spirit. Only then can they slowly be able to get used to demon spirit's combat abilities. However, this is nothing for Nai Lai. In just half an hour, Nai Lai is already able to smoothly utilize those abilities. "Not bad," said Nai Lai. He lightly smiled, crossed his legs, and sat down. He took a glance at the broken spiritual lamp. After integrating with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, the spiritual lamp became useless. Therefore, Nai Lai threw the lamp into a corner within his interspatial ring. At this moment, a small figure hastily running towards his direction. Under the dim moonlight, Nai Lai could see the person's appearance. It's his cute Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, why have you come here?" Nai Lai asked, looking at Nai Yu. "I can't sleep, so I wanted to practice like Big Brother Nai Lai," Nai Yu said, her face innocently serious. "Before becoming a silver rank, it's best not to practice at night. It'd do more harm than good," Nai Lai teaching Nai Yu with a serious face. "Then why can Big Brother Nai Lai practice at night?" Nai Lai can't possibly say that he has already reached silver rank. Boys are different than girls. Boys are full of yang energy, therefore we're not afraid of yin energy entering our body." "I don't believe you," Nai Yu said, pouting her face in disbelief. Nai Lai helplessly shook his head. Nai Yu is a little stubborn. Sometimes, no matter what other people say, nothing will go into her brain. Nai Lai thought a while and said, "Since I'm back, I'll teach Nai Yu a cultivation technique." "Yes, thank you, Big Brother Nai Lai." Nai Yu clapped her hands excitedly. That little bun-like face is filled with anticipation. Nai Lai retrieved a soul crystal from his interspatial ring, passed it to Nai Yu and said, "First, insert your soul force into this primary soul crystal." "Okay." Nai Yu did not think much and inserted her soul force into the soul crystal. After a short moment, the soul crystal began to light up. Soul force of 32. "Not bad, Xiaoyu. You're just 9 years old and you already have such a high soul force." Nai Lai suddenly stopped. His gaze focused onto the insides of the soul crystal and was shocked, murmuring, "No wonder Xiaoyu's cultivating speed is so fast." It turns out that Xiaoyu has the physique of heavenly marks. "Big Brother Nai Lai, what's physique of heavenly marks?" Nai Yu is extremely curious as she has never heard of this term before. And Big Brother Nai Lai actually said that her cultivating speed is fast. However, she doesn't realize this at all. What Nai Yu doesn't know is Nai Lai is referring to her previous life. It's a pity that before the talent of the physique of heavenly marks showed, she had already fallen in battle. Nai Lai patted on Nai Yu's head and said, "Since the beginning of our heavenly marks family in the Snow Wind Empire, we have a very far history. The strongest warriors of the heavenly marks family all have the physique of heavenly marks. The possibility of it appearing within our bodies is roughly around 1%. which means within every 100 clansmen, there would roughly be one with the physique of heavenly marks. It's a pity that the cultivation technique for the physique of heavenly marks has already been long lost in the age of darkness. Oh, Naiyu blinked her eyes, understanding only a little. Good thing that within the temporal demon spirit book, there is a cultivating technique for the physique of heavenly marks. Nai Lai rejoiced within his heart, realizing he can use it to nurture Xiao Yu. Then is big brother Nai Lai still teaching Xiao Yu a cultivating technique? Nai Yu asked, a little worried. Just because those cultivating techniques are long lost doesn't mean that they can no longer be learned. Of course. However, you have to keep the cultivating technique that I teach you a secret. Xiao Yu cannot tell anyone about it. It'll be our little secret. Can you promise big brother Nai Lai? Nai Lai gently looked at Nai Yu and said, according to Nai Lai's knowledge, the Heavenly Marks family is not united, with many complicated conflicts. Therefore, Nai Lai doesn't intend to unreservedly contribute cultivating techniques to his family. When Nai Lai becomes strong, he will shelter the Heavenly Marks family. However, that doesn't mean that Nai Lai will contribute everything to the family. Nai Yu nodded her head seriously. Xiao Yu definitely won't tell anyone. Nai Lai taught Nai Yu the chant of the first chapter to the cultivating technique of physique of heavenly marks. Nai Yu recited it out with a soul force of 32. Her memory is already quite good. Soon, she will completely remember the chant. For security purposes, the chant of the first chapter is enough. He will wait till Nai Yu finished practicing the first chapter, then he'll pass her the next one. After all, Nai Yu is still quite small and very simple. Therefore, she is very easily cheated. Nai Yu chanted the cultivation technique within her heart. Very soon, her soul force within her soul realm began surging up. In the Snow Wind Empire era, a demon spiritualist with the physique of heavenly marks are known as one of the 3 most powerful demon spiritualists. At that era, geniuses were in large numbers. Numerous legend-ranked demon spiritualists were in the empire. But even so, the physique of heavenly marks is still able to get all kinds of reputations. Therefore, one can only imagine how powerful the physique of heavenly marks truly is. Chapter 56. Assassinate. Nai Lai taught the first chapter of the physique of heavenly marques chant to Nai Yu. After she memorized it, Nai Yu found an empty space and started practicing. As the night continued on, the darkness became more and more concentrated. There would be some shadow quickly leaping across the forest. Nai Lai suddenly sensed something in the distance far away. He noticed that there are shadows moving near the cliff few kilometers away. He slightly frowned and waved his right hand. A shadow appeared in the air and flew towards the forest. He unleashed the demon spirit without merging with it. The demon spirit is unable to go into battle unless it's merged with the demon spiritualist's body. However, the demon spiritualist can sense what the demon spirit sees and hears, which is very useful sometimes. The aura of an ordinary demon spirit could be easily noticed. However, the shadow devil demon spirit can conceal its traces. Therefore, it's extremely suitable for spying and identifying terrains. The shadow devil demon spirit soon found several figures far away. Through the shadow devil demon spirit's eyes, Nai Lai can clearly see 3 people wearing black robes, hiding within the forest. Nai Lai controlled the shadow devil demon spirit, hiding it behind a tree and confirming the location of these 3 people. These people are currently chatting among themselves. This is the territory of the Heavenly Marks family. We have to be careful. There are still several gold rank experts within the Heavenly Marks family. If we come across them, we'll definitely die. Are you sure that this brat called Nai Lai is currently in a broken house under the mountains? Of course. I have already checked it during the day. That brat's parents are not practitioners, therefore we can kill them without them noticing. Through the hearing of shadow devil demon spirit, Nai Lai heard their conversation. His brows slightly frowned. Are these from sacred family? From the looks of it, these 3 people are intending on going after him. However, these 3 people should only be silver rank. One of the person's voices seems familiar to Nai Lai. He suddenly remembers. One of three is Yun Hua Deacon from the Dark Guild. After the encounter in the ancient Orchid City, Nai Lai has already memorized this person's voice in his brain. Luckily, these that came are all only silver rank. The amount of gold rank experts is only a few in the whole Glory City. Every single one has a special nameplate. Therefore, it's difficult for gold rank experts of the Dark Guild to infiltrate Glory City. The strongest within them is only Yun Hua Deacon from the Dark Guild. Nai Lai slightly frowned and unleashed a strong perception from the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Vaguely, Nai Lai felt the strength of these three silver rank experts. One is a 5-star silver rank, and the other two are 3-star silver rank. This will be a little bit tough to handle, murmured Nai Lai, frowning again. If they were 1-star silver rank or 2-star silver rank, Nai Lai could easily handle them. As for 3-star silver rank, Nai Lai would be able to find a way to handle them. However, they have a 5-star silver rank, which will be a little difficult. If these three managed to get to Nai Lai's house, it'd be troublesome. Xiao, you quickly go and notify adults. Tell them that there are several people from the Dark Guild found in the forest. Nai Lai thought for a while, then said to Nai Yu, people from the Dark Guild. Nai Yu's eyes flashed a trace of fear within them. At young age, she has heard of how terrifying the Dark Guild is. Then, where are you going? Big brother Nai Lai, let's go together. I'll be fine. I won't go and engage them. I'll stay here to keep an eye on them. Quickly go and notify the adults. Within this group of people, there is one who's a 5-star silver rank. A gold rank must come over, Nai Lai said. To prevent the attacks of the demon beasts, the territory of the heavenly marks would have a gold rank elder patrolling every day. All she needs to do is call the patrolling elder over. Xiao, you quickly. You cannot delay any further, Nai Lai anxiously urged. Nai Yu worriedly took a glance at Nai Lai, but eventually nodded. Her small figure hastily ran away. Seeing Nai Yu running far away, Nai Lai felt slightly relieved. There was 2 reasons for letting Nai Yu to get the adults. One is to get help, another is to send her away. This way he can focus on dealing with the current situation. Nai Lai carefully hid his figure, slowly approaching to where the 3 men were currently positioned, although the opponent's strength is strong. The enemy is in public and he is hidden. Therefore, it's not entirely impossible to fight. Yun Hua Deacon lead the 2 3-star silver rank fighters and slowly advanced through the woods. What's going on? Yun Hua Deacon suddenly felt something strange, like something is currently in a corner, spying on them. Although this kind of feeling is very vague, he can't find the source of it. What's wrong, my lord? The 2 3-star silver rank fighter asked, puzzled. Did I sense it wrong? Yun Hua Deacon slightly frowned. He snapped. A huge black demonic tiger appeared out of the thin air. That chill-filled gaze of his coldly glanced around the woods. He's a 5-star demon spiritualist with a black star tiger demon spirit. That's even more difficult to deal with. Nai Lai slightly frowned his brows for a moment, hiding within the shadows, holding his breath. The Shadow Devil demon spirit also hid behind the trees, not moving. Nai Lai's distance with Yun Hua Deacon is around 50-60 meters away. That Black Star Tiger demon spirit is only a silver rank. It's impossible for it to detect him from so far away. As for the Shadow Devil demon spirit, it's hidden 5 meters away from Yun Hua Deacon. Its body has completely gone into void form. The Black Star Tiger demon spirit's eyes glowed cyan. It swept around the surroundings, but did not manage to find anything. Yun Hua Deacon felt relieved and said, "Perhaps I'm thinking too much." Yun Hua Deacon recalled the Black Star Tiger demon spirit. Unleashing your demon spirit can have its aura easily detected by other demon spiritualists. Therefore, he has to be careful. The 2 of us will wait here. Liu King, go and investigate whether if there is anyone patrolling at the Heavenly Marks family and send us a signal. Yun Hua Deacon said softly. Regarding this matter, it's still rather dangerous, therefore, he is unwilling to risk himself. Liu King felt a little depressed, thinking, why do I have to go? However, he didn't dare to refute Yun Hua Deacon. He has no choice but nod his head and head down the mountains. Yun Hua Deacon and the other person called Liu Yan slowed down their pace. Seeing Liu King separated from Yun Hua Deacon, Nai Lai's brows slightly twitched. This is a good chance. With his current strength, dealing with 3 people at once is still too difficult. However, dealing with only one 3-star silver rank fighter would be much easier. Although Liu King's cultivation is higher than Nai Lai's by 2 levels, he is a fighter, and Nai Lai is a demon spiritualist. The demon spirit that Nai Lai is using is the never-before-seen Shadow Devil demon spirit. Ordinary people won't know the specialities of the Shadow Devil demon spirit. Under Nai Lai's control, the Shadow Devil demon spirit turned into a black light, flew back and quickly merged with Nai Lai, causing his body suddenly change. Nai Lai looked at the not-so-far-away Liu King, and a corner of his mouth curled up. With a thought, he concealed his figure and slowly approached Liu King. What's going on? After Liu King rushed out several hundred meters, he suddenly felt a strange aura. He stood still, suspiciously looking at his surroundings. Within the silent night, other than the rustling of trees caused by a breeze, there was no other movements. I'm probably thinking too much, Liu King laughed to himself and continued to move forward. He slowed his pace, thinking to himself that he can simply do some action to satisfy Yun Hua Deacon. No need to be so serious and risk his life. Nai Lai held his breath, quietly approaching Liu King. With the hiding ability of the Shadow Devil demon spirit, it would be hard for an ordinary person to detect his aura. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Liu King has no idea that Nai Lai is already behind him. Suddenly, Liu King felt a murderous intent locked onto himself. A sense of crisis pierced through his heart. He was surprised, suddenly turned himself around and threw a kick out. However, this kick did not land on anything. There was no one behind him. What exactly is going on? Liu King felt an endless chill in his heart. He clearly felt a murderous intent, but when he turned back, he did not find anything. Just when Liu King was relieved, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. PSH, a cold light flashed in the darkness across Liu King's neck. Liu King's neck was cut across, a trace of fresh blood gushed out. His mouth was wide open, yet nothing was said. His eyes slowly dimmed. Plop, and his head fell to the ground. Liu King did not understand, even at his death, what exactly attacked him. From the start of his cultivation until now, he experienced thousands, if not hundreds, of attacks. But he has never experienced this kind of attack before. However, he no longer had a chance to find out. After Nai Lai's strike succeeded, he went into void form again, back into hiding. He lurked around Liu King's corpse, preparing for the next ambush. For his first sneak attack, Nai Lai wasn't quite satisfied with it. As before his attack, his murderous intent was actually found out by Liu King. Although he eventually succeeded his attack, for Nai Lai, it's still a failure. A real assassin would kill the enemy without them noticing. Because Nai Lai has just started merging with the Shadow Devil demon spirit, his control over the Shadow Devil ability is not that skillful yet. Having a failure is normal. His first time could already do this. If this was anyone else, they would already be extremely satisfied with the results. However, Nai Lai has very strict requirements for himself, seeking perfection. Nai Lai quietly hid within the shadows, patiently waiting. A hint of blood filled the air in the forest. What's going on? Yun Hua Deacon's brows slightly frowned. He keenly felt that something was not right, leaped forward, and Liu Yan followed behind. After leaping a few meters forward, they saw the corpse of Liu King on the ground. There's someone here? Yun Hua Deacon gasped and immediately went alert. The opponent killed a 3-star silver rank fighter not far from us without any noise. Could it be that the opponent is a gold rank? Liu Yan was terrified when he saw this scene. Liu King just ran out a few meters away from us, and he was killed without a sound. How did the opponent do it? They slowly retreated back to back, alertly inspecting the surrounding woods. In the dark night, only the sounds of birds chirping could be heard in the quiet forest. They couldn't find anyone in the forest. However, they had the terrifying feeling of being stared at, causing the fine hair on their bodies to stand up. Seeing no action from Yun Hua Deacon and Liu Yan, Nai Lai didn't make any movements and was quietly waiting. Furthermore, dragging the time is favorable to him. Before long, Nai Yu would be able to call an elder from the family over. Time is running. After he noticed something was not right, Yun Hua Deacon frowned his brows and said, "Let's leave." He's a cautious man. Because he encountered an unexpected setback, he'll go back first. There was no need to take the risk. Liu Yan also couldn't wait to leave this place and immediately nodded his head. Yun Hua Deacon leaped, ready to leave. Liu Yan beside him was also preparing to follow him. "You want to leave? That will not be so easy." A chill light flashed across Nai Lai's eyes as he reappeared. He lifted his bone sickle and slashed towards Liu Yan. After entering void form, Nai Lai has been lurking beside Liu Yan for a long time. His distance from Liu Yan is only around 5-6 meters. He suddenly sped up. Just when Nai Lai appeared, the pupils of Liu Yan and Yun Hua Deacon tightened. Who? There was someone that was actually lurking so close to them, and they had not realized a thing after so long. Kill. Nai Lai's eyes slightly narrowed, releasing a chilling, murderous intent, and slashed towards Liu Yan at lightning speed. Liu Yan snapped. His body emitted a light. On this body, there are 2 arm guards. He raised the arm guards up to block Nai Lai's attack, and at the same time send a kick towards Nai Lai. As a silver rank fighter, Liu Yan has gone through hundreds of battles and has plenty combat experiences. Under this close-call situation, his reaction is quite fast. Pity that the one attacking him isn't an ordinary person, but Nai Lai, who's merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Nai Lai faced Liu Yan and suddenly straightened his arms. The barb on the sickle instantly moved to the back of Liu Yan's head. With a gentle hook, P.S. The barb penetrated the back of Liu Yan's head. Liu Yan's eyes dimmed. Even at his death, he still doesn't understand. Why does this guy in front of him have such long arms? He was actually able to get around to the back of his neck and attack. In just one moment, Nai Lai killed another one. Based on strength alone, Liu Yan is a little bit stronger than Nai Lai. However, Nai Lai did not confront Liu Yan face to face. Instead, he launched out sudden attacks. At the same time, the attack was unexpected for Liu Yan. In such a short time, there was no way Liu Yan could have reacted, therefore, allowing Nai Lai's sneak attack to succeed, becoming a one-hit kill. Chapter 57. Who killed them? After he saw Liu Yan killed by Nai Lai, Deacon Yun Hua merged with his Black Star Tiger Demon Spirit. He let out a furious snort and threw a kick towards Nai Lai. Boom! The kick landed on Nai Lai's abdomen and causing Nai Lai to fly several meters, heavily smashing into a tree and slowly fell down. Deacon Yun Hua lowered his head and looked at the corpse of Liu Yan that was in a pool of blood. He blew in a towering rage. He felt that his opponent's strength was not that strong, however his opponent was able to kill 2 of his underlings. How can he not be angry? Damn, grunted Deacon Yun Hua, kicking Liu Yan's corpse. Liu Yan was completely dead. The back of the head is the most fatal location. After being stabbed there is basically no chance of surviving. Nai Lai slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, showing a grim smile. After getting rid of 2, Deacon Yun Hua is the only one left. What the heck is this? Die. Deacon Yun Hua angrily snorted. After merging with the Black Star Tiger, his body became larger. The few meters tall Deacon Yun Hua pounced towards Nai Lai, who had already merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, with his claws outstretched. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is an assassin type of demon spirit, specializing in assassination. Therefore, the base strength of the body is weaker. It needs to be slowly enhanced bit by bit. However, Deacon Yun Hua's Black Star Tiger is a strength-type demon spirit. Hence, its combat abilities are extremely strong, with lots of support inscription patterns around the body. As soon as Deacon Yun Hua's huge palm was about to land on Nai Lai's figure disappeared. Boom! Deacon Yun Hua's huge palm slammed into the tree beside him, breaking it apart. What's going on? Deacon Yun Hua's eyes contracted. He never thought that he'd encounter such a strange ability and wondered what exactly is this damned thing. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is a type of extremely mysterious and rare demon spirit. Its ability is also very special, therefore, it's normal that Deacon Yun Hua has never seen it before. Deacon Yun Hua was suddenly struck with fear. Although he did not clearly see his opponent, he is certain that his opponent is definitely a human that merged with a demon spirit. However, he doesn't know what kind of demon spirit his opponent merged with. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He manipulated the Black Star Tiger and skimmed the surrounding area, searching for Nai Lai's location. That black shadow from earlier is definitely a rare assassin-type demon spirit, Deacon Yun Hua thought to himself. After Nai Lai kept on disappearing and reappearing unpredictably, a deep impression was left on him. Deacon Yun Hua began searching the forest for Nai Lai. Nai Lai is currently hiding behind a tree, holding his breath and not daring to move. After all, no matter his personal cultivation or the strength of Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, had just stepped into silver rank. If he fights head-on, he won't be able to defeat a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist like Deacon Yun Hua. Deacon Yun Hua's aura is approaching closer and closer. He will soon find Nai Lai's hiding place. Whoosh, under Nai Lai's manipulation, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit suddenly appeared. Its sharp front claws slashed towards Deacon Yun Hua's neck. Feeling a chill blowing towards him, Deacon Yun Hua didn't dare to be rash. He jumped backwards, dodging Nai Lai's attack, then turned around and charged towards Nai Lai. Bang! 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 The sharp claws of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit gazed past Deacon Yun Hua's head several times, scaring Deacon Yun Hua into a cold sweat. This kind of damned thing is too frightening for him. The front limb can change long and short. Its movement is shockingly fast. The slightest mistake could get himself killed in one attack. Deacon Yun Hua jumped backwards tens of meters. Only then did he manage to dodge the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's attacks. He slightly sighed in relief. Just when he was preparing to launch his attacks, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit in front of him once again blurred and then disappeared. Deacon Yun Hua couldn't help cursing. Nai Lai merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is too hard to deal with since he quickly disappeared, nowhere to be found. Boom, boom, boom. Deacon Yun Hua kept throwing attacks towards the spot where the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit disappeared, causing stones on the ground to be flying everywhere. However, Nai Lai did not appear. This damn thing is not using a stealth combat ability, cursed Deacon Yun Hua in shock. Many assassin-type demon spirits are able to use stealth. However, stealth skills have one flaw, which is, when it's under attack, it will automatically reappear. What the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit uses isn't a stealth combat ability, but the very rare void combat ability, which is turning itself into an existence similar to air, able to have the attacks pass through it. However, the void combat ability has a weakness to it. Once it enters into the void form, its movements will be slowed down, comparable to a turtle. However, the void combat ability is very rarely seen. It's a rare ability of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Ordinary people would not have been able to see it before, not to mention know its weakness. Deacon Yun Hua paused. After so long, he still couldn't find Nai Lai's location. He already had thoughts of retreating. However, the death of 2 of his underlings caused him to be unwilling to do so. One day, I'll destroy your whole Heavenly Marks family. Deacon Yun Hua angrily thought to himself. However, it's just a thought. Although the Heavenly Marks family has declined, it's still an aristocratic family of Glory City. It's still under the protection of Glory City. Therefore, if the Dark Guild wants to destroy Glory City, they will have to take down the whole Glory City, and this kind of matter isn't something that can be decided by him. Suddenly, distant rustling sounds came from the far end of the woods. Several figures were coming at a fast speed. It's the people of Heavenly Marks family? Deacon Yun Hua's eye contracted and leaped up into the sky, madly running out. Nai Lai's eyes slightly narrowed. Since reinforcements came, there was nothing that he needs to be worried about. He suddenly reappeared, and the sharp sickle chopped towards Deacon Yun Hua. Nai Lai's movement is shockingly fast after he merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, like a mantis hunting. Feeling the sudden attack, Deacon Yun Hua was shocked. He immediately turned around to dodge, however, he was a step too late. PSSH, a wound was left on his leg, fresh blood spewing around. Damn! Deacon Yun Hua never thought that the attacking speed of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit would be so fast. It's much faster compared to the previous attack. Deacon Yun Hua leaped far away, a few ups and downs, and disappeared from the dark forest. Because of his cultivation, Nai Lai estimated that he wouldn't be able to catch up. A human voice came from behind. It should be the elders arriving. Nai Lai's body slightly moved. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit slowly withdrew back into his soul realm. His body changed back to his ordinary looks. Whoosh! 3 figures arrived in front of Nai Lai. The leading one is Elder Nai-En. The other 2 were Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai, 2 brothers. The 2 brothers, Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai, are older than Nai Lai by a few years. Nai Xiao Feng is already a 2-star silver rank demon spiritualist, and Nai Xiao Rai is a 1-star silver rank fighter. Nai Lai's relation with the 2 brothers are not that good. They would often mock at Nai Lai's weak talent. Nai Lai, you got Nai Yu to inform that there are 3 people from the Dark Guild here. Where are they? Nai-En asked in a stern voice. He then sniffed, noticing a bloody smell from the forest. One ran towards that direction, the other 2 are on the floor. Nai Lai continued. The one that ran away had the strength of a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. He merged with the Black Star Tiger demon spirit. Elder, you have to be careful. That person also sustained some injuries, hence there will be traces of blood. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Elder Nai-En looked at Nai Lai in surprise. He vaguely felt that the current Nai Lai seems to be different from the usual Nai Lai. I'll go and chase after him. The 2 of you will remain here. Elder Nai-En said in a stern voice. If the opponent is really a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist, then the 2 brothers would be no use against him. Nai-En leaped, chasing after the direction where Deacon Yun Hua escaped. After a moment, his figure disappeared from the dark forest. Seeing as Nai-En ran far away, Xiao Feng and Xiao Rai both took a glimpse at Nai Lai. Their faces flashed a hint of disgust in them. Why would people from the Dark Guild even come here? If you lied to Elder Nai-En, you should know of the consequences, Xiao Rai said, coldly snorting. He's wearing a black cloak. The 20-year-old him is a head taller than Nai Lai. His eyes had disdain within them when he looked at Nai Lai. Hearing Xiao Rai's words, Nai Lai slightly frowned and said, Bluffing, you guys? There's 2 corpses on the ground there, can't you see? Although he doesn't like the 2 brothers, they are still members of the Heavenly Marks family. After experiencing the destruction of Glory City in his previous life, with all of the members of the Heavenly Marks family dying under the claws of demon beasts, his personal grudges don't mean much. Nai Xiao Feng is older than Nai Xiao Rai by 1 year, and was slightly more calm compared to Xiao Rai. Because of their parents' generation not getting along, they themselves do not get along with Nai Lai. However, Nai Xiao Feng realized that the Nai Lai today is different from the usual Nai Lai. He actually dared to talk back to them so confidently. The 3 of them moved forward a distance, and Xiao Feng and Xiao Rai saw the corpses of Liu Qing and Liu Yan. They never imagined that there would really be 2 corpses. How did they die? Xiao Rai froze for a moment, frowned, and asked again. You're the one that killed them. Nai Lai did not answer his question, but bent down and examined Liu Qing and Liu Yan. He found 2 Dark Guild tokens on the 2 corpses. It's really the people from the Dark Guild, Nai Xiao Rai snorted. Probably 2 dumb thieves, coming to our Heavenly Marks family to steal and was found by you. Because of Nai Lai's cultivation not even reaching 1-star bronze rank, the strength of these 2 dumb thieves also couldn't be much. Nai Xiao Feng stared at Nai Xiao Rai. His face flashed with doubts. He also bent down and ripped a few silver rank armors from Liu Qing and Liu Yan's corpses. His right hand pinched the 2 corpses and said, It's 2 silver rank fighters. Silver rank? How can this be? Big bro, are you seeing it wrongly? Nai Xiao Rai cried out. It is indeed silver rank. There is silver rank armor on their bodies, The strength of their bodies should be higher than yours, Ainz Audioverse said, without any doubts in his tone. At this moment, whether if it's Ainz Audioverse or Ainz Audioverse, they had their gazes on Nai. You're the one that killed them. Nai shrugged and said, I never said that I was the one who killed them. They could have killed themselves. This matter is fishy. Both Ainz Audioverse and Ainz Audioverse frowned. Could it be that there are experts around this area? Since this expert helped to kill the people from the Dark Guild, they shouldn't be an enemy of the Heavenly Marks family. Ainz Audioverse's gaze swept across Nai. He felt that Nai is too suspicious. However, no matter how he thinks about it, it's absolutely impossible for Nai to reach silver rank in just few months. Not to mention Nai's strength isn't stronger than an ordinary silver rank. Chapter 58. Genius Class's Student. The two brothers refused to believe that Nai's strength would actually be raised to such a frightening degree. Won't Elder Nai be in danger? Ainz Audioverse frowned and asked. Elder Nai has been chasing the other Dark Guild member for quite some time now and has yet to return. Relax, he shouldn't have any problems. Ainz Audioverse shook his head and said, This is the territory of the Heavenly Marks family. Those people of the Dark Guild are only 5-star silver rank at most, and Elder Nai is a 3-star gold rank fighter. There won't be any problems. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of fighting was coming from the depths of the forest. However, the sound quickly died. After a long time, there was no more enemy movements. A figure could be seen coming back. It's Elder Nai. Elder Nai is back. Nai landed in front of them. His face was stern. Elder Nai, how was it? Did you catch up with him? Ainz Audioverse asked. Elder Nai shook his head and said, The opponent was a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. After he merged with the Black Star Tiger demon spirit, his strength became very strong. Furthermore, he had some methods to elude me. I could not caught up to him. He escaped. Hearing Nai's words, Ainz Audioverse and Ainz Audioverse both looked at each other. That demon spiritualist managed to escape under Elder Nai's hands. He's not a simple. Seeing the two corpses on the ground, Nai frowned. This matter is a little too strange. Why would people from the Dark Guild appear here? And also, who is the one that killed them? Could it be that there are internal conflicts within the Dark Guild, and they are killing each other in their territory? But that shouldn't be possible. Is there a mysterious expert lurking around, helping the Heavenly Marks family by killing these two Dark Guild members? That mysterious expert killed 2 silver ranks and at the same time wounded a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. That expert should at least be gold rank. Who exactly is it that helped the Heavenly Marks family? Why didn't that expert appear after helping the Heavenly Marks family? Although he's still a little suspicious about Nai, Elder Nai never thought that it was Nai who killed the 2 Dark Guild members and wounded Deacon Yun Hua. When Nai left the family to the Holy Orchid Institute, he's not a 1-star bronze rank yet. It's impossible for him to reach silver rank after a short school term. Nai squatted down and examined the 2 corpses. Liu King and Liu Yan showed no signs of a fierce fight, but they were killed by a sharp object that struck their fatal spots. The wounds are also in weird, jagged shapes. Such powerful means of killing. Nai was secretly shocked in his heart. Even if it's him, he couldn't kill 2 3-star silver rank fighters so easily. Furthermore, the weapon that the mysterious expert used is somewhat strange. He has never seen marks like these before. Nai, follow me. Report everything about how you found the 3 people from the Dark Guild and everything that happened afterwards to the Patriarch. Nai thought a while and said. Then he threw a glance at Ainz Audioverse and Ainz Audioverse. The 2 of you will carry these 2 corpses back and have them examined by Patriarch. Yes, Elder Nai nodded his head. Yes. Ainz Audioverse and Ainz Audioverse both carried 1 corpse each and followed behind Nai. They just walked a few steps out and saw Nai's figure hastily coming over. Her speed is much slower compared to Elder Nai and the rest, therefore she only just arrived. Big brother Nai, how are you? Are you okay? Nayu's tender face was stained with tear, concern filling her eyes. "Rest assured, big brother Nai Lai is fine." Nai Lai smiled, rubbing Nayu's head. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nayu then felt relieved and followed behind Nai Lai. Heavenly Marks family's ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was lit up with members of the Heavenly Marks family armed, holding torches. They know that people from the Dark Guild came into their territory. They were awake, prepared to engage in battle. After seeing Nai En and company coming, the crowd split a path open for them. Nai Hai, the patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family, is currently sitting on the main seat. He was dressed in a gray robe. A long white beard was growing on his stern face. He was emitting a kind of majestic aura from him. "Nai En, what's going on?" Nai Hai asked. "Patriarch, there were 3 sneaky thieves from the Dark Guild. They were probably trying to steal something from our Heavenly Marks family. 2 of them were killed, 1 escaped." Nai En replied, cupping his hands. Nai Hai took a glance at the 2 corpses on the floor, feeling slightly relieved, and said, "Good thing that it's just 3 people. Although I'm not sure what they came here for. They were definitely up to nothing good. My Heavenly Marks family doesn't have anything for the Dark Guild to covet after. They are probably here to inquire the situation of our Heavenly Marks family. Double up the patrol for these next few days." "Yes," the guards of Heavenly Marks family by the side answered. "You're the one who killed these 2. With a glance, Nai Hai could tell that those 2 corpses had at least silver rank strength. "No, not me," Nai En said, shaking his head. "Then it's Xiao Feng and Xiao Rai," Nai Hai praised. "Xiao Feng, Xiao Rai, your cultivation has been rising very fast." Hearing Nai Hai's words, Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai felt their face burning. "Patriarch, we did not do it." Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai hurriedly replied. They dared not impersonate the credit of others. Nai Hai slightly frowned upon hearing their answers and curiously asked, "Then who is the one that did it?" "There is only Nai En, Nai Xiao Feng, and Nai Xiao Rai, 3 people dispatched to go after those few people from the Dark Guild. If it wasn't them, then who did it? By the time I arrived, they had already died. Only Nai Lai was present when it happened," Nai En said truthfully. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell onto Nai Lai, feeling ridiculous. How could Nai Lai take on 2 silver rank fighters with his cultivation? I also don't know. I only saw a black shadow flash, and the 2 of them fell onto the ground just like that. Nai Lai shrugged, pretending to be innocent. He still does not want to reveal his own strength yet. A black shadow flashed. Everyone was slightly surprised. Elder Nai En was silent for a moment before he squatted down, pointing towards the 2 silver rank fighters' corpse, and said, "Patriarch, have a look at the wound. It's done with some sort of weapon, and this weapon is extremely weird. I can't think of anyone in Glory City using this kind of weapon." Everyone's gaze fell onto the wounds of the 2 corpses. These 2 people were taken out by striking their fatal points, a 1-hit kill. Elder Nai En took a deep breath and said, Everyone began to look at each other. Within their clan, there was no one using this kind of weapon, so who killed these 2? Could it be that the Back Mountains had a hidden master? They are all wondering if that expert is an enemy or a friend. However, no matter if it's a friend or an enemy, having such a person hiding behind the Back Mountains caused them to feel uneasy. Since someone helped us kill the people of the Dark Guild, they should be standing on Glory City's side. Therefore, there shouldn't be a problem. Nai Hai said, "This matter no longer needs to be a cause for concern. The main point is, why did the people of the Dark Guild come here? For safety reasons, our Heavenly Marks family must enter into a battle state, and the defense within the family must change a little." At this moment, beside Nai Hai, Elder Nai Wai's gaze fell on Nai Lai and asked, "Nai Lai, when did you come back?" Hearing Elder Nai Wai's question, Nai Lai couldn't help but to feel his scalp tingling. Within the Heavenly Marks family, the hardest to get along with was Elder Nai Wai. Nai Wai is the enforcement elder of the Heavenly Marks family. Any wrongs done by the members of the family will be punished by Elder Nai Wai. Therefore, Nai Wai's position within the clan is only lower to Nai Hai. Within the Heavenly Marks family, the one that Nai Lai hates the most, aside from Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai, would be Nai Y. In his previous life, he was punished lots of time by Nai Y. Nai Y also has another identity, which is the grandfather of Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai. Nai Lai thought more than once, because his household doesn't get along with their household, that Nai Y punishing Nai Lai base on personal grudges. "Elder, I have just returned today." Nai Lai cupped his hand and said. Nai Y snorted reprimand. "Nai Lai, do you admit your mistake?" Nai Lai is a little confused, curiously asked. Nai Lai doesn't get what you're saying, asking Elder Nai Y to please explain. Nai Lai, you did not study properly like you should at school and got in quite a bit of trouble. I heard that you provoked a direct descendant of the sacred family, causing them to suppress our heavenly Mark's family. Are you sure that no such thing happened? Nai Y asked, strictly. Hearing Elder Nai Y's words, everyone had their gaze on Nai Lai. During this period of time, they had their hardest times, being suppressed by the sacred family and had all kinds of business suffering heavy losses. Are all these related to Nai Lai? Nai Hai, hearing Elder Nai Y's words, he frowned, looked at Nai Lai and sternly asked, Nai Lai, is that true? Nai Lai had no choice. He nodded his head and said, True, that was me. You did not follow the family's instruction in the Holy Orchid Institute, provoked troubles that caused the family to suffer losses. You must be punished by 100 strikes by cane, don't you agree? Elder Nai Y's gaze is closely fixed on Nai Lai, giving a kind of imposing. Hearing Nai Y's words, Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai looked at each other and smiled, taking joy in Nai Lai's misfortune. Now, Nai Lai is doomed, falling into their grandfather's hands. There are a total of 8 branches within Heavenly Mark's family. There are some conflicts within these branches. Although when enemy comes, everyone will be united to fight off. But normally, they are fighting non-stop for their own interest and position within the family. Some of the elders from the branch that Nai Lai belongs to wants to help Nai Lai, but they were silent. After all, regarding this matter, Nai Lai has indeed made a mistake. What Nai Y is doing is correct, hence they have nothing to argue about. Nai En frowned. He is also from Nai Lai's branch. He thought a while, cupped his hands and said, Patriarch, Nai Lai is still a kid, furthermore his cultivation is so weak. Punishing him with 100 strikes by cane is a little too severe. After 1 strike, he probably won't even be able to get off his bed for 2 months. Elder Nai Y refuted. Elder Nai En, favoring the younger generations like this is wrong. The mistake Nai Lai did is unforgivable. If the Alchemist Association did not help us out of the difficult situation, I can't even imagine what sort of situation our family would fall into. I'm afraid that we'd lose our standings as an aristocratic family. Such a huge mistake, punishing him with only 100 strikes by cane, is already considered light. Nai Y's both eyes widened, coldly started at Nai Lai. Nai Lai, what else do you have to say for yourself? Nai Lai doesn't have any emotion on his face. In his previous life, Nai Lai was afraid of Nai Y the most. Just seeing him would get him scared to the point his hair would stand upright, being unable to speak. However, in this life, he did not even put Nai Y in his eyes. Nai Hai frowned, silent for a moment, and said, I have just gotten news that Nai Lai has just been accepted into the Holy Orchid Institute's genius class. He will be the focus of nurturing. If he gets 100 strikes by cane, I'm afraid that it will delay his studies. Nai Hai still helped Nai Lai to speak. As a patriarch of the family, results of the members of his family, he's the first one to know. When he heard that Nai Lai reached 1-star bronze rank and is accepted into the genius class, he had doubts. One of the doubts is how did Nai Lai raise his cultivation so fast to actually reach 1-star bronze rank? The other one would be, why would Holy Orchid Institute accept someone that had just stepped into 1-star bronze rank into the genius class? When they heard Nai Hai's words, everyone looked at Nai Lai with shock. They all clearly know of Nai Lai's cultivating talent, and he was actually accepted into the genius class of Holy Orchid Institute. This news is just too shocking. Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai, the 2 brothers, also had unbelievable expressions on their faces. They clearly know of Nai Lai's cultivation, but he was actually accepted into the genius class. Is this news fake? Even they were not eligible to enter the genius class at Holy Orchid Institute. However, this was said by the patriarch himself, therefore they do not dare to question it. Chapter 59. Director Yang paying a visit. Over the years, the number of the Heavenly Marks family's younger generations entering the genius class is only a dozen. Although some were not able to enter into the genius class, that does not mean that they do not have any value in nurturing. However, those who entered into the genius class are those with extraordinary talents, ultimately having shocking achievements. Nai Hai, as a patriarch, has always been impartial. He has never favored one branch, therefore he has his prestige within the family. Nai Lai, what do you say in your defense? Why would you offend the sacred family? Nai Hai looked at Nai Lai and asked. In his view, Nai Lai is not someone who would offend people without a reason among the younger generations. Furthermore, now that Nai Lai has been accepted into the genius class at the Holy Orchid Institute, he already has the qualifications to be the focus of nurturing. Patriarch, it's true that I offended the sacred family and brought troubles for the Heavenly Marks family. However, didn't I solve the problem? Nai Lai said, neither obsequious nor supercilious. He still has to show respect towards Nai Hai. After rebirth, he will not face the majestic Nai Hai like a coward. Nai Lai's mental state is already above those people. Nai Hai looked at Nai Lai a little surprised. He has a feeling that today's Nai Lai is not the same as the usual one. When facing him, Nai Lai is not timid. He is facing the patriarch with magnanimity and demeanor. Ha ha ha, that's funny. We were helped by the Alchemist Association and therefore were rid of the sacred family's suppression. The Alchemist Association needs our help with various herbs, and in exchange they help our Heavenly Marks family. What has it got to do with you? How big is your ability for you to actually say that you helped our Heavenly Marks family to solve our problems? Nai Zio Rai said. He said this because he was asked to by Nai Y. Hearing Nai Zio Rai's words, Nai Lai lightly glanced at Nai Zio Rai and the Nai Y and said, "That's really funny. The position of the Alchemist Association within Glory City is extraordinary, comparable to the three major families. Why would they help the weak, little Heavenly Marks family? Is it just because the Heavenly Marks family knows how to grow herbs? There are many families out there that knows how to grow herbs. Furthermore, why would they give 30% of the acquisition price to the Heavenly Marks family?" Nai Hai and others were slightly startled. This is also the question that lied within their hearts. The Alchemist Association did not only just help the Heavenly Marks family, it's trying to get on their good side. However, they are curious as to why such a powerful existence, like the Alchemist Association, would it try to get on the Heavenly Marks family's good side? It doesn't make sense. Seeing the indifferent and calm Nai Lai, whether if it's Nai Hai, Nai Y, Nai N, or various higher-ups of the Heavenly Marks family, they were all curious. Could it be that all this is really linked to Nai Lai? Nai Lai's father, Nai Ming by the side, saw how Nai Lai contradicted the enforcement elder, and he had already began to panic. He doesn't have any cultivation and is only a member of the branch family, which also means that he was no different from a farmer. When he saw the scene before him, he quickly knelt down and said, "Patriarch, Nai Lai is still young, he doesn't know anything. I'm willing to take the punishment on his behalf, please show mercy to him." "Father, get up," said Nai Lai, watching Nai Ming kneel down, and frowned. He immediately went to his father and helped him up. His father is an honest man. "Father, you don't need to kneel to anyone." "Zio Lai, you have made a grave mistake and still don't admit," Nai Ming scolded. In his view, if Nai Lai were to admit his mistake, there is still chance to ask for mercy. However, Nai Lai contradicting the patriarch like this would only make things more complicated. Seeing Nai Ming kneeling down made Nai Lai feel a little sour in his nose. No matter if it's his previous life or his present life, his father did too much for him. In his previous life, he had his father suffer too much. In this life, he will not let his father suffer even a little. Nai Lai clenched his fist tightly and angrily glared at Nai Y, Nai Xiao Rai, Nai Xiao Feng, and the bunch. Nai Hai looked at Nai Lai. He vaguely had a feeling that the Alchemist Association protecting the Heavenly Marks family must have something to do with Nai Lai. He lowered his head towards Nai Ming and said, "Nai Ming, quickly stand up. Before this matter is clarified, no one will give Nai Lai any punishment. Although Nai Lai has indeed provoked the sacred family, our Heavenly Marks family did not suffer any losses. Therefore, no one will punish Nai Lai freely." Hearing Nai Hai's words, Nai Ming had a confused expression. He stood up in doubts. The patriarch is not pursuing this matter. Regarding this matter, he's still a little foggy. "Patriarch, if we don't deal with Nai Lai, we will not be able to convince the public. Even if this matter did not bring any substantial losses to the family, Nai Lai offending the sacred family is a fact. Who knows if the sacred family might find a way to trouble us in the future," Elder Nai Y said while frowning. "Grand Elder, are you a member of the Heavenly Marks family or the sacred family?" Nai Lai coldly snorted, asked. "Presumptuous. What makes you qualified to talk to me in this way?" "No rules, no standard. I'm enforcing our family rules," Nai Y furiously snorted. "Grand Elder, I don't think that this matter is this simple. Xiao Lai isn't a troublemaker. What if this thing is started by the sacred family? It's not necessary that the wrongs are at Xiao Lai. Since this matter has passed, just let it go," Elder Nai En said, obviously trying to help Nai Lai. If Nai Y punished Nai Lai, then Nai En's prestige among the branches will still be somewhat affected. Is Grand Elder really enforcing the rule? Previously, when Nai Xiao Rai hit a member of the Tianling family, all you did is send some gift. Why didn't I see Grand Elder Nai Y punish Nai Xiao Rai? Nai Lai pressed on. These two matters cannot be compared. Nai Xiao Rai's conflict with a younger generation of the Tianling family is because of the family's interest. Furthermore, the strength of the Tianling family cannot be compared to the sacred family. Nai Y's face is sullen. Nai Lai really ate the guts of a leopard, actually dared to confront him. But what makes him feel depressed is that, regarding this matter, Nai Hai actually stood on Nai Lai's side, and he can't afford a confrontation with the patriarch. Grand Elder did not give any investigation. How do you know that I did not have conflict with the sacred family for our family's interest? Just because you can't afford to offend the sacred family, you'll punish me, just to give the sacred family a reason to leave us alone. If Heavenly Marks family can't even protect its members, then there's no point in staying in this family," Nai Lai said, coldly gazing at Nai Y. The whole hall was shocked. Everyone never imagined that Nai Lai would actually say such words. This is not just simply contradicting the Grand Elder. Nai Lai's meaning is that he wants to leave the Heavenly Marks family. Previously, Nai Lai's impression to everyone has always been timid. But today, he actually said such things in front of the patriarch and all the elders. Nai Ming was already so scared he was shivering. He heavily scolded. "Xiao Lai, what are you saying? Hurry up and apologize to the patriarch. HMPH, your wings have grown so much that you actually want to quit the clan. Don't forget, it's the shelter and nurturing of the Heavenly Marks family that you have what you have today," Grand Elder Nai Y coldly said. "Ungrateful little bastard. The Heavenly Marks family is our family, therefore there's nothing wrong with the Heavenly Marks family providing me shelter. However, it's not the Heavenly Marks family that raised me. It's my parents that have worked hard daily to grow herbs to raise me. They have also paid the Heavenly Marks family with their hard work. Therefore, we don't owe anyone. I, Nai Lai, don't owe anyone." Nai Lai straightened his body and refuted. "This is outrageous, presumptuous." Nai Y had a livid expression. Nai Y still wanted to scold Nai Lai, however, he was stopped by Nai Hai. Nai Ming anxiously pulled Nai Lai. He has no idea what's wrong with Nai Lai. Nai Lai has always been timid in the past. But today, he was contradicting the Grand Elder and the Patriarch. Nai Hai slightly squinted his eyes, looking at Nai Lai. Today, Nai Lai's reasoned debate caused him to look at Nai Lai in a different view. Facing with so many elders, he does show any form of cowardice like he did in the past. Nai Hai smiled and said, "What Nai Lai said is correct." The Heavenly Marks family is everyone's family. Everyone has been contributing to the family, therefore, protecting the members is the responsibility of the family. Before this matter is thoroughly investigated, no one is to be punished. Nai doesn't get it. What's wrong with the patriarch today? Nai said some outrageous words, and Nai is actually still standing on Nai's side, protecting Nai. Just what does this mean? Hearing Nai's words, including Ming, everyone was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Nai contradicting the Grand Elder like this, even if he isn't kicked out of the family, he still won't be able to escape punishment. However, Nai did not mind what Nai said at all. Instead, he is constantly helping Nai. Nai frowned, secretly thinking, Nai, this old fox, is not right. Nai is too lenient with Nai, which doesn't make sense. Elder Nai-en and Bunch were all looking at Nai, thinking of something. After he heard Nai's words, Nai's mood lightened up. After all, he still has feelings towards the Heavenly Marks family. The reason why he said all that is because he is unhappy with some of the people in the Heavenly Marks family. Since Patriarch Nai is so generous about this matter, then everything is fine. Nai, you just came back from school and experienced so much. First, go home and take a rest. Tomorrow Grandpa will test you and see how have you been faring in your cultivation. Nai stood up, stretched, and said, laughing. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Not only did Nai not pursue Nai's mistake, he even wants to pull himself closer to Nai. Hearing Nai's words, Ming can't help but to be emotional. Patriarch Nai actually wants to test Nai's cultivation progress himself. This is absolutely a great honor. After all, Nai is not a direct descendant of Nai. Therefore, isn't Nai treating Nai a little too well? Everyone looked at each other but were unable to figure out what's going on. After hearing Nai's words, Nai understood. Nai probably realized something. After all, Nai is a gold-rank demon spiritualist, therefore he might have detected the demon spirit aura that was within his body. After Nai thought about the matter with the Alchemist Association, he knew it's not difficult to link them. That being the case, Nai also do not intend to hide any longer. Even if it's not for himself, he must fight for some interest for his parents, uncle, and aunt. Just when these people were flabbergasted, a member of the clan hurriedly ran in and said to Nai, Patriarch, Director Yang of the Alchemist Association has come. Director Yang. Whether if it's Nai-en, Nai-y, or Nai-hi, all of them had expressions of surprise. They never expected that Director Yang of Alchemist Association would come personally and pay a visit to their Heavenly Marks family deep in the night. They had many contacts with the Alchemist Association. Naturally, they would know about Director Yang's position within Alchemist Association. She is a powerhouse within Alchemist Association aside from the president and elders. A figure like Director Yang, just a casual word of hers could devastate an aristocratic family. At the same time, it can also lead an aristocratic family into prosperity. This time, when the sacred family was suppressing the Heavenly Marks family, causing them to be in a poor situation, Director Yang was the one that helped to solve the problem. The Alchemist Association is an existence comparable to the three major families. Its influence within Glory City is even greater than the Sacred Family and the Divine Family. It became only second to the Snow Wind family, who has a legend-rank demon spiritualist and the City Lord of Glory City. Facing Director Yang made even Nai respectful. Chapter 60. Reverse. Hearing that Director Yang has arrived, everyone went into mess, overwhelmed by the news. Hurry up and get into ceremonial formation. Meet her at the main hall, Nai hurriedly said. Facing this kind of powerful figure, they do not dare to become negligent. Just when everyone was in formation, a group of people quickly arrived. The one leading is the curvy and seductive Director Yang. Although she's a woman, no one in the Heavenly Marks family had the slightest contempt for her in their hearts. She is, after all, a powerful existence. Director Yang fastened her pace when she walked in. Her gaze swept past everyone and fell onto Nai and felt relieved. Her underlings have been keeping an eye on the Heavenly Marks family's territory. Any kind of dispute within the Heavenly Marks family cannot escape her scouts. When she heard that Nai Lai had returned to the Heavenly Marks family, Director Yang already wanted to come immediately to discuss some matters with him. Originally, she intended to come over tomorrow to look for Nai Lai. However, when she heard of the Dark Guild's sneak attack, she hurried over quickly into the late night. Aside from Nai Lai, Director Yang could not think of another reason that would attract the attention of the Dark Guild. She's worried that those people are trying to assassinate Nai Lai. Currently, Nai Lai is her Alchemist Association's biggest partner, and there might still be a lot more things that she can work on together with him. Therefore, nothing must have happened to Nai Lai. Seeing that Nai Lai is safe, Director Yang felt relieved. Hurry up and get a cup of tea for Director Yang. Nai Hai hurriedly called out to several maids. No need, Director Yang said, waving her hand. Her objective in coming here is to guarantee the safety of Nai Lai, not here to drink tea. Her eyes met with Nai Lai, communicating with him through their eyes. This scene fell to the eyes of Nai Hai, and he immediately figured it out. It seems that Nai Lai does indeed has some connection with the Alchemist Association. However, what he can't figure out is why would the Alchemist Association put so much importance on Nai Lai. Director Yang went silent for a moment, lightly smiled towards Nai Hai and Bunch and said, Patriarch Nai Hai, I heard that you were under the assault of the Dark Guild. Indeed, that's the case. Director Yang, these two are from the Dark Guild. Aside from these two, there is one that got away but was wounded. Nai Hai pointed to the two corpses on the ground and said, Yang Zin's gaze fell onto the two corpses. She was silent for a moment. Without a doubt, the target of these people should be Nai Lai, therefore they wouldn't let this off that easily. She turned her gaze back to Nai Hai and said, Patriarch Nai Hai, there is a matter that I must discuss with you. Is that possible? Please tell, Nai Hai said, extremely polite. His expression was very humble. I'm afraid that the Dark Guild will return to accomplish their objective. I'm worried for the safety of the Heavenly Marks family, therefore, I intend to dispatch several gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists here to help guard the Heavenly Marks family. What's your opinion on that? Yang Zin said. Although she says it's for protecting the Heavenly Marks family, truth is, the one she wants to protect is Nai Lai, nothing more. You wish to dispatch several gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists. Nai Hai was surprised beyond words. His doubts in his heart became more and more heavy. Just what method did Nai Lai use to get the Alchemist Association to help them out so much? Not only are they willing to pay a higher price to acquire herbs from the Heavenly Marks family, they are also willing to dispatch gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists to help them out. I don't think this is right, Grand Elder Nai Wai by the side said. He wrinkled his brows. What's the motive of the Alchemist Association by sending gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists over? What is wrong? Nai Lai looked towards Nai Wai and said, Perhaps the Grand Elder feels that the Alchemist Association is trying to harm our Heavenly Marks family. Grand Elder is measuring the belly of a gentleman with a heart of a nasty person. Outrageous! Who are you implying is a nasty person? Nai Wai scolded angrily. This Nai Lai is too outrageous. He would actually talk back to him in front of everyone. Nai Ming anxiously pulled Nai Lai's shirt. Offending the Grand Elder like this, the consequences would be serious. With their current position in the family, there is absolutely no way to compete against the Grand Elder Nai Wai. Even if Grand Elder Nai Wai does not do anything to Nai Lai today, who knows if he might take revenge later in the future. Seeing Nai Wai reprimanding Nai Lai, Yang Zin understood. It seems that Nai Lai did not tell everything to his family. This Nai Wai's relationship with Nai Lai isn't very good. Yang Zin slightly narrowed her eyes. Nai Lai's importance is without a doubt very high, therefore, of course she will back Nai Lai up. Patriarch Nai Hai, I realized that there are some people here that have some opinion towards the Alchemist Association. Does that mean that the Alchemist Association no longer has the need to cooperate with the Heavenly Marks family? Yang Zin coldly snorted as her face turned cold. After being in power for a long time, Her facial expression could change whenever she liked. Even the surrounding air could feel the chill. Nai Wai hurriedly explained, "Director Yang, I do not mean it this way." He didn't dare to offend the Alchemist Association. He only feels that the Alchemist Association sending gold-rank fighters and demon spiritualists over is a little strange, therefore, he voiced out to remind Nai Hai. However, after being refuted this way by Nai Lai, the nature of this issue changed. If the Alchemist Association refused to cooperate with the Heavenly Marks family because of this issue, he'd become a criminal within the family. Within his heart, he cursed Nai Lai over and over for blabbing out in this kind of situation. However, Nai Hai is favoring Nai Lai, which caused Nai Wai to feel depressed. After knowing the relationship between Nai Lai and the Alchemist Association, how could Nai Hai punish Nai Lai? After coldly sweeping her gaze on Nai Wai, Yang Xin snorted and said, "I'm currently talking with Patriarch Nai Hai. Why are you interrupting?" Hearing Yang Xin's words, Nai Wai opened his mouth, his face turning red. Although he is not happy with Yang Xin, he did not say anything. After all, a word from Yang Xin could decide the fate of the Heavenly Marks family. How could he dare to be rash? As a grand elder of an aristocratic family, being berated by a 20-30-year-old lady and not being able to talk back, one can imagine how depressing it is. I assume that this is the grand elder of the Nai family. Yang Xin looked at Nai Hai and asked. Hearing that there is a little cold anger within Yang Xin's tone, Nai Hai embarrassedly said, "Correct. The Grand Elder's words didn't mean to offend Director Yang. I hope that Director Yang can forgive him." Nai Hai threw a wink at Nai Lai, wanting to get Nai Lai's help with Yang Xin's anger. However, Nai Lai turned his head away, ignoring the patriarch. Not having dignity of a patriarch in front of Yang Xin is fine, but when facing his own clansmen, he's still helpless. However, he can only smile bitterly. He obviously saw through it. The reason why Yang Xin cooperated with the Heavenly Marks family is all because of Nai Lai. I suggest that this person leaves. If this kind of person remains as a grand elder within the Heavenly Marks family, then the Alchemist Association will stop our cooperation with the Heavenly Marks family. Yang Xin lightly said. Nai Hai inhaled a deep breath. What she means is that she wants them to rid Nai Wai of his grand elder position. The Alchemist Association now holds the fate of his Heavenly Marks family, therefore he doesn't dare to be rash. The Alchemist Association is not a joke. If they stop cooperating with the Heavenly Marks family, there would be countless families out there that will grab the chance to suppress the Heavenly Marks family. From today onwards, Nai Wai will no longer be the Grand Elder and Enforcement Elder of my Heavenly Marks family. His position will be taken over by Elder Nai En. Nai Hai publicly announced. Nai Wai opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, he looked at the Alchemist Association's Yang Xin and her bunch. He understood that there was no more room for discussion. He can only swallow what he's about to say. Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai were as purple as creamy eggplants. The reason for them being so arrogant within the Heavenly Marks family is because their grandfather is a Grand Elder. To be able to rid a Grand Elder of his position within the Heavenly Marks family, this is the absolute power of the Alchemist Association. Nai Hai continued announcing. In addition, Nai Ming will take the post of Public Hall in charge. Nai Kai will take the post of Farm Hall in charge. Hearing Nai Hai's words, Nai Ming and Nai Kai were both dumbfounded. They were looking at Nai Hai in disbelief. They weren't the only ones. The rest of the clansmen were also in shock. The Public Hall in charge and Farm Hall in charge were both positions within the Heavenly Marks family with power. One was in charge of the finance, and the other was in charge of herbs and other farming-related stuff. Normally, it was the sons of Nai Wai that was in charge of those two positions. "Thanks, Patriarch." Nai Ming emotionally kneeled down and said, "Thanks, Patriarch." Nai Kai also hurriedly kneeled down. Seeing his father and uncle kneel down, Nai Lai couldn't help wrinkling his brows. Nai Hai immediately waved his hands upon seeing Nai Lai's expression. "There's no need for ceremony. From today on, the both of you do not need to kneel in front of me anymore. Nai Ming and Nai Kai both stood up, confused about what's going on. Nai Y, Nai En and Bunch seemed to have finally figured it out. Nai En's eyes were shimmering with light, whereas Nai Y was full of frustration. Since the Alchemist Association is willing to dispatch people to help guard our Heavenly Marks family, we are grateful for it, of course. Nai Hai could see that the Alchemist Association sending people over is probably meant to protect Nai Lai. His doubts within his heart began to thicken as he wondered why the Alchemist Association would revere Nai Lai with such importance. He decided to ask Nai Lai after Yang Xin leaves. "It's late in the night. I'll no longer bother you." Yang Xin took a glance at Nai Lai and said, "Everyone rest well. I'll pay a visit again tomorrow during the day." "It's hard for Director Yang to come back and forth. Why don't you stay the night at my Heavenly Marks family? I'll have someone arrange for an elegant house to be open for you," Nai Hai hurriedly said, trying to get on her good side. Yang Xin went silent for a moment, thought a while, and said, "Okay then. Since she'll come again tomorrow to look for Nai Lai, why not just stay the night here?" "Nai Lai, bring Director Yang to her house to rest," Nai Hai said to Nai Lai. "I'll have someone arrange for a house to be open beside Director Yang for you." "Yes, sir," Nai Lai slightly nodded. Yang Xin looked at Nai Hai, thinking that Nai Hai actually knows his stuff. He knows that she came to talk to Nai Lai. After bidding goodbyes to Nai Ming and Nai Kai, Nai Lai led Yang Xin to the house that Nai Hai had arranged. Looking at Nai Lai's back figure, Nai Ming and Nai Kai both understood. Nai Hai removed Nai Y from his position, raised Nai En to Grand Elder, raised them to be in powerful positions. Everything must have something to do with Nai Lai. They realized that their understanding of Nai Lai was becoming less and less. This time, when Nai Lai returned, his changes were like heaven and earth. Regarding Nai Lai's various changes, Nai Ming and Nai Kai were very pleased. Chapter 61. Tease. Seeing Nai Lai leaving with Yang Xin, Nai Y, Nai En, and Bunch all had different expressions. They all know that, from this moment onwards, Nai Lai's position in the Heavenly Marks family would no longer be the same. As for Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai, they looked at each other, dumbfounded. They knew that from today onwards, they'd have to live with their tails between their legs, inside the mansion. Yang Xin removed her outer coat, revealing a tight-fitting silk clothing underneath. Lazily, she stretched her waist, completely showing that beautiful, curvy figure of hers. She does not mind the presence of Nai Lai while she is unguarded. After all, Nai Lai is only a 13-year-old kid. What she didn't know is that underneath that 13-year-old shell of Nai Lai hides a matured heart. Nai Lai looked at Yang Xin and had to say, at this particular moment, she was extremely sexy. The thin silk cloth caused her white skin to be roughly seen underneath. The cloth on her chest could not cover her huge plump. A deep ravine could be seen with a huge patch of white in the center. However, Nai Lai only looked with appreciation. He did not focus on any sexual ideas. Was the target of those people from the Dark Guild you? Yang Xin slightly bent down, looking at Nai Lai, and asked. The moment Nai Lai raised his head, he saw the large piece of white on Yang Xin's chest. That perfectly round shape could not be held with one hand. A unique womanly aroma drifted towards him, leaving Nai Lai a little awkward. Yes, Nai Lai said, slightly nodding. Yang Xin seemed to not have noticed Nai Lai's gaze. She wrinkled her brows and said, Since you've been eyed by the Dark Guild, the Heavenly Marks family is no longer safe for you. Why don't you move to the Alchemist Association? Yang Xin doesn't know why Nai Lai was eyed by the Dark Guild. Could it be that the news of him giving the Alchemist Association the elixir formulas has been leaked out? However, those who know of this matter is only her and the president. No other person knows of this. Nai Lai shook his head and said, There is another reason to this matter. Do you really think that, if they knew that the elixir formulas were given to you by me, they would only send 3 silver ranks to kill me? They would more inclined to kidnap me. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yang Xin nodded her head. That would indeed be the case. Nai Lai's in-depth knowledge doesn't make him seem like a 13-year-old kid. Thinking of that extraordinary and terrifying talent, Yang Zin felt relieved. After all, strange things seem to happen around Nai. Do you have any grudges with them? Yang Zin stretched her waist again, then sat on the chair and asked. If it's just ordinary grudges, then she wouldn't need to worry too much. Under normal circumstances, the Dark Guild wouldn't risk sending gold-rank experts into Glory City. If it's just silver-rank experts sent to find Nai, 1 or 2 gold-rank demon spiritualists would ensure Nai's safety. I don't have any grudges with the Dark Guild. Nai shook his head. During the incident in the ancient Orchid City, Nai did not see Deacon Yun Hua's face. Deacon Yun Hua probably doesn't recognize Nai. Therefore, Deacon Yun Hua has no need to take such a big risk to come over to Heavenly Mark's family to kill Nai. There's only one possibility. This attack was caused by the Sacred Family. Nai said. If there is anyone that I've offended, that would be the Sacred Family. The Sacred Family would be the only ones that have the motive to do this. Hearing Nai's words, a hint of a cold light flashed across Yang Zin's beautiful eyes. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that the Sacred Family has colluded with the Dark Guild? The Dark Guild is the enemy of Glory City, therefore, colluding with the Dark Guild is an absolutely intolerable offense. I'll have someone investigate this. If the Sacred Family is really colluding with the Dark Guild, then the City Lord will definitely not let them off easy. Yang Zin said with a resolute and decisive look. Her words carried a hint of a chill with them. Betraying the Glory City is absolutely unforgivable. This time one of them escaped. The other Dark Guild assassins addressed him as Deacon Yun Hua. I'll draw a portrait of him for you, Nai said, taking a piece of paper from the bookshelf. After a few strokes, a person's image appeared. It's exactly what Deacon Yun Hua looks like. Even his portraying skills are so skilled. Just how monstrous is this teenager? Yang Zin was secretly shocked in her heart. The skill to make this kind of portrait, without several years of practice, is impossible to achieve. A drawing can put the mind in peace, thus it has a large benefit towards cultivation. Nai spent several decades in his past life on drawing. His skills are already on a pure blue flame level. Done! Nai passed that completed portrait over to Yang Zin. Yang Zin took the drawing and lowered her head and looked at it. She could not help being surprised at how seasoned Nai is in his brush strokes. She is filled with curiosity about any other secrets that are within Nai, wondering what else she is unaware of about this teenager. When Yang Zin lowered her head through her silk clothing, 2 semi-ball-shaped bulges could be seen. Seeing that, Nai couldn't help blushing red. One has to admit that Yang Zin's body figure is really seductive. Asterisk. If it was any other men looking, they'd be afraid that they wouldn't be able to maintain their self-control. As someone who has experienced 2 lives, Nai's determination is very frightening. When Yang Zin raised her head, she saw Nai's face that seemed to get slightly hot. She suddenly thought of something and can't help finding it funny in her heart. Nai's intelligence is extraordinary. Could it be that his knowledge towards that part is also earlier than others? Does this overly mature child already have knowledge about adult things? There has always been a rumor outside saying that Yang Zin is very flirtatious and depended on her beauty to get to her position. However, the truth is not so simple. Although she likes to wear sexy clothing, she is still single, and no one had the chance to become a guest of her curtains. That is because there was no one that she can look up to. Because her status is very high, the majority of the guys that try to get on her good side all have ulterior motives. Hence, Yang Zin would rather relieve herself late at night, alone, than to let those pigs have her perfect asterisk. The truth is Yang Zin is an extremely seductive woman. Although Nai had seen how enchanting she is, she did not mind. In her view, Nai is only a half-grown child. He's a little premature, so what's the harm? Teasing Nai had a kind of excitement to the situation. Little brother, do you want a touch? Yang Zin smiled and teasingly said, looking at Nai. Hearing Yang Zin's words, Nai was slightly stunned. He was a little embarrassed and withdrew his gaze. Yang Zin is a little too daring. She actually said these kinds of words to Nai. That seductive look of hers, pairing up with such ambiguous words, a normal man would have a hard time controlling himself. Although he's only 13 years old, within that tender shell of his hides an old soul. He bitterly smiled and said, "Big sister, don't play this kind of joke with me." "Big sister isn't playing a joke on you. Just touching won't make me lose any pieces of flesh. If it's our little genius, Big sister wouldn't mind at all." Yang Xin pulled Nai Lai's hands and placed it on her chest. She found it a little funny. Such a small child has such thoughts of her. She smiled and said, "Little brother Nai Lai, how does it feel?" Nai Lai's right hand touched that amazing mound of plump and soft flesh and that slightly raised point. He was secretly shocked, thinking that this woman had really good development. Seeing Yang Xin's playful expression, Nai Lai realized that Yang Xin was purposely teasing him. This woman really thinks of him as a 13-year-old child. Seeing Yang Xin's looks, Nai Lai's brow slightly twitched. Looking down on him was an absolute mistake. In his previous life, Yizai Yun was Nai Lai's most beloved, but within the several hundred years that he lived, Nai Lai had some interaction with a few other women. It's obvious that Yang Xin's actions is meant to tease him. Nai Lai pinched Yang Xin's rich plumpness, feeling that shocking softness, and let the shape change in his hand. He then seriously said, "Big sister Yang Xin, you should try decoding purple haze grass and tiger gaze grass and consume it. That can make them more perky." Yang Xin was dumbfounded. She never thought that Nai Lai would not have a bit of embarrassment or shyness and would give it a pinch. After hearing Nai Lai's words, Yang Xin's face blushed a deep red. She never had any contact with guys before. The only reason she let Nai Lai touch her chest is because she treated Nai Lai like a 13-year-old kid and completely dropped her guard against him. In that moment, Yang Xin totally forgot Nai Lai's age and treated him as a man that was similar to her age. However, once she saw Nai Lai's serious expression, and in his tender words again, Yang Xin suddenly felt that Nai Lai was just a kid. This kind of strange feeling caused her to look absent-minded. Seeing Yang Xin's dazed expression, Nai Lai mischievously pinched on the little bump heavily, then withdrew his hand. "Ah!" Yang Xin couldn't help but to let out a blissful moan. When Nai Lai pinched her, her whole body felt as though it had an electric current going through it, causing her to quiver. Yang Xin suddenly realized that she had a messed-up appearance. Her face was flushed red, as though she was drunk. She hurriedly stood up to hide the reaction from that strange feeling in her body. Her voice slightly trembled as she said, "Little brother, you can go back to rest first. We'll talk tomorrow." "Okay. Big sister Yang Xin, sleep well," Nai Lai said childishly, revealing a childlike innocent smile, and walked out of Yang Xin's room. This woman actually treated him as a 13-year-old boy and teased him. This resulted in getting herself teased instead. Yet, Nai Lai has to admit that the feeling that lingered on his hand was not bad. As she watched Nai Lai leave, Yang Xin was trapped in a daze for a long time. Her mentality was about to go haywire. Is that kid really only 13 years old? Yang Xin crazily scratched her head. Wondering if Nai Lai purposely did that or not, her chest had a faint hint of pain. However, why is it that in her heart there is a sense of excitement and stimulation? This kind of feeling made Yang Xin feel as though her heart was being scratched by a cat. After a long time, Yang Xin let out a long sigh after she was no longer tangling herself with that question. "Let's have a bath first." The silk-white cloth fell down slowly as she walked to the bathtub. Her crystal feet slowly stepped into the wooden tub. Her flawless figure was completely submerged in the hot water. Her hands unconsciously touched her perky chest. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared within her mind. It was Nai Lai. What am I thinking? He's far too young. I'm more than a decade older than him. Yang Xin shook her head, trying to expel all the distracting thoughts away. However, Nai Lai's figure would uncontrollably appear. The spots that was touched by Nai Lai have a little warmth left by him. Yang Xin uncontrollably, as usual, moved her right hand slowly down between her legs. "Oh." A long moan in an extremely seductive voice sounded. Yang Xin laid in the tub for such a long period, the skin on her body became slightly red. Chapter 62. I Have Money. The Alchemist Association worked very quickly and dispatched a few gold-rank demon spiritualists and fighters to guard the Heavenly Marks family. This caused the guard of the Heavenly Marks family to be even heavier. Several aristocratic families around the Heavenly Marks family were depressed. The Heavenly Marks family is a tail-end existence among the aristocratic families, so why would a family like that get the attention of the Alchemist Association? They were both envious and jealous. With the care of the Alchemist Association, the Heavenly Marks family's position suddenly became incomparable to the past. Those who had a hostile relationship with the Heavenly Marks family felt uneasy. They were afraid that the Heavenly Marks family would take revenge on them. Those who are not close with the Heavenly Marks family sent representatives to befriend them. The influence of the Alchemist Association is too great. Furthermore, now that the Alchemist Association had elixirs like the Soul Concentrating Pill, Soul Tempering Pill, and various other pills, their influence has increased several-fold. Even the Snow Wind family has to rely on the Alchemist Association for their elixirs. But that doesn't mean that the Heavenly Marks family has nothing to worry about. Aside from the Sacred Family, there is also the Dark Guild that has been hiding within the shadows. Nai Lai did not dare to be careless. After he handles the matters within the family, he will continue working on his cultivation. Although he has already reached the silver rank and integrated with a demon spirit, Nai Lai still has a strong sense of urgency to cultivate. Aside from cultivating, Nai Lai is practicing the combat skills of Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, trying to get it to the pure blue fire stage. If Nai Lai runs into Deacon Yun Hua again, he probably won't be able to escape so easily. Just as soon as Nai Lai crossed his legs to begin training, Yang Xin walked in from the outside. These last few days, Yang Xin has been hesitant to talk to Nai Lai. Whenever she sees him, she would think back to the other day, causing her cheeks to be slightly flushed. Nai Lai, did your master tell you of any other elixir formulas? For example, some mind-clearing elixirs that are need to go against hallucinatory-type demon beasts, antidote elixirs for poison-type demon beast. Yang Xin sat beside Nai Lai, finally couldn't keep it any longer and asked, "If there are new elixirs, we would be able to expand our business," said Yang Xin. The previous elixirs have extremely important significance to Glory City. She originally had orders from Gu Yan to meet with Nai Lai's master. However, after waiting for several days, Nai Lai's master hasn't shown himself yet. She also does not dare to ask for anything. A hidden expert like Nai Lai's master isn't someone that is easily seen by others. This is Big Sister Yang Xin's request or President Gu Yan's. Nai Lai looked at Yang Xin and asked as he decided to tease this woman. It's President Gu Yan's request. Then forget it. President Gu Yan has no sincerity. He wants more elixir formulas, yet he does not come to ask for them personally. Nai Lai slightly closed his eyes as he said, President Gu Yan has been busy with refining the elixirs recently, so, Yang Xin said, slightly embarrassed. She suddenly figured out something, revealing a charming smile, blowing at Nai Lai's ears and said, Good little brother, you have more elixir formulas with you, right? Why don't you tell Big Sister? No matter what you want to do, I'll agree to it. TLN. Hearing Yang Xin's words, Nai Lai bitterly smiled. This devil is obviously tempting him. As he watched the amorous woman in front of him, he knew that an ordinary guy definitely couldn't resist her temptations. If he didn't share some more formulas, who knows what she might do to him. He quickly waved his hand and said, Fine, since Big Sister Yang Xin asked me for them, I'll tell Big Sister a few more elixir formulas. Nai Lai took out 3 elixir formulas, Spirit Pacifying Pill, Detoxifying Spirit Pill, and to counteract Snow Wind Demon Beasts, the Flame-type Cold Resistance Pill. TLN. Direct translate is Cold Resisting Alcohol Flame Pill, but removed alcohol because it sounds weird and more like you'll get drunk off it instead. There's even a Flame-type Cold Resistance Pill formula. Yang Xin's eyes lit up. Within the scent, ancestral mountains, most of the demon beasts are snow-wind type. Therefore, cold-resistant pills are extremely useful. It's a pity that the formulas were lost thousands of years ago. With this flame-type cold resistance pill, Glory City will have a better chance at resisting the snow-wind beasts. I only have these 3 at the moment. These elixirs are extremely effective, especially the flame-type cold resistance pill. I believe that Big Sister Yang Xin knows of its usage, Nai Lai said, looking towards Yang Xin. Truthfully, he actually knows at least 30 types of cold-resisting pill formulas, however. After he carefully researched each one, only the raw materials of the flame-type cold resistance pills can be found within Glory City. Even though some of those cold-resisting pills have a better effect, their raw materials cannot be found in Glory City. Thank you, little brother Nai Lai. You have made great contributions to Glory City. If the city lord knows of this, he will definitely present you with a nobility rank. Yang Xin said emotionally. There's no need for me to be given a nobility rank. I have no interest for such prestige. I do hope that Big Sister Yang Xin can help me keep this a secret. Nai Lai waved his hand. Yang Xin couldn't help looking at Nai Lai with surprise. She wonders how this monstrous child was raised. He's only a 13-year-old kid, but he's so calm. Even the thought of nobility rank does not shine within his eyes. Yang Xin, being totally helpless, said, Since little brother requested to keep this a secret, then we'll definitely not let it leak out. Of course, your share of profit we, the Alchemist Association, will pass to you on time. Nai Lai slightly nodded. During this period of time, he has already gotten over 1 billion demon spirit coins, all of which were stored in card form. Every demon crystal card represents 10,000 demon spirit coins, hence, it can greatly save the interspatial ring's space. If that wasn't the case, Nai Lai's interspatial ring would have been full. If you have any new elixir formulas, don't forget to tell Big Sister. Yang Xin was smiling to the point that her eyes were closed. Suddenly, she revealed a charming smile and said, Little brother really doesn't need Big Sister to do anything. No matter what little brother's request may be, Big Sister will agree to it. Yang Xin bent her body down, her 2 seductive semi-spheres leaked out. That voluptuous figure and slender legs emitted an indescribable temptation. Recently, Big Sister has been listening to your advice and mixed purple haze grass together with tiger gaze grass. Look, doesn't Big Sister's chest seem bigger? Yang Xin's eyes were as fluid silk. TLN. I have no idea why his eyes were as silk. It's how I read it and translate it. / probably have some other meaning to it. Nai Lai has to admit. Yang Xin is indeed a woman capable of charming everyone. Although he would occasionally tease Yang Xin, his heart has remained calm the whole time. Even if he isn't as powerful as his previous life at the moment, his mentality still remains strong. Nai Lai innocently blinked while looking at Yang Xin and said, What is Big Sister Yang Xin intending to do? I'm just a 13-year-old kid. I don't know anything. Seeing Nai Lai's innocent face, Yang Xin's face flushed a deep red. Even though she had thoughts of teasing him, she was defeated by his innocent look. She awkwardly said, Nothing. I'll return to the Alchemist Association first. Although her heart had an indescribable heart throb, after she thought about Nai Lai's age again, she felt guilty. What exactly am I thinking? Nai Lai's just a kid. As he watched Yang Xin's desperate figure leave, Nai Lai couldn't help finding it funny. However, he soon calmed down and continued practicing. After several hours, Nai Hai and Nai En walked in from the outside and saw that Nai Lai was still cultivating. They decided to wait until he was done. Although this behavior doesn't fit a patriarch and grand elder, they don't dare to do anything else. At this moment, Nai Lai is an important person to the Heavenly Marks family. His status is no longer any less than theirs. Nai Lai opened his eyes, however, he did not rise from his seated position. He looked towards Nai Hai and Nai En and asked, Patriarch, Grand Elder, is there something that I can do for the both of you? Oh, Nai Lai. Nai Hai laughed, not having any of his usual majestic tone, and said, Today we were looking for you to ask if you are interested in going to the treasure auction. Nai Hai received an invitation from the Hong Yu family. The Hong Yu family is a noble family. To able to receive the invitation of the Hong Yu family, of course, Nai Hai felt proud. Although the financial situation of the Heavenly Marks family is still a little in distress, since he received the invitation from the Hong Yu family, he must definitely go. The reason so to why Nai Hai called for Nai Lai is to build up good relationship with him. With the backing of the Alchemist Association, Nai Lai's position within the family isn't comparable to the past. In order to not land himself in an awkward situation, he purposely pulled Nai En with him, since Nai En's relationship with Nai Lai isn't that bad. The treasure auction. Nai Lai's brows slightly uprise and said, "Okay, I'll go too." After hearing Nai Lai's reply, Nai Hai felt relieved. He's worried that Nai Lai would have refused. "That being the case, we'll be going in my carriage," Nai Hai said, slightly smiling. "It has already been prepared." Nai Lai stood up. Since the place wasn't far, Nai Lai did not pack anything and followed Nai Hai and Nai En and boarded the carriage. The carriage slowly started with several gold-rank demon spiritualists and fighters following behind. They are there to protect Nai Lai. Nai Hai secretly thought to himself, what is Nai Lai's relationship with the Alchemist Association exactly for him to be of such high importance to the Alchemist Association? Director Yang has already returned back to the Alchemist Association. Before leaving, she specially told me that I must take care of you. It seems like your relationship with Director Yang isn't bad, Nai Hai said, lightly smiling. Nai Lai lightly threw a glance at Nai Hai, not saying anything. Nai Hai felt awkward at this moment. Nai Lai did not give him, the patriarch, any face. Nai En also felt helpless. Nai Lai belongs to his branch, and in the past he was able to freely reprimand Nai Lai. But now he's completely lost to Nai Lai's change of character, turning a little solemn. However, he didn't dare to say anything. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little awkward. "Nai Lai, if you have anything you like in the auction, you can tell me. I'll get it for you," Nai Hai said. Although the stuff at the auction isn't cheap, he's prepared to bleed heavily for once. Even if he spends a little more money, he must get one or two things for Nai Lai. After all, kids are still easy to handle. "No need. If there's anything I like, I'll buy it myself. I have the money to pay," Nai Lai said, shaking his head. In terms of wealth, the whole Heavenly Marks family combined was not richer than him. Nai En smiled and said, "The things at the treasure auction aren't simple. The cheapest piece would be worth at least few thousands demon spirit coins. The most expensive ones would be from 10,000 demon spirit coins onwards. So cheap, I'm not interested." Nai Lai lightly said. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai Hai and Nai En were slightly stunned. They bitterly smiled at each other. Seems like they haven't understood the situation correctly. Seems like Yang Xin gave Nai Lai quite a bit of money. When they thought about it again, it makes sense. Yang Xin is willing to dispatch gold-rank experts to protect Nai Lai, so she has definitely given him quite a bit of pocket money. They both thought that Nai Lai only had a good relationship with Yang Xin, hence they were sheltered by her. What they didn't know is Nai Lai's relationship with Yang Xin is an equal partnership relation. Within Nai Lai's interspatial ring is not only just simple pocket money. Chapter 63. Auction. Hong Yu Auction House. This auction house is opened by one of the noble families, the Hong Yu family. The Hong Yu family is an important existence within Glory City. The surrounding 5 aristocratic families listen to the Hong Yu family's orders, including the Heavenly Marks family. When the Heavenly Marks family was being suppressed by Sacred Family, the Hong Yu family distanced themselves from the Heavenly Marks family. However, due to the fact that the Alchemist Association has a close relationship with the Heavenly Marks family now, the Hong Yu family started to get close to the Heavenly Marks family. People were coming in and out of the auction house. As members of an aristocratic family, Nai Hai, Nai En and Nai Lai were arranged to the second level of the VIP room. Patriarchs of other aristocratic families had also joined them. Seeing several acquaintances, Nai Hai went up to greet them. Patriarch Lai Yuan, Patriarch Kai Feng, long time no see. Nai Hai slightly cupped his hands and said, Lai Yuan had the looks of a 50-60-year-old man. Although his hair and beard were a little white, his spirit was very hale and hearty. He was the patriarch of Lai Yuan family. Kai Feng, a slightly younger but had a much bigger build, was beside him. He was the patriarch of the Tian Kui family, TLN. The Yuan in Lai Yuan's name and the Yuan in the family name is different. Chinese have character of the same Hanyu Pinyin, but different character. Patriarch Nai Hai, you haven't changed a bit, said Lai Yuan and Kai Feng, also lightly cupping their hands and smiling. Ha ha, it was by the blessings of you two, Nai Hai greeted. His relationship with Lai Yuan and Kai Feng is still not bad. Even when the Heavenly Marks family was being suppressed by the Sacred Family, Lai Yuan and Kai Feng still made contacts with Nai Hai. Seeing Nai Hai, Lai Yuan and Kai Feng greeted each other. A good distance away, the Silver Tiger's patriarch, Jiang Ming, and the Tai Men family's patriarch, Lei Zhuo, both revealed angry and jealous expressions. Patriarch Nai Hai is really shining with success, Patriarch Lei Zhuo lightly said with sarcasm. The Patriarch Jiang Ming also coldly smiled and said, "Right. Before, when he was being suppressed by the Sacred Family, he begged for someone to help them, almost even shamelessly kneeling down. Now that he has the protection of the Alchemist Association, he can run around without any worry. But how long can the Heavenly Marks family be sheltered by the Alchemist Association? Who knows when the time will come when they are suppressed by the Sacred Family again? I wonder if Patriarch Nai Hai will still be so carefree like he is today." Hearing the words of Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming, Nai Hai's face slightly changed. Since the beginning, Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming's family haven't been on good terms with Heavenly Marks family. The sarcasm within their speech made Nai Hai very unhappy. Of course, he will not show weakness. He showed that he was unconcerned, smiled, and said, "Why is there such huge sour smell? It's true that the Heavenly Marks family is being sheltered by the Alchemist Association. At least we're better off than some family who is not close to their grandpa nor loved by their grandma. TLN. Not exceptionally close to any big powers / no one backing them up." Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming's face were both sullen. Truth be told, they are indeed jealous of the Heavenly Marks family, now that the current Alchemist Association is no longer compared to what it was in the past. They even heard that the Alchemist Association paid 30% more than the current market price to acquire the Heavenly Marks family's herbs. Furthermore, the Alchemist Association also gave the Heavenly Marks family quite a lot of high-graded elixirs, enough to nurture the younger generations. As for them, their herbs have no sales at all, and they can only sell it at lower price. You became henchmen of the Alchemist Association and still act so proudly. You really think that the Alchemist Association treats you like a treasure?" Lei Zhuo curled his mouth in disdain. Hearing Lei Zhuo's words, Lai Yuan and Kai Feng also spoke up. That's a poor remark from Patriarch Lei Zhuo. If the Heavenly Marks family is a henchman of the Alchemist Association, would the Alchemist Association have the need to give the Heavenly Marks family such beneficial conditions? Lai Yuan lightly smiled as he said, obviously standing on Nai Hai's side. Kai Feng also nodded his head and said, "Indeed. Obviously, the Alchemist Association had requested the Heavenly Marks family, which is why they gave the Heavenly Marks family such beneficial conditions. Even the two of our families benefited from them. Lai Yuan's Lai Yuan family and Kai Feng's Tian Kui family both sold their herbs 10% above the market price to the Heavenly Marks family. The Heavenly Marks family then resells them to the Alchemist Association. In between the two transactions, they were able to earn quite a bit. They have already become one of the bodies of interest with the Heavenly Marks family. It was considered compensation for not abandoning the Heavenly Marks family when they were in distress." Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming both coldly snorted. They couldn't figure out is why would such a big power like the Alchemist Association ask of the Heavenly Marks family. They had also sent underlings to investigate this matter, but had no results. There was a hint of hostility within the VIP room. Nai-En and Nai-Lai were both sitting by the side, sipping their tea. Since this is a fight between patriarchs, it's not related to them. Therefore, they did not say anything. Nai-En leaned closer to Nai-Lai and quietly said, "The Silver Tiger family and the Tai-Men family patriarchs have always been overbearing. When the Heavenly Marks family was being suppressed, they sent someone to buy 2 pieces of land from us at a low price. We knew that it was them that were the ones buying, however we never sold, no matter what. When the Sacred family suppressed us, these 2 families did the most to steal our business." Hearing Nai-En's words, Nai-Lai's brows slightly twitched as anger flashed across his eyes and looked at Patriarch Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming. If it's just an ordinary argument between patriarchs, he can't be bothered with it. However, since these 2 families are the henchmen of the Sacred family, Nai-Lai naturally can't let them off. The auction will soon begin. The respective patriarchs stood close to the observation area, looking far away. The auctioneer responsible for the auctioning is a beautiful lady wearing an opaque silk cloth that paired with that delicate face of hers. She was filled with endless temptation. Everyone there had to admit that the Hong Yu family is clever. With such a sexy *** lady, they could easily heat up one's mind and cause them to pay big bucks. Recently, the Heavenly Marks family had several business ventures with the Alchemist Association on various herbs. They should have earned quite a bit. With Patriarch Nai-Hai here, I'm afraid that the treasures of this auction will not have our share. The corner of Lei Zhuo's eyes glanced at Nai-Hai, laughed, and said, "True, with our wealth, how can we match up to the Heavenly Marks family?" Jiang Ming laughingly continued. Nai-Hai's expression turned gloomy. How could he not figure out the sarcasm of these 2? However, he could only swallow it. Even though they were working with the Alchemist Association recently, and the Heavenly Marks family has indeed earned quite a bit, the foundation is still very thin. They were only able to barely recover. How can it be compared to the Silver Tiger and the Tai-Men families? Lai Yuan and Kai Feng also frowned. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming were really too much. At this moment, Nai-Lai, who's sitting on the right side of Nai-Hai, opened his mouth. 2 patriarchs are flattering. The Heavenly Marks family have nothing except money. I'm afraid that the 2 patriarchs have no chance to acquire today's real treasure. Hearing Nai-Lai's words, Lei Zhuo's face went dark and he said, "Brat, who are you? Are fit to talk to us? Can you represent the Heavenly Marks family?" "Whether or not I can represent the Heavenly Marks family, you can ask Patriarch Nai-Hai." Nai-Lai lightly said, "Nai-Lai's position within the Heavenly Marks family today cannot be compared to the past anymore." Nai-Hai nodded and said, "Of course he can represent my Heavenly Marks family." "A small brat dares to boast around here. He's really not afraid of embarrassment," Lei Zhuo snorted. "The Heavenly Marks family has really degraded for you to actually spoil the younger generation to such an extent." Since Nai-Hai said that Nai-Lai can represent the Heavenly Marks family, he had nothing else to say. Chapter 64. Use it himself. Lei Zhuo turned around, too lazy to bother with Nai-Lai any longer. Arguing with a kid like Nai-Lai will only lower his status. Nai-Lai looked at Nai-Hai and Nai-En and said, "The items that I bid on, I will pay for them myself." Nai-Hai and Nai-En bitterly smiled as they looked at each other. They did not have the slightest prestige in front of Nai-Lai. They can tell that Nai-Lai does not have much respect for either of them. In the clan, when kids normally saw them, they would be scared speechless. Yet Nai-Lai has an indifferent look on his face. Truth is, in his previous life, when Nai-Lai saw Nai-Hai and Nai-En, he'd get nervous whenever he saw them. However, in this life, Nai-Lai's mentality has completely changed. No one can make him fear them and pressure anymore. Not even Yi Zai Yun's grandfather, the legend Rank Yimo. Just when Nai-Lai finished talking, the auction started. Dear honorable guests, in this auction, our Hong Yu auction house has prepared lots of treasures. Many were obtained from ruins. We hope that everyone will like them. The lady's voice spread around, as charming as a fairy song. The first auction item? It is from the ruins of Clear River Town. It's a broken jade. Upon inspection, there were remains of an extremely rich aura. The starting price is 300 demon spirit coins. When the lady's voice ended, someone already raised their plate. 350 demon spirit coins, 400 spirit coins, 500 spirit coins, 2,000 demon spirit coins. After the price was raised to 2,000, the calling stopped. After all, it's just a piece of broken jade. Although it has some soul force aura on it, it is only worth this much. An aristocratic family's yearly income is only 1,000,000 demon spirit coins. An ordinary household's expenses would already be 2,000–3,000 demon spirit coins. Therefore, 2,000 demon spirit coins for them is already a lot. With just a glance, Nai Lai could tell from the color of the jade that it's a primary dark jade. The quality is not bad if all the functions are brought out. It would worth 2–3 million demon spirit coins. Seeing that no one in the VIP room said anything, Nai Lai raised the plate. Heavenly Mark's family, 2,500 demon spirit coins. 2,500 demon spirit coins going once. 2,500 demon spirit coins going twice. 2,500 demon spirit coins going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the Heavenly Mark's family for successfully bidding on this piece of jade. Lei Zhuo looked at where Nai Lai was with a strange look and muttered, "He actually spent 2,500 on a broken piece of jade. PSH, what's the use of that?" Nai Hai and Nai En also did not understand. However, since Nai Lai is paying himself, they didn't say much. The next auction item is a mysterious interspatial ring. Everyone please have a look. The auctioneer slowly took up the ring. This interspatial ring's body is glittering and translucent, completely flawless. It's a storage ring with a space of over 200 square meters in circumference. This can be called the best storage ring created. This was brought back by a gold rank fighter from the Ningyu City ruins. Ningyu City ruins are the most dangerous and the wealthiest ruins around. The treasures from those ruins are all of high quality. Many treasures were acquired by the City Lord and are kept in the City Lord mansion. This ring's starting price is 50,000 demon spirit coins. The lady's voice sounded throughout the whole area. Finally, there is good stuff, but the price is so expensive. They actually asked for 50,000 demon spirit coins. This interspatial ring has such a large space. Selling it for 50,000 demon spirit coins is not being too exaggerating. A month's income for the Heavenly Mark's family is barely 100,000 demon spirit coins. Furthermore, it has to be used to maintain the expenses of the family. It was more than enough to make Nai Hai and Nai En flinch. Some of the wealthy families below already began bidding. 51,000 demon spirit coins, 53,000 demon spirit coins, 55,000 demon spirit coins. The bidding was getting more and more intense. Lei Zhuo smiled and said, "Is Patriarch Nai Hai not interested? Then I'll start calling." 70,000 demon spirit coins, Lei Zhuo faintly said. The whole hall immediately went silent. TLN. The reason why he faintly said, and it can sound throughout the whole hall, is probably because he integrated his soul force into his voice. A lot of Chinese wuxia/Xiangxia do that. After a long time, no one called for a higher price. Silver Tiger family bids 70,000 demon spirit coins. Is there anyone offering higher? The ladies asked with her clear voice. Although Nai Lai has several interspatial rings on him, their space was too small. They were all filled with demon crystal cards. There was not enough space for him to use for anything else. Since there is a higher grade interspatial ring, Nai Lai definitely wouldn't let it go. A ring with 200 square meters of circumference. If he missed this chance and tried to look for a bigger one in the future, it would be rather difficult to find one. 100,000 demon spirit coins? Nai Lai said, lightly raising the price. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai Hai and Nai En felt deeply shocked. Their hearts were bleeding. It's 100,000 demon spirit coins. My God, 100,000 is even more than the Heavenly Mark's family's monthly income. Nai Lai actually wants to use that amount to buy an interspatial ring. Heavenly Mark's family bids 100,000. Is there anyone willing to raise? The lady asked in a loud voice. 100,000 demon spirit coins? Lei Zhuo inhaled a cold air, a little dumbfounded. This price is already not what he can bear. That was a whole 100,000 demon spirit coins. He opened his mouth, wanting to raise the price, but he worried that it was a trap set by the Heavenly Marks family, so he did not dare to raise it anymore. 100,000 demon spirit coins going once, 100,000 demon spirit coins going twice, 100,000 demon spirit coins going thrice. Sold? The lady's hammer landed heavily. 100,000 demon spirit coins. This is the price that would make one become excited. Nai Lai glanced at Nyan and said, "Grand Elder, can you help me to collect the 2 items? I might need to use the interspatial ring later. This is 11 demon crystal cards, the remaining money you can keep." Nai Lai casually took out 11 demon crystal cards. Nyan is totally depressed. He has become the errand boy for Nai Lai, even though he is now the Grand Elder of Heavenly Marks family. However, after seeing those 11 demon crystal cards, Nyan inhaled a breath and thought to himself, forget it and endure. 11 demon crystal cards meant 110,000 demon spirit coins. Other than the 2 items, he will be left with 7,500 demon spirit coins. Just running an errand could earn 7,500 demon spirit coins. He's not losing anything. Since the Heavenly Marks family has so many people, a month's income is only 100,000 demon spirit coins. Just by running an errand, Nyan could earn 7,500 demon spirit coins. Nai Hai also wants to do it himself. Poor Nai Hai sighed. Only he knows of how serious the financial crisis of the Heavenly Marks family currently is. After deducting the cost of training the younger generations, the Heavenly Marks family is still in debt. Nai Lai is too rich. As a member of the Heavenly Marks family, he should make some contributions towards the family. However, Nai Hai did not dare to ask for anything. After all, it's all due to Nai Lai that the Alchemist Association has made connections with the Heavenly Marks family. The next item is an elixir storage jade bottle. It's made from some sort of warm jade. It can greatly maintain the herbal effects of plants and herbs. It was recovered from a sunken ship below the ancient Breeze River. Heavenly Marks family bids 60,000 demon spirit coins. Is there any other offers? 60,000 demon spirit coins going once, 60,000 demon spirit coins going twice, 60,000 demon spirit coins going thrice. Sold? Next auctioning item is a whole gold rank suit. Look at this inscription pattern. It originated from the Snow Wind Empire era. This suit once had a scarlet flame tiger demon beast's demon spirit sealed inside. It is an extinct species of the Snow Wind Empire. Therefore, this gold rank suit can already be one of a kind. Only a gold rank demon spiritualist can wear it. Starting price is 60,000 demon spirit coins. Seeing that gold rank suit, Nai Lai's eyes lit up. He raised the plate and said, 1 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. The whole hall was quiet for a long time. This guy simply doesn't give anyone any chances. Zio Lai, did you bid this for me? Thank you so much. Nai Hai nervously rubbed his hands. This is a set of gold rank suit. When one wears it, his strength could rise by 30% or more. Nai Lai threw a glance at Nai Hai and said, "Who says that this is a bid for you?" "But I'm the only gold rank demon spiritualist within the Heavenly Marks family." Nai Hai paused for a while before saying, "Aside from him, who else could wear this gold rank suit? I got it for my own use." Nai Lai said. Nai Hai opened his mouth wide. After hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai Hai's originally joyful mood suddenly turned into sorrow. Nai Hai felt just like an abandoned woman. Chapter 65. Elixir. Who knows how long will it take for Nai Lai to reach gold rank demon spiritualist? Did he just spend 1 million demon spirit coins to buy a gold rank suit for display? After thinking about it for some time, Nai Hai can't help feeling a bit crazy. However, as patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family, he doesn't have the status to publicly lower himself down to ask for it. Just 1 million demon spirit coins doesn't mean much to Nai Lai. With his current wealth at this moment, he can easily enter into the top 5 in terms of wealth. Furthermore, cooperating with the Alchemist Association allowed Nai Lai's wealth to grow a few 100 million daily. Nai doesn't even need to bat an eye when he throws out 1,000,000 demon spirit coins. If he wants to, he can even buy the whole auction house without any problem. Of course, Nai is still playing low-key. Borrowing the name of the Heavenly Marks family to buy some treasures won't lure the attention of others. However, if he wanted to buy the whole auction house, it'd be a little too high profile. At this moment, all the wealthy merchants below were busy discussing what just happened. Since when did the Heavenly Marks family become so rich? I heard that the Heavenly Marks family is being sheltered by the Alchemist Association. Moreover, the Alchemist Association is paying 30% more than the market price when buying herbs from them. They actually did such a thing. It's no wonder the Heavenly Marks family is so generous. With his frightening hearing, Nai felt extremely depressed. If the Heavenly Marks family is really so rich, then it's fine. However, the items that were brought were all paid with Nai's money. The money has nothing to do with him. Although he's the patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family, he's still a member of the Heavenly Marks family and must contribute some money to the family monthly. Most of a person's assets are considered personal. Therefore, he can't force Nai to contribute the money he has to the family. Moreover, with Nai's current position, he doesn't even dare to say anything harsh to Nai. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming were depressed. In this auction, all they saw was the Heavenly Marks family buying one treasure after another, while they were unable to get anything. Furthermore, at the rate the bids were going, they don't dare to bid themselves. If it comes back to bite them, they'll have trouble. As for Kai Feng and Lai Yuan, they would frequently look at Nai and sigh in their hearts. The Heavenly Marks family is really rich. They never thought that those items were for Nai himself, and not for the family. See how much attention I'm bringing to the Heavenly Marks family. Nai lightly smiled, secretly said to Nai. Hearing Nai's words, Nai rolled his eyes. He'd rather not have that much attention. How many items are you planning to buy? Nai looked at Nai and said, Up till now, Nai has already brought over 10 items and spent nearly 2,000,000 demon spirit coins. I'll buy anything I like, Nai said, lightly smiling. Nai's mouth was so wide from the shock, you could fit an egg in it. He's going to buy whatever you likes, that's a little too tyrannical. Yang Xin actually gave Nai so much money. The Alchemist Association is really generous. To casually give away so much money and consider it pocket change, the amount is already unimaginable for ordinary people. After waiting for a long time, there was no one adding onto the price. After shouting several times, the auctioneer finally struck the hammer. This gold rank suit also ended up going to Nai. This next item has been entrusted to us by the Alchemist Association to be auctioned. The soul-nurturing pills and the soul-concentrating pills, the auctioneer said, smiling. This time, we obtained a total of 1,000 pills of the soul-nurturing pills and 100 pills of the soul-concentrating pills. I beg to remind everyone to cherish this chance. Hearing the auctioneer's words, whether it's those merchants below or the 5 patriarch, almost everyone got heated up. It's the soul-nurturing pills and the soul-concentrating pills. After these 2 pills were released, they had invited a storm within Glory City. Many demon spiritualists, after eating the soul-nurturing pill and the soul-concentrating pill, had their cultivation soar by leaps and bounds. Some even broke through the silver rank and gold rank rather quickly. Some that had the physique unsuitable for training soul force, after consuming some soul-nurturing pills and soul-concentrating pills, had their soul force raised by a lot. Under this kind of situation, these 2 pills are extremely hard to find. Several families went all out to buy those 2 pills at all costs, because they are used to nurture the younger generation. However, the amount of these 2 pills is too little. The amount that was refined by the Alchemist Association could not satisfy a large market within Glory City. Under normal circumstances, only the major families and noble families could purchase those 2 pills at large quantities. The Hongyu auction house is at the top of 3 auction houses within the northern city of Glory City, and was only able to obtain 1,000 soul-nurturing pills and 100 soul-concentrating pills. Its demand far exceeded the supply. A light flashed across Nai Hai's eyes. The reason for this were the 2 pills. Nai Lai, these 2 pills, buy as much as you can. Nai Hai emotionally said. These 2 pills are extremely good for raising one's cultivation, especially the soul concentrating pill. It has a strong effect, even for people at Nai Hai's and Nai Ainz level. Only by raising their cultivation can the position of their family rise. Why do you want buy these? Nai Lai asked in surprise. Could it be that the Alchemist Association did not give you these 2 pills? As the contributor of the elixir formulas, Nai Lai isn't lacking in these pills. Why would the Alchemist Association give us these pills? Nai Hai turned his head around, puzzled, and asked Nai Lai. Nai Lai froze for a moment, but understood what's going on. The sales of these pills are controlled by Yang Xin. Yang Xin gave Nai Lai lots of pills, including several hundreds of thousands of soul-nurturing pills, several tens of thousands of soul-concentrating pills, and a few thousand soul-tempering pills, not to mention the Scarlet Body-enhancing pill and the 9 transformation pill. Yang Xin gave so many pills to Nai Lai but did not give any to the Heavenly Marks family. In her view, Nai Lai represented the Heavenly Marks family. Nothing, Nai Lai said, shaking his head. Since that's the case, he'll just give some to the family. After all, he's still a member of the Heavenly Marks family. The atmosphere within the auction house became extremely heated. The auctioneer on the stage saw this scene, lightly smiled, and said, In this auction, all soul-nurturing pills are sold in sets of 100, and the soul-concentrating pills are sold in sets of 10. The first set of soul-nurturing pills. The starting price is 10,000 demon spirit coins. The auction now begins. 150,000 demon spirit coins. 160,000? The price was soon raised to 200,000 demon spirit coins. Nai Hai was also very excited. His face was flushed red. He had already prepared to take out 60,000 demon spirit coins to buy a set of soul-nurturing pills and a set of soul-concentrating pills. This is already the best that the Heavenly Marks family can do with their current finances. After the price hit 200,000 demon spirit coins, Nai Hai stopped. Since there are 9 more sets, there's no need to snatch the first set. Kai Feng and Lai Yuan both looked at Nai Hai with surprise. The Heavenly Marks family just easily threw out 2 million demon spirit coins without even batting an eye. Why was it that when the fight for the elixirs began, when the bidding raised it from 10,000 to only 200,000 demon spirit coins, they had already given up? When they saw that Nai Hai has no intention of fighting for the pills, Kai Feng and Lai Yuan decided to join the fight. With the generous and rich Heavenly Marks family by their side, they felt pressure within their hearts. Since just now, all they saw was the Heavenly Marks family buying one item after another and would not give others a chance. Now they can finally join the bidding fight. No matter what, they have to buy some of the treasures. Otherwise, coming here would be a waste. Chapter 66. Dumbfounded. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming also joined the fight. 4 families were fighting furiously for those pills. They only stopped when the price was raised to 320,000 demon spirit coins. Nai Lai, this is the precious soul-nurturing pill you're not going to buy. Nai Hai, rubbing his hands, eagerly looked at Nai Lai and asked, Better for Nai Lai to buy these than to let it be taken away by other families. Not interested. I've already brought so many things. I have to give others a chance. Otherwise, just one man bidding alone is not fun. Nai Lai lightly said. Nai Hai didn't know whether to smile or laugh. The soul-nurturing pill is an absolutely good thing to have when nurturing younger generations. He suddenly thought of something. Since these pills were provided by the Alchemist Association, and Yang Xin's relationship with Nai Lai was so good, it wouldn't make sense if Yang Xin did not give Nai Lai some pills. No wonder Nai Lai wasn't interested with these pills. Nai Lai, did Director Yang gave you some pills? Nai Hai asked in a low voice. She did. I asked Big Sister Yang Xin for it. Patriarch isn't thinking of taking them away, right? If that's the case, I'll tell Big Sister Yang Xin. Nai Lai blinked his eyes and childishly said. His eyes flashed a hint of a playful smile. Although he has decided to contribute a portion of the pills to the family, occasionally joking with the patriarch is still fun. How could I? Nai Hai is simply wanted to cry. If Nai Lai were to report to Director Yang, the Heavenly Marks family and Alchemist Association's cooperation would fall. What I mean is, since Director Yang gave you some pills, you have to safely keep them. Don't let them get stolen. Oh, I misunderstood the Patriarch. Thanks, Patriarch, for your reminder, Nai Lai said, nodding his head. Nai Hai bitterly smiled and turned his head. Kids, nowadays, are too difficult to handle. It's hard to even get some benefits from Nai Lai. Within Nai Hai's heart, he accumulated a pool of grief. The competition for the first set of soul-nurturing pills was brought to an end by Lei Zhuo at the price of 320,000. Soon after that, it was the second set, third set, fourth set, fifth set. Nai Hai wanted to compete for it every time, however. The price was over 300,000 demon spirit coins every time. Nai Hai was extremely depressed. If he bought a set of soul-nurturing pills, he wouldn't have enough money for the soul-concentrating pills. He can only watch as the other patriarchs competed and secretly cried within his heart. This gang of patriarchs is too much, Nai Hai indignantly thinking in his heart. The foundation of the Heavenly Marks family is too thin. The cooperation with the Alchemist Association had just started. They have been paying debts for so long and had managed to clear them only recently. How can they be compared to the Silver Tiger and Tai Men family? These two family foundations were rather thick. Seeing these guys compete for the elixirs, Nai Lai was speechless. This business of elixirs is still really profitable? Nai Lai did not join in because he will get 30% of the money after the auction fees were deducted. Although he can join in to raise the price, but this was a small amount of money compared to Nai Lai's hundreds of millions of coins. Seeing one set after another being snatched away by others, and not having any share to his own, one can imagine how depressed Nai Hai is. After the fifth set of soul-nurturing pills were auctioned off, the intense competition had died down a little, even though the price did not fall below 300 demon spirit coins. Patriarch Nai Hai, are you not interested in the soul-nurturing pills, since your bidding wasn't fierce? Kai Feng curiously asked. Nai Hai was unable to speak his difficulties. He wanted to say that the truth is he's broke. However, would they believe that, earlier on, it was Nai Lai that was spending big bucks, not him, Lai Yuan said. Patriarch Nai Hai's relationship with the Alchemist Association is so close. Definitely able to buy some elixirs at a low price. If there is really low-price elixirs, Patriarch Nai Hai mustn't forget about us. As long as the price is below 300 demon spirit coins, we want all you have. Okay, Nai Hai reluctantly replied. Even if he denies it, Kai Feng and Lai Yuan probably wouldn't believe him. He can only helplessly look at Nai Lai. Seeing Nai Hai's depressed gaze, Nai Lai blinked his eyes with a look of innocence. Nai Lai still wants to mess around with this smelly old man who asks him to always have a stern face in his previous life. The last set of soul-nurturing pills were sold. Lei Zhuo got 3 sets, Jiang Ming got 2 sets, Lai Yuan and Kai Feng both got 1 set. The rest were bid away by merchants. Next up is the soul-concentrating pills. Hearing the 3 words, soul-concentrating pills, the whole atmosphere within the auction house was, once again, heated up. One must know that the soul-concentrating pill has an even stronger effect for silver rank and gold rank demon spiritualists, especially those who were stuck in the bottleneck for a long time. One soul-concentrating pill has a high chance of creating a gold rank demon spiritualist. Could even help a gold rank into breaking through the bottleneck, into black gold rank. 350,000 demon spirit coins is the starting price, the lady auctioneer announced. 360,000 demon spirit coins. 390,000 demon spirit coins. Very soon, the bids reached over 500,000, and the bidding was still proceeding. Seeing the bids soon reaching 600,000 demon spirit coins, Nai Hai was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he would be able to purchase a set of soul-concentrating pills, but who knew that he can't even buy a set? If he knew that this would happen earlier on, he would have bought a set of soul-nurturing pills instead. Could it be that he'll go back empty-handed? Nai is completely depressed. This group of people were too crazy. 10 pills actually hit such a high price. Is there any justice to it? This is simply too big of a profit for the Alchemist Association, Nai felt indignant. Who let his Heavenly Marks family become the worst among the aristocratic families. Previously, they had to depend on selling territory to pay back their debts, and now 600,000 demon spirit coins was their maximum. 650,000. One set of soul-concentrating pills can actually be sold for the price of 650,000. Nai and Nai looked at each other bitterly smiling. They became even more depressed as they looked at Lei Zuo putting a set of soul-concentrating pills into one of his pockets. Nai. Elder Nai couldn't hold it back anymore and said to Nai, "Can you help us get a set of soul-concentrating pills? Consider it a loan from you. We'll return the money back to you in the future." Nai casually threw out 2 million demon spirit coins without batting an eye. Just 600,000 demon spirit coins shouldn't be a problem for him. Since Nai spoke, Nai decided to give him some face. Although Nai is the patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family, he wasn't close with Nai in his previous life. However, Nai isn't the same. Before Glory City was destroyed, Nai gave Nai's families a lot of protection. Therefore, Nai still has respect for Nai. Since Grand Elder spoke, this matter isn't a problem. However, there's no need to bid for the soul-concentrating pills. Nai moved his right hand and retrieved several large porcelain bottles from his interspatial ring. He shoved them over to Nai and said, "In these bottles are 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and 100 soul-tempering pills. Consider them a gift to you, Grand Elder." Holding onto those large porcelain bottles, Nai's gaze was dumbfounded. His voice was trembling. "F5 TTH 1000, 5,000 SS Soul NN Nurturing Pills, SS6 H100, Soul C Concentrating Pills, A and even S Soul T Tempering Pills." Nai was completely speechless. So was Nai. In this auction, several families fought so fiercely for those few soul-nurturing pills and soul-concentrating pills. And, yet, Nai just casually took out 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and even the soul-tempering pill that was nowhere found in the market. My God. Am I dreaming? Nai was lost in a dumbfounded state. Chapter 67. Competing Auction. After receiving the bottles from Nai went ahead and opened one of the bottles. He soon realized that it was filled with a mixture of soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentrating pills, and soul-tempering pills. Whether it's the soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentrating pills, or the soul-tempering pills, every one of them were small in size. They were, indeed, the genuine pills. He can see that there is actually soul-tempering pills in this bottle, and 100 of it at that too. One must know that the effects of the soul-tempering pill is stronger than the soul-concentrating pills by at least 10-fold. Aside from the major families who are able to enjoy this level of elixirs, it's impossible to find any in the market. Glory City's Snow Wind Auction House once auctioned a few soul-tempering pills. One of the pills was sold for a sky-high price of 1,500,000. 100 of those would mean over 1 billion demon spirit coins. Thinking of this number, Nai was about to faint. No matter how rich you are, aside from having some special methods, it's extremely difficult to get any soul-tempering pills from the market. These pills are expensive because they were just released. In fact, the Alchemist Association has many of them stored up, so the price will slowly drop in the future. This amount of pills isn't considered much. To contribute to the family is our obligation, Nai said righteously. Hearing Nai's words, Nai was beyond depressed. Earlier, when he asked Nai did not have any hints of intention to give away his elixirs. He even said that if Nai wanted to get elixirs from him, he'll tell Director Yang. He didn't have the slightest intention of contributing to the family. But when Nai asked, Nai Lai casually gave out so many elixirs. This caused Nai Hai to feel useless as a patriarch. Nai Lai just casually gave out 5,000 soul nurturing pills, 600 soul concentrating pills, and 100 soul tempering pills. Nai Hai's heart was trembling just thinking about it. This many elixirs would be able to help the Heavenly Marks family for a long time. Grand Elder, keep them well. When we return, give them to the people of our branch to use. Nai Lai reminded Nai En. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai En returned from his shock and quickly placed these elixirs into his interspatial ring. He looked around a little worried. When they spoke, they controlled their voices so they would not be overheard. Therefore, the 4 other patriarchs did not hear what they talked about. Knowing that he wasn't noticed by anyone, Nai En felt relieved. When he thought about those elixirs within his interspatial ring, Nai En felt blissful. With so many elixirs, it's more than enough to get his branch to rise a level. Within the Heavenly Marks family, there is a total of 8 branches. In normal cases, there is minor conflicts between branches, therefore, Nai En's action is not that impartial. Nai Lai, Grand Elder Nai En, this is not right. The whole Heavenly Marks family is our family. How can we be selfish and not care about the other branches? Nai Hai hurriedly said. Seeing Nai Lai and Nai En's intentions, they do not intend on giving the other branches those elixirs. Nai Lai and Nai En glanced at each other. Nai Lai then looked at Nai Hai, puzzled, and said, "These elixirs are mine. I give them to who I want. Is that still wrong? Is our branch not a part of the Heavenly Marks family? Members of our branch grow stronger in strength. This also means that the strength of Heavenly Marks family grows. How can this be compared? Only by splitting the elixirs among the families can we have the biggest effect." Nai Hai hurriedly said, "With so many elixirs, you have to somehow give some to the other branches." Among the elders within the Heavenly Marks family, Nai En's position was at the very bottom. However, when Nai Lai returned, he became the enforcement elder of the family. Nai En has always treated people well, but was a little timid. Therefore, he would very less fight for interests for the members of his own branch. However, today, with so many elixirs in his possession, he can finally have the courage to stand up. These elixirs are more than enough to determine the future of the whole family. Patriarch Nai Hai, these were given to me by Nai Lai. Whoever Nai Lai wants to give to, I have no control over it," Nai En respectfully said, throwing back the ball to Nai Lai. Now that Nai Lai has the backing of Yang Xin, he cannot be bothered about Nai Hai. "You two!" Nai Hai was madly depressed. These two were colluding together. Nai Lai is not prepared to fall out with Nai Hai. As for other branches, of course he still has to take care of them a little. With so many elixirs, his own branch couldn't use them all in a short amount of time, not to mention that he'll be getting more in the future. Therefore, he was not bothered about this. Grand Elder will contribute 2/5 of the elixirs to the family then. Nai Lai looked at Nai En and said. "En, okay?" Nai En said, nodding his head. He is also not someone who doesn't think about the interest of others. 3/5? Nai Hai argued. "Only 2/5. If Patriarch Nai Hai doesn't want it, then forget it." Nai Lai shook his head, strongly said. With so many elixirs, just taking out 2/5 alone would be more than enough for the Heavenly Marks family to use for quite a while. "How about this? We'll contribute half to the family," Nai En said, smoothing things out. Grand Elder is really thoughtful. Nai Hai is grateful. Nai Hai cupped his hands, seriously said, "To be able to get half is already very good. After all, the amount of those elixirs far surpasses his imagination." "Patriarch Nai Hai means that I'm not thoughtful?" Nai Lai's brow slightly twitched. "I didn't mean it that way." Xiao Lai has misunderstood. I apologize to Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai is able to contribute so many elixirs to the family. This proves that Xiao Lai is caring for the family. Nai Hai was scared and immediately apologized. If Nai Lai gets angry and takes back the elixirs, he can only cry. Unknowingly, Nai Lai already has complete control. The title of Patriarch, for Nai Lai to say, is completely useless. If Nai Lai is angry, Nai Hai has to carefully apologize. Although he felt depressed, he didn't dare to say anything else. However, after thinking about those elixirs, Nai Hai has no more grievances. So many elixirs are more than enough for causing big changes within the Heavenly Marks family. Therefore, no matter how much grievance he felt, it's all worth it. Nai Lai snorted and turned his head. Seeing his scene, Nai En finds it funny. In the past, when Nai Lai saw the elders within the clan, he would be terrified out of his life, not to mention Nai Hai. However, now the situation has turned around. In front of Nai Lai, Nai Hai doesn't even dare to talk loudly. He does not even have his majestic patriarch aura. The auctioning of the 10 sets of soul-concentrating pills had also finished. They were bought by several families and merchants. Those who managed to get their hands on a set of elixirs were so full of joy it was written on their faces. At this moment, Nai Hai and Nai En had a sense of being able to prevail against everyone there. Competing so intensely like this, just for 100 soul-concentrating pills. The whole Hong Yu auction house only managed to obtain a quota of 1,000 soul-nurturing pills and 100 soul-concentrating pills. If they were to change the pills into money, it would have been an unimaginable amount, not to mention the shockingly effectiveness of the soul-tempering pill. While feeling extremely excited, almost as though he's still dreaming, Nai En unconsciously clutched his interspatial ring. It's the first time that his interspatial ring had such a huge amount of fortune. He couldn't help feeling uneasiness within his heart as he began to fear of theft. Although putting them in the interspatial ring is still extremely safe, he's still paranoid. Nai Hai was beside Nai En like a guard. If there was someone that dared to snatch their elixirs, he'd go all out and fight them. Chapter 68, Unrivaled Treasure. The elixirs that Nai Lai casually gave off were comparable to the wealth of a noble family. Nai Lai had provided so many elixir formulas to the Alchemist Association. Therefore, in terms of elixirs, the Alchemist Association will definitely do their best in providing Nai Lai with everything he will need. The amount that they provided to Nai Lai can be comparable to 1/5 of Alchemist Association's total elixir amount. It can be said that other than the Alchemist Association, Nai Lai has the most amount of elixirs on hand. Aside from soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentrating pills, and soul-tempering pills, I still have the Scarlet Body-enhancing pills and the 9 transformation pills. Nai Lai purposely paused his words. Nai Lai even has the rumored Scarlet Body-enhancing pills and the 9 transformation pills. Nai Hai and Nai En's gazes were burning with awe. As for these 2 precious pills, Patriarch, you can't possibly expect me to freely contribute them to the family, right? The meaning within Nai Lai's words meant that if Nai Hai wanted those 2 pills from his hands, he'll have to put up a good performance and give some favorable conditions in exchange. Of course. The personal assets of the clan members are protected by the family. Nai Hai hurriedly said. He was a little distressed, wondering what he can give to Nai Lai in exchange. Nai En suddenly thought of something and said, "That's right. Patriarch, our family has been passed down for a long time. We should have some treasures that have been passed down since ancient times. Since Xiao Lai has been accepted into the genius class by Holy Orchid Institute as a form of reward, shouldn't we let Xiao Lai into our treasury and chose an item? The Heavenly Marks family's treasury." Nai Lai's heart slightly trembled. In his previous life, he never entered the Heavenly Marks family treasury. As descendants of one of the 10 lords of the Snow Wind Empire, they were a family that has been passed down for a long time. There should be some good items within the Heavenly Marks family's treasury. Much of the treasure that has been passed down since ancient times would be useless to Nai Hai and Bunch, since they might not know of their uses. However, it's a different case for Nai Lai. He has identified countless amounts of treasures in the past. Generally, the good items wouldn't be able to escape Nai Lai's eyes. Grand Elder Nai En, you can take this Scarlet Body-enhancing pill. Consume it when you get back. It has a great effect towards strengthening a fighter's physical body. Nai Lai passed 1 Scarlet Body-enhancing pill over to Nai En and said, "Thank you, Xiao Lai." Nai En, at this moment, was a little emotional. The price of the Scarlet Body-enhancing pills were raised wildly like a fierce fire. Rumor has it that the price of one scarlet body enhancing pill is above 1 million demon spirit coins. At this moment, Nai Hai's eyes were a little red. The scarlet body enhancing pill is not only useful for fighters, it also has a great effect towards demon spiritualists. Zia Lai, the Heavenly Marks family is your family, and therefore, the treasury of the Heavenly Marks family is also your treasury. If there is anything you like in there, you can take all you want. Nai Hai immediately cooperated with Nai En and said, the items that were left in the treasury were items that they could not use. He even wished for Nai Lai to go in and take even more of the items from within the treasury. Those elixirs that Nai Lai gave to the family was already worth more than the entire Heavenly Marks family. I'm surprised that Patriarch is so generous. It seems that I have misunderstood Patriarch all along. This is one scarlet body enhancing pill, my gift to the Patriarch. After I go to the treasury and have my pick, I'll contribute 100 scarlet body enhancing pills and 109 transformation pills to the family. Nai Lai lightly said, since he has so many elixirs on hand, giving a little out isn't much. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai Hai's eyes lit up and couldn't wait to go back. The auction is still ongoing. The auctioning of the elixirs has already ended. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming threw a glance towards Nai Hai's direction. Nai Hai must be pretending to be rich. After spending 2 million demon spirit coins, he bought a lot of item and was now left with no money to bid with for the elixirs. Lei Zhuo chuckled. Jiang Ming supported. Although the gold rank suit is useful, only one person can use it, not to mention that it can only be used in battle. It's not as practical as buying elixirs. Nai Hai probably regrets it to the point that his intestines have turned green. What they didn't know is that Nai Hai got a lot of elixirs from Nai Lai. How could he still be interested in those elixirs that were in the auction? Just when they were talking, Nai Lai began bidding like crazy. He continuously bought items worth over 500,000–600,000 demon spirit coins. As long as he is a little interested in the item, he'll bid. Since he has so much money to the point that he can't spend it all, having so many demon crystal cards in the interspatial ring will just eat up space. Why not change them into items which are more practical? So it wasn't that the Heavenly Marks family ran out of money, they were simply not interested in the elixirs. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming both felt their faces burning. Damn, since when did the Heavenly Marks family become so rich? At this moment, they both felt extremely depressed. After half an hour of auctioning, Nai Lai bought over a dozen items. However, there hasn't been an item that would make Nai Lai excited. This caused him to feel a little bored. At this moment, the auctioneer lady suddenly raised her voice, speaking as though she was holding an extremely dark secret. This round's auction will soon come to an end. However, we will immediately have an unrivaled treasure auction starting soon. Just when the auctioneer's voice fell, over 20 people entered the auction house. They were guided by some beautiful ladies towards the staircase and onwards to the 3rd floor of the auction hall. The whole hall started a commotion. I know that person. It's an elder of the Feng Ming family of the noble family. That's an elder from the winged dragon family. That's an elder from the sacred family. Why would they be here? I heard that the Hong Yu family obtained an unrivaled treasure from the depths of the dark ruins, and, therefore, hosted this auction. They also invited representatives from the 3 major families and the 6 noble families to join this auction. Those items that were being auctioned earlier on could not grab the interest of these superpowers. After all, they can get these items from another auction. The only reason that they are here is for that so-called unrivaled treasure by the Hong Yu family, found from the depths of the dark ruins. My God, they actually dared to enter the dark ruins? Dark ruins. Nai Lai recalled that place. In his previous life, he did not enter into that place. He only heard about it from other people. The dark ruins is a place comparable to a nightmare. Only black gold rank experts and above dared to enter that place. After all, there was a large amount of horrifying demon beasts that accumulated there. It's rumored that before the Age of Darkness, a legend rank demon spiritualist lived there. That demon spiritualist integrated with an extremely horrifying demon spirit. After his death, that place was occupied by nightmare demon spirits. Nightmare demon spirits are an extremely mysterious and terrifying type of demon spirits. They had many mysterious powers that even Nai Lai knows partially about. Furthermore, the nightmare demon spirits are one of the most difficult demon spirits to capture. No one was sure what item the Hong Yu family obtained from the dark ruins. Nai Lai started feeling anticipation for it. Wondering what item will the Hong Yu family auction. Representatives from the 3 major families and the 6 noble families began taking their seats respectively. The whole atmosphere within the auction house froze. Everyone was looking forward to what the Hong Yu family will bring out. Chapter 69. Sky-high price. People from the 3 major families and the 6 noble families are here. There's even a representative of the Alchemist Association and 10 Merchant Guild representatives. We'll definitely not have chance to get that item. Even if we don't get a chance to get it, seeing such a big event isn't that bad. Everyone within the auction hall was busy with their discussions. Please be quiet for a moment, the auctioneer lady lightly smiled and said, we will soon present that unrivaled treasure for everyone. At this moment, the auction hall went silent immediately. 2 beautiful ladies were carrying a tray as they walked up to the stage. Something was on the tray. Whatever it was covered by a piece of purple cloth. Only the rough outline of the item could be seen. What exactly is that thing? Cliffhanger? At this moment, the auctioneer had a charming smile on her face. Her right hand lightly pulled, removing the purple cloth. In that moment, a gem light had spread out in all directions. A black jade pot made from unknown material appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The pot was sparkling and translucent, with gem-like shine on it. A rich soul aura was spreading around. Looking at this black jade pot, Nai Lai could not contain his excitement. He never thought that such a thing would actually appear here. This item is indeed an unrivaled treasure. Its usage cannot be measured by money. How did this item come along and what are its uses? Our patriarch is not sure. However, there is one thing that can be confirmed. This pot emits an aura that strengthens demon spirits. That alone proves that this item is not ordinary. Down below, on the base, the words, Nightmare is carved. It probably has something to do with the nightmare demon spirits. TLN. Nightmare in Chinese is 2-word, the auctioneer lady continued. Furthermore, according to our patriarch, if one trains a demon spirit around it, it can greatly strengthen the aura of the demon spirit. Therefore, it can be confirmed that this is an absolutely unrivaled treasure. Our patriarch hopes that there will be someone who is able to unleash its usage. The starting price for this item is 8 million demon spirit coins. The Hong Yu family's patriarch doesn't know of its usage. Therefore, the starting bid began at such low price. If he knew about this black jade pot's uses, he probably wouldn't want to sell it. Just its effect of strengthening a demon spirit's aura by training around it would be worth quite a bit, not to mention that there is still some unknown uses to it. After the respective representatives from the respective families felt the rich soul force aura, they couldn't help being moved by it, having great interest for it. What exactly is this black jade pot? Don't know, but you can be sure that this is absolutely not that simple. How rare, I really want to study it. Who knows, it might have some special uses. Looking at the black jade pot, Nai Lai fell deep within his thoughts. This black jade pot should be the legendary treasure, Nightmare Demon Pot. The heritage of this pot goes back to the Snow Wind Empire era. It's said that it was found in an ancient tribe. Even Nai Lai only knows one of its uses. One of the uses for the Nightmare Demon Pot is to refine demon spirits. The rough idea of the process is, one puts in 10 different kinds of demon spirits into the Nightmare Demon Pot. After a while, there would be a chance of a more powered demon spirit being refined with its confines. If one's lucky, there's a possibility for a rare demon spirit. If one's unlucky, all the demon spirits will be destroyed. The possibility of failure is rather small, and the possibility of refining rare demon spirits out is also very small. Most of the time, The nightmare demon pot could refine out a more powerful demon spirit. Just this usage alone is more than enough to make countless people crazy over it. After all, the majority of demon spiritualists can only integrate with one demon spirit. Therefore, they'll definitely wish for the demon spirit to be as strong as possible. Using weaker demon spirits to merge into a stronger demon spirit. That's the usage of the nightmare demon pot. There probably isn't anyone here that knows of the usage of the nightmare demon pot. Thinking about how powerful the nightmare demon pot is, Nai Lai immediately decided that he has to buy this, no matter how much he has to spend. Very soon, a few families began bidding. 10 million demon spirit coins, 12 million demon spirit coins, 15 million demon spirit coins. Very soon, the price was raised to 20 million demon spirit coins. This price was enough to cause everyone in the auction hall to be shocked. 30 million demon spirit coins. The sacred family suddenly started bidding. 35 million demon spirit coins. The Alchemist Association also started bidding. Nai Lai looked towards the third floor. The one bidding is actually Yang Xin. After thinking a while, Nai Lai said to Nyan, "Grand Elder, Director Yang seems to be in the third floor. Go and meet with her and tell her that I want this black jade pot. Let her help me bid for it. I'll return the money to Alchemist Association after that." Hearing Nai Lai's words, before Nyan can even reply, Nai Hai said, "I'll go." Nyan has so many elixirs in his interspatial ring, he don't dare to have Nyan go. A powerful patriarch can only be an errand boy now, but he's willing to do it. Nai Hai went to look for Yang Xin. The Sacred Family and the Alchemist Association competed non-stop for it. The Sacred Family gave up after the Alchemist Association raised it up to 50 million demon spirit coins. In terms of wealth, even if it's one of the three major families, they probably can't compete with the Alchemist Association. 50 million demon spirit coins. The Alchemist Association is really rich, of course. All of the recent elixirs by the Alchemist Association were sold like hot cakes. Their daily profit can probably be calculated in billions. After a while, Nai Hai returned. He nodded towards Nai Lai and said, "Director Yang agreed." Yang Xin definitely won't reject Nai Lai's request. After all, Yang Xin still has many things to request of Nai Lai. Spending this much money for the Alchemist Association to say is nothing more than one fur out of the 9 ox. What Nai Lai has brought to the Alchemist Association cannot be measured with money. After the price went to 50 million demon spirit coins, most of the families gave up competing. Furthermore, many of the families still have to purchase elixirs from the Alchemist Association. Therefore, they still have to give the Alchemist Association face. Although they are interested in the black jade pot, they did not compete for it. At this moment, a man wearing a gray robe suddenly started bidding. 55 million demon spirit coins. Who is he, for him to actually start bidding? Everyone within the auction hall had their gazes on the gray-robed, mysterious man. Generally, families do not need to pay a deposit for the auction. However, before ordinary people begin to bid, they have to pay a deposit. This mysterious man actually bid 55 million, which means that he paid the deposit of more than 55 million. This black jade pot actually had its price raised to such a frightening degree, so much wealth. This can actually be comparable to all of the aristocratic family's whole worth. At this moment, Yang Xin, whom is sitting at the third floor, had her brows slightly wrinkled. These last few days, she has been in the northern branch of Glory City, and only came because she was invited by the Hong Yu family. She never thought the Nai Lai would be here. She originally had an interest for this black jade pot, because she thought that it'd be used for elixirs and therefore started to bid, intending to study it. She never thought that Nai Lai would also be interested in it. Since it's something that Nai Lai wants, the Alchemist Association has to buy it for Nai Lai at all costs. However, when the price went to 55 million demon spirit coins, the price was a little out of her expectations. She was wondering if it's worth it to pay 55 million demon spirit coins for this black jade pot whose usage is unknown. Chapter 70. Competing. 60 million demon spirit coins. Yang Xin decided to continue bidding, although she felt a little nervous. But because Nai Lai's message was that, no matter how much it costs, she had to get that jade pot as Nai Lai will pay for it. 60 million demon spirit coins. Was it really worth this amount? What exactly is this jade pot? Could it be that Nai Lai knows the jade pot's usage? Nai Lai looked at that mysterious fellow below. He wondered who he was. The mysterious figure is actually trying to snatch this item from her. 65 million demon spirit coins. The mysterious man hesitated, but he still continued to bid. 70 million demon spirit coins. Yang Xin bid even higher. The price continued to climb upwards. Nai Hai and Nai En were dumbfounded. They knew that this item is wanted by Nai Lai, however, this price is a way too shocking. Nai Lai seems to be much richer than they had imagined. Just how much money did the Alchemist Association give to Nai Lai? Why did the Alchemist Association give Nai Lai so much money? This remains a large question in their hearts. Nai Lai frowned as he looked at the mysterious man below. Nai Lai wondered exactly where this man is from and who he is for him to actually compete with the Alchemy Association. Nai Lai thought, did the Hong Yu auction house get someone to raise the price? They shouldn't dare. If they did do that and word got out, the Hong Yu auction house's reputation would be ruined. The Alchemist Association also wouldn't let them off. They definitely wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Furthermore, with this amount of money being bid, if the Alchemist Association suddenly stops bidding, they'll be smashing their own hands. Could this person be from the Dark Guild? Aside from the few super-rich families and merchants, only the Dark Guild would have the wealth to compete. The Dark Guild goes around kidnapping people from various families, then ransom the families for money, not to mention robbing and much worse acts. Nai Lai went silent for a moment, then said, "Patriarch, I have to trouble you to pass this message over to Director Yang. My words are still the same, no matter what the price is, you have to get that black jade pot at all costs. After the auction, send someone to follow that mysterious person. The person dispatched to follow the man must be at least of gold rank. Better yet if the man dispatched were black gold rank, but absolutely cannot let him find out he's being tailed." Nai Hai's eyebrows twitched and he nodded. Okay. He also noticed that this matter is not simple. A person of unknown background actually has such a strong financial background to compete with the Alchemist Association. At this moment, every major power started to take note of the mysterious man. 100 million demon spirit coins. When Alchemist Association called out this price, various experts from various forces were dumbfounded. They were extremely curious. Could it be that the Alchemist Association knows of the jade pot's usage and therefore called out such a price? Or is the Alchemist Association is too rich and has nothing else to spend on? 100 million demon spirit coins. This is too merciless. 110 million demon spirit coins. The mysterious man below hesitated for quite a long while. Just when the auctioneer lady was about to hit the hammer, he placed a bid once again. 120 million demon spirit coins. Yang Xin quickly raised the price again. The mysterious person finally understood Yang Xin's determination in buying and no longer bid anymore. Furthermore, his deposit is already not enough. The people below the stage were all excited. They were able to see such an intense bidding competition within their lifetimes. This really is a big experience. Everyone was wondering what exactly is this black jade pot. To actually going at the sky-high price of 120 million demon spirit coins. This kind of horrifying price is something only the Alchemist Association could afford. As for this black jade pot, it caused a strong curiosity within everyone. The auction finally ended. Everyone slowly dispersed, and Nai Lai and Bunch also went to collect the items that they bought. At a secret room of the auction house, Nai Lai met with Yang Xin. Yang Xin held onto the black jade pot, smiled as she looked at Nai Lai and asked, "Little brother, do you perhaps know the uses of this thing?" In order to buy this black jade pot, she had spent a total of 120 demon spirit coins. Such a price, for even the Alchemist Association to say isn't a small amount. Although the Alchemist Association is extremely rich, they still haven't reached the point that they can freely spend to this degree. I also don't know the uses of this thing. Nai Lai smiled as he said. He stretched out his hands, pretending not to know. Big sister doesn't believe you. You spent so much money just to buy an item that you don't even know if its usage. Yang Xin hugged her chest. The plump in front of her chest became more attractive due to the pressure. She was smiling, yet not smiling, as she looked at Nai Lai. If you don't say what it does, Big Sister will bring this black jade pot back to study? Just because I don't know what uses it has, which is exactly why I bought it. With such a pure aura coming from it, it's definitely not an ordinary item. My master might know of its uses. Nai Lai once again dragged his non-existence master out. Nai Lai laughed and said, "Since it's only this tiny amount of money, it can't be considered much." Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yang Xin's face immediately had a hint of respect in it and said, "Since you bought it for your master, then quickly keep it and store it properly." Nai Lai's master is a grandmaster-level alchemist, therefore Yang Xin did not dare to be rash. There should be 120 million demon spirit coins in this interspatial ring. Nai Lai took out an interspatial ring and said. Yang Xin shook her head, pushed the interspatial ring back, and charmingly chuckled. "Consider this item a gift from the Alchemist Association to your master." Because Nai Lai's master provided the several elixir formulas, the Alchemist Association was able to earn God knows how much money. Most importantly, it has raised the strength of Glory City by quite a lot. The Alchemist Association is still thinking of how to curry favor with Nai Lai's master. Giving this as a gift is an extremely good chance. How can they miss it? If Nai Lai's master is happy and provides 1 or 2 more elixir formulas, this gift would be worth it. Nai Lai was silent for a moment, calmly took the nightmare demon pot over, lightly smiled and said, "Then, thanks, Big Sister Yang Xin, I'll definitely tell Master. Then I'll have to thank little brother for that." Yang Xin lightly smiled and said. She seemed to have thought of something and asked, "You got me to send someone to follow that bidding person. Have you realized something?" Even if Nai Lai didn't ask, she would have sent someone to follow him. If she finds out that that person is from the Hong Yu family, then the Hong Yu family will suffer. I suspect that it's someone from Dark Guild. Nai Lai thought a while and said, "However, it's just my wild speculation. No matter who it is, for someone to actually compete for the Nightmare Demon pot at such a frightening price. Could it be that aside from himself, there is someone that knows of the uses of the Nightmare Demon pot? Someone from the Dark Guild?" Yang Xin slightly narrowed her eyes. "If I find out that he's from the Dark Guild, he can give up on leaving Glory City. I have already sent a black gold rank demon spiritualist to follow after him. Big Sister Yang Xin, it would be best if you don't arouse his suspicions. Even if we are able to capture, then we must capture him alive," Nai Lai said. "There might be a chance if they are able to find evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild." Chapter 71, Have its brilliant uses, I know. Yang Xin nodded, lightly smiled, and said, "Then I'll go back first," Nai Lai said. He bid farewell to Yang Xin and left from the back door. The price of the Nightmare Demon pot reached to a shocking price of 120 million demon spirit coins. Such thing would definitely cause people to be interested in it. With Nai Lai's current strength, if he's being targeted by someone, he definitely doesn't have the strength to protect this treasure. But fortunately, others don't know that this Nightmare Demon pot has landed in Nai Lai's hands. Everyone thought that Yang Xin had it, and ordinary people wouldn't think about stealing it from Yang Xin. After all, Yang Xin's current position is extremely powerful within Glory City. Nai Lai quietly left together with Nai Hai and Nai En. They entered the carriage and headed back towards the Heavenly Marks family. This matter about the Nightmare Demon pot must not be told to anyone. Nai Lai looked at Nai Hai, Nai En, and said, "Definitely." Nai Hai and Nai En hurriedly nodded. They knew of the importance regarding this matter. If others were to know that the Nightmare Demon pot is with Nai Lai, it'll bring unnecessarily trouble to the Heavenly Marks family. From this moment onwards, Nai Lai's interest represented the interests of the whole Heavenly Marks family. Are we going back to the Heavenly Marks family? Nai Hai asked. No, Nai Lai shook his head and said, I want to go to the Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall. Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall, you're already a silver rank? Nyan suddenly thought of something and asked. Nai Lai was silent for a moment and nodded his head. At this moment, there is no need to hide it from Nai Hai and Nyan. Having Nai Lai's confirmation, Nai Hai and Nai Lai were both shocked as they looked at Nai Lai. They inhaled a cold air. They still remembered that few months ago, Nai Lai was not even a one-star bronze rank. Now he's already a silver rank? A 13-year-old silver rank demon spiritualist. My God, this is an absolute, peerless genius. Even within Glory City's history, there is only a handful of them. Your first demon spirit must be chosen wisely. What demon spirit do you want? I can give you some references, Nai Hai solemnly said. The demon spirits within Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall are the best among the northern parts of Glory City. In that place is quite a few good demon spirits. What they don't know is that Nai Lai has already integrated with a shadow devil demon spirit. The reason he's going there is not to look for an ordinary demon spirit. How can Nai Hai give him any references? I have my own thoughts. Nai Lai nodded his head and said. Nai Hai and Nai En both looked at each other bitterly smiling. They totally forgot that this 13-year-old child before them is not an ordinary person. He's simply a monster. They are unable to make any decision for him. The carriage sped forward at a high speed. Nai Lai got Nai Hai to double-check that there was no one following behind them. When it was confirmed that they weren't being followed, he felt relieved. Nai Lai is still a little worried that someone might have an eye on him. Whether it's the Sacred Family or Dark Guild, their strength was too strong. Fortunately, the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family did not follow him this time. Why would those superpowers bother to follow a teenager? When the Dark Guild or Sacred Family starts to pay attention to him, Nai Lai would already grow to the point that they won't be able to handle him. Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall, VIP room when Nai Lai and Bunch revealed their identities. The Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall immediately got Nai Lai and Bunch into a secret VIP room. The one that is receiving Nai Lai's group is an elderly man with a white beard and hair. He's the owner of the Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall. His name is Xiao Ming Feng. As the owner of the Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall, Xiao Ming Feng is still very well informed. The news of the Heavenly Marks family lavishly spending on Hong Yu Action House has already gotten to his ears. Therefore, he had marked the Heavenly Marks family as one of the important customers. Please have some tea. Xiao Ming Feng smiled as he made a gesture for them to drink. Thanks a lot, owner. Nai Hai lightly smiled and said, I'm here to buy a demon spirit for my grandnephew. Our Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall is prepared to serve every customer, Xiao Ming Feng said, lightly smiling. His eyes were looking at Nai Lai for a while. May I ask what kind of demon spirit is Patriarch Nai Hai looking for? We have all types of demon spirits here. Xiao Ming Feng took out a book. In it were all kinds of demon spirit pictures. There were several hundreds of them. All kinds of types or attributes, etc., were listed clearly. Xuan Spirit Merchant Hall is Northern Glory City's biggest demon spirit trader. They would acquire a huge amount of demon spirits from adventurers daily, and then resell them. In between, they had many precious demon spirits. The higher the grade, the more rare and expensive it is. The cheapest ones can be bought with a few hundreds or a few thousands of demon spirit coins. The most expensive ones would be several millions of demon spirit coins. I wonder what grade of demon spirit will the Heavenly Marks family purchase? Xiao Ming Feng secretly thought to himself. He can see that Nai Hai places great importance on Nai Lai. Nai Hai took a glance at Nai Lai. Nai Lai did not see the book at all. He looked at Xiao Ming Feng and asked, Owner Xiao, would you be able to keep it a secret about the demon spirits that I will buy from you? Xiao Ming Feng was a little surprised. He looked at Nai Lai, nodded his head, and said, Of course. We will keep every customer's information a secret. We will absolutely not leak it out. Okay then. Nai Lai slightly nodded, then took the book over. He pointed to one of the demon spirits and said, "Nightmare-type demon spirits, how many do you have over here?" Hearing Nai Lai's words, Xiao Mingfeng said, "Nightmare-type demon spirits are the most rare and hardest to control. I recommend to the young master to not have a nightmare-type demon spirit as the first demon spirit. The storage of our nightmare demon spirits are roughly around 50. "I'll take them all," Nai Lai said. "I hope that the owner can give a fair price for them." All." Xiao Mingfeng inhaled a cold air. He looked at Nai Lai with shock. Does Nai Lai know how much they are all together? Why would he need so many demon spirits? One person can only integrate with one demon spirit at most. Right, all? Nai Lai seriously nodded. Nai Hai and Nai En were both looking at Nai Lai in deep shock. After a few moments, they recovered from the shock. "Don't worry about it, I'll pay for it," Nai Lai lightly said. Xiao Mingfeng looked at Nai Hai. Nai Hai bitterly smiled as he nodded. "Please gather all the nightmare demon spirits you have here. We'll take them all." "Okay." Xiao Mingfeng revealed an excited expression. Generally, nightmare demon spirits are only able to sell one for every 1 to 2 months. Nai Lai actually wanted to buy all the nightmare demon spirits they have. This is definitely a big business. He immediately said respectfully, "As you are buying so many demon spirits in one go, I will definitely give you a fair price. We believe you after all. We will be back to purchase a lot more demon spirits." Nai Lai calmly said. The words that came out from Nai Lai in that moment made Xiao Mingfeng treat Nai Lai like an adult. Nai Lai did not care about how the others were thinking about him. His wisdom is simply monstrous. "Please wait a while. I'll immediately get the nightmare demon spirits," Xiao Mingfeng said, hastily walking out. "Zio Lai, why are you buying so many nightmare demon spirits?" Naian curiously asked. Nai Lai is simply too rich. First he was throwing money out at the auction hall, and now he's crazily purchasing demon spirits. Does he really having too much money to spend? After all, one person can only integrate with one demon spirit. I have my own use for them," Nai Lai lightly said, smiling. Chapter 72. Refining Demon Spirit. Very quickly, Xiao Mingfeng came back with a bunch of demon spirit stones. After being captured, demon spirits will be sealed within a demon spirit stone to store them. Rows and rows of demon spirit stones were spread out on the table. The view was spectacular. These here are silver rank nightmare demon spirits. The total price is somewhere around 60,000 demon spirit coins, and these over here are gold rank nightmare demon spirits. The total price is around 300,000 demon spirit coins. Xiao Mingfeng pointed towards the 2 sections of demon spirit stones and explained to Nai Lai. Aside from integration with a demon spiritualist, demon spirits can also be sealed within armors, allowing the armor to be powerful. Silver rank and above, the price is already rather expensive. The price are frequently from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Commoners are unable to afford them. However, for Nai Lai, this isn't a problem. "And the price is still reasonable. I'll take them all." Nai Lai nodded his head. Xiao Mingfeng turned around and looked at Nai Hai and Nai En. They both looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Xiao Mingfeng is seeking their permission, however. He had no idea that they are unable to make the decision for Nai Lai. Nai Lai waved his right hand. A small mountain of demon crystal cards appeared from his interspatial ring. He placed them on the table and said, "This amount of money should cover it. Please check it." Nai Lai is actually paying himself. Looking at the small mountain of demon crystal cards, Xiao Mingfeng was greatly shocked. The Heavenly Marks family is too rich. They actually allowed a kid to carry so much money. However, he did not think too much about it. After all, he's only a decent businessman. Since Nai Lai can pay for the bills, there is absolutely no problem. Nai Lai waved his right hand again, and threw all 50 demon spirit stones into his interspatial ring. "Please come again to visit us." After Xiao Mingfeng finished counting the demon crystal cards, his smile became even more humble. This is the biggest business he has done since he began selling demon spirits. Owner is too kind. We still have to buy some more today. Owner wouldn't be sending off customers, right? Nai Lai lightly glanced at Xiao Mingfeng. "Why would I? Young master still wishes to buy more demon spirits. Xiao Ming Feng asked. Nai Lai's calmness gave him a slight pressure. He bitterly smiled within his heart, wondering if this child before him is really 13 years old because he's too monstrous. Definitely. Purchasing the nightmare demon spirits is only a small portion of what I want. Nai Lai calmly said. Xiao Ming Feng was utterly shocked. How many demon spirits is Nai Lai intending to buy? However, since his shop is opened for business, he definitely wished to sell as many demon spirits as possible. I also want to buy highly toxic demon spirits, snow wind demon spirits, and fighting demon spirits. Owner can just take out all the stocks for these demon spirits. All the stocks again? My God. However, hastily, Xiao Ming Feng still brought out all the stocks for these demon spirits. The amount of nightmare demon spirits was rather small. However, the demon spirits Nai Lai asked for amounted to as much as thousands or even tens of thousands, but the price is still a little cheaper compared to the nightmare demon spirits. A final total of 65 million demon spirit coins. Xiao Ming Feng quickly calculated out the price. Just calculating the price for these demon spirits alone made him sweat throughout his head. 65 million demon spirit coins. Please check it. Nai Lai took out 6,500 demon crystal cards in one go and placed them on the table. Xiao Ming Feng was in deep shock. Since the start of the business, it's his first time seeing so much money. However, that's not the main point. The main point is, all of this money was taken out from a child's interspatial ring. Owner, I'll still need to purchase a batch of demon spirits. Nai Lai took a glance at Xiao Ming Feng and said, Young master only needs to order. I, Xiao Ming Feng, will do my best. You only have to send someone to pass a message. I'll send all the demon spirits over to the Heavenly Marks family. Xiao Ming Feng humbly said. He dares not to treat Nai Lai as a kid, as this is his biggest customer. One transaction is more than several years of transactions. He definitely has to treat Nai Lai nicely, otherwise, if such a big customer were to run away, it'll be too late for him to cry. Okay, Patriarch, Grand Elder, let's return. Nai Lai looked at Nai Hai and Nai En and said, Okay. Nai Hai and Nai En both nodded. Originally, they were prepared to show Nai Lai a big spectacle. Instead, Nai Lai ended up bringing them to see a big spectacle for them. Until now, their hearts were still pumping. Who could blame them? The Heavenly Marks family only earns 1 million demon spirit coins a year, and Nai Lai just bought a pot with over 100 million. Furthermore, he spent another 60 million demon spirit coins on demon spirits on this trip alone. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ming Feng, Nai Lai, together with Nai Hai and Nai En, boarded their carriage back to the Heavenly Marks family. During this trip, Nai Lai, Nai Hai, and Nai En had all gained something. Nai Hai and Nai En immediately summoned all members of the Heavenly Marks family and distributed out the elixirs so that they can raise their strength up faster. After Nai Lai returned, under Nai Hai's arrangements, Nai Lai and his family moved into one of the individual houses, a step away from the Patriarch's house. This can be said to be the safest place in the entire Heavenly Marks family. To Nai Hai's arrangement, Nai Lai is pleased with it. Nai Lai left lots of elixirs, demon crystal cards, and some other stuff in the house to let his family members use them anytime they want. After the arrangement, Nai Lai remained in his room to concentrate on practicing. In the evening, news came from the Alchemist Association's Yang Xin, saying that there was a group of assassins that tried to rob Yang Xin. They were trying to snatch the nightmare demon pot, however, they were killed by her bodyguards. Nai Lai's eyebrow twitched. There is actually someone within the Glory City that dared to do this kind of thing? They are simply too daring. Could it be that those who tried to rob the nightmare demon pot knows of its usage? If they didn't, they wouldn't try and do such dangerous things. There's only one group of people that would dare to do this kind of thing. Nai Lai's afraid that only the Dark Guild would have the guts to do this. Whether if it's the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, they have to be settled as soon as possible. Although Nai Lai's cultivation has raised by a lot, he only has the strength of a silver rank. It's far from enough. Although the shadow devil demon spirit is extremely powerful in terms of assassination, under normal circumstances it's best to not reveal it so easily. Although Nai wants to integrate with a lot of demon spirits, the heavenly god cultivation technique can only allow him to integrate with 7 demon spirits. After every integration, Nai's strength and cultivating speed will be greatly increased. Of course, Nai is extremely picky towards demon spirits. After rebirth, Nai wouldn't go and integrate with those ordinary garbage demon spirits. After having the shadow devil demon spirit, Nai is prepared to explore some ruins to search for some special demon spirits. However, after having the nightmare demon pot, Nai has a whole new idea, which is to use the nightmare demon pot to refine demon spirits. Chapter 73. God-level growth rate. Nai took out the nightmare demon pot. This black jade pot had a light luster on it that was emitting out a mysterious aura. This item is an ancient treasure. He never thought that it would actually appear in the auction house, which is why Nai couldn't be bothered about anything and had to buy it. If Nai missed this nightmare demon pot, he'll definitely die with regret. Nai's right hand stroked the nightmare demon pot, injecting a little soul force into the pot. The nightmare demon pot shined, forming some sort of connection between it and Nai. Regarding the usage of this nightmare demon pot, Nai only knows a little bit of its usage. He still has to further study it. One of the nightmare demon pot's uses is that, by putting in 10 types of demon spirits with the same attribute into the nightmare demon pot to refine, there is a chance that it would refine out a stronger demon spirit. Of course, there is always a chance of failure. Nai bought so many demon spirits so that he can refine out a stronger demon spirit. I already have an assassin-type demon spirit. What I need the most is a demon spirit that can face an enemy head-on. Nai thought a while. He bought a total of over 2,000 fighter-type demon spirits. Only 2,000 fighter-type demon spirits. He began to wonder if he can get a stronger fighter-type demon spirit out of them. Every demon spirit is differentiated by the strength of its soul, which is the bronze, silver, gold, black gold, legend, and so on. This is the category made by Glory City. What ordinary people don't know is, every demon spirit is different in terms of their growth rate, even if it's a low-grade demon. But if it has a powerful growth rate, it's not impossible for it to grow powerful to the point of being able to kill a legend-rank demon spirit. At the same time, the growth rate of some demon spirits are much stronger than ordinary demon spirits. For example, Nai's shadow devil demon spirit. Nai differentiated the growth rates into 5 levels, which are poor, ordinary, good, excellent, extraordinary, and God levels. The shadow devil demon spirit is, without a doubt, a demon spirit with a God-level growth rate, which also means that the growth of the shadow devil demon spirit is not limited. Ordinary people don't even know how to differentiate a demon spirit's growth rate, but Nai does know how to do it. Just like humans, the growth rate of the demon spirit can be differentiated by the use of soul crystals. Except the method of telling the differences is different. As for this second integrated demon spirit, it will have a deep impact. Therefore, Nai has to carefully choose his second one. Even if he can't get a God-level growth rate demon spirit, he has to get one with at least an extraordinary growth rate. Otherwise, buying the nightmare demon pot at such a high price would be a waste. Nai took out 10 pieces of demon spirit stone and used a soul crystal to test the level of these 10 demon spirits. Shattered soul cloud, poor level demon spirit. Shattered soul cloud, poor level demon spirit. Shattered soul cloud, poor level demon spirit. Broken soul cloud, ordinary level demon spirit. Nai very quickly conducted the tests for the 10 demon spirits. 7 poor level and 3 ordinary level. Nai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Sure enough, it's quite difficult to pick out some high-level growth rates between these ordinary demon spirits. Nai thought to himself, a little disappointed. Wanting to find another demon spirit with a growth rate of God level like the shadow devil demon spirit is too difficult. Otherwise, Nai Lai wouldn't have taken such a big risk to go to the ancient orchid ruins. These garbage demon spirits, if in the hands of others, would be treated as treasure. Nai Lai threw the 10 demon spirit stones into the nightmare demon pot and operated the nightmare demon pot with his sole force. In just a moment, the nightmare demon pot began lighting up, releasing a dazzling light. A flow of light began moving around inside. Nai Lai can see that after the 10 lights rotated non-stop, they gradually merged together, forming into a thick mist. After around roughly 10 minutes, the light from the nightmare demon pot gradually dispersed. A demon spirit was like a spirit. It was moving around at the bottom of the pot. Nai Lai caught the demon spirit, then sealed it in a normal demon spirit stone. He then went ahead and checked the demon spirit's growth rate. Slightly completed soul cloud with a good level growth rate. This nightmare demon pot is indeed extraordinary. However, a good level growth rate demon spirit is still far from enough. Nai Lai shook his head. He definitely won't put a good level growth rate demon spirit in his eyes. Nai Lai placed the good level growth rate demon spirit aside, then took another 10 demon spirit stones and began checking. 10 fighter-type demon spirits, the best one would be that bull demon spirit. It has a good level growth rate. Nai Lai once again mixed them up in the nightmare demon pot. Refined success, refined success, refined failure. The possibility of failure is rather small, probably once every 10 times. However, after refining for 60 times, the best one that he got out of it is only an excellent level growth rate fighter-type demon spirit. The rest were all good level growth rate demon spirits. Not enough. Nai Lai shook his head. The difficulty of rising demon spirits' growth rate is still rather high. However, he still has so many demon spirits, so Nai Lai will not give up refining. Among the 2,000 demon spirits, there are around 60 that don't require refining and are already excellent level growth rate demon spirits, and 200 that are good level growth rate. It's still not bad. These demon spirits are originally strong in their growth rates by themselves. For the next 2 days, Nai Lai refined non-stop. One after another, he turned those poor and ordinary level growth rate demon spirits into good level growth rate demon spirits. Then used the good level growth rate demon spirits and refined them into excellent level. Finally, left with over 90 excellent level growth rate demon spirits, he merged them into extraordinary level demon spirits. The higher the level of merging, the chances of failure is also greater. In the end, only 5 extraordinary demon spirits had succeeded from being refined. Looking at the 5 extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, Nai Lai still isn't satisfied. If he had 10 extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, he can have at least one chance of refining them into a god-level growth rate demon spirit, and the chance of failure is very high. When refining for extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, the chances of success were only left with half. If he refined for a god-level demon spirit, it would already be extremely good if there was a 1 out of 5 chance of success. The Alchemist Association sent over Nai Lai's share of the profit for the recent elixir sales, roughly around $1 billion. After thinking about it, Nai Lai went to meet Nai Hai and Nai En. He let Nai Hai and Nai En to help him acquire a large amount of fighter-type demon spirits, as many as possible. For every fighter-type demon spirit acquired, he would give them a little reward. Nai Lai's reward is rather rich, therefore they would definitely do their best. Hastily, Nai Hai and Nai En went to several merchant halls to acquire as many fighter-type demon spirits as they can. After sending a few hundred millions, Nai Lai got a total of tens of thousands of fighter-type demon spirits and continued to use the nightmare demon pot. With the number of refining increasing, Nai Lai realized that the nightmare demon pot also had some changes. The originally smuggy demon pot became clearer. He can even see the process of the demons merging within. Nai Lai could feel that the nightmare demon pot was absorbing a small portion of the power from the refined demon spirits. As time went on, the nightmare demon pot became stronger. Chapter 74. Fanged Panda. For the next 5 days, Nai Lai focused on refining demon spirits, Nai Lai was able to obtain 60 extraordinary-level demon spirits in that time frame. 60 extraordinary-level growth rate fighter-type demon spirits. They could, more or less, give me at least one god-level growth rate fighter-type demon spirit. Right? Nai Lai thought to himself as he continued to refine. Nai Lai put 10 extraordinary-level growth rate demon spirits inside, started the nightmare demon pot, and began the refining process. A bright light flashed. Nai Lai could see a colorful light flashing inside the demon pot. Every type of demon spirit has a slightly different color. Those colors eventually, gradually, mixed together. I wonder what the first succeeded fighter-type demon spirit will be, Nai Lai thought. His gaze was not moving from the nightmare demon pot. As time passed, suddenly, the group of demon spirits within the nightmare demon pot were destroyed, dispersing away. Failed. Nai Lai widened his mouth, feeling the heartfelt pain from the failure. One must know that a failure like this is equivalent to tens of millions of demon spirit coins suddenly turned into nothing. Although Nai Lai is rich, the chances of success is not very high. There is only 6 chances and the first one failed. This is rather depressing. Nai Lai inhaled a breath of air, put in 10 more extraordinary-level growth rate demon spirits into the nightmare demon pot, and, once again, started the demon pot and began refining. After roughly 10 minutes, boom, a sound came from the nightmare demon pot. Another failure. Another failure. Nai Lai felt like vomiting blood. In just this short moment, another tens of millions were gone. Is refining one god-level growth rate demon spirit really that difficult? Although Nai Lai felt depressed, he didn't give up. Losing a little money is nothing, after all. What he has the most now is money. Nai Lai threw 10 more extraordinary-level growth rate demon spirit in and began the third refining process. 10 demon spirits were at the bottom of the nightmare demon pot, constantly changing, slowly merging. A blinding light kept flashing. Waves after waves of soul-spirit fluctuation came from the nightmare demon pot. After feeling such majestic soul force, the pores all over Nai Lai's body began to open up. His soul realm was absorbing the soul force coming from the nightmare demon pot. He felt his body getting comfortably warm. 10 extraordinary-level demon spirits were constantly merging. Finally, they formed into a whole new demon spirit. Success! Looking at the demon spirit laying down at the bottom of the nightmare demon pot, Nai Lai felt endless excitement. He slowly guided the demon spirit into a demon spirit stone and began to examine it. God-level growth rate demon spirit. After examining the growth rate of the demon spirit with a soul crystal, Nai Lai fell into ecstasy. After 2 consecutive failures, Nai Lai finally got a god-level growth rate demon spirit. This demon spirit is an abyss tiger. It's a fighter type, fluctuating with power. It has almost all the characteristics of an abyss tiger. The only difference is its whole body had a metallic luster emitting from it. On its head, it had a pair of terrifying sharp horns. At the same time, its body was covered with spikes. Is this still an abyss tiger? Nai Lai was shocked. This was the product of refining with 10 different demon spirits. Therefore, its characteristic would be different from ordinary demon spirits, much stronger than any ordinary demon spirit. The abyss tiger belongs to a rather strong demon spirit within the fighter types. After having so many changes done to it, Nai Lai doesn't know what other special abilities it has. Nai Lai kept the abyss tiger and continued to refine demon spirits. Next, he'll have 3 more chances left. For the next 3 refinements, Nai Lai's luck was pretty good. Out of the 3, 2 had succeeded. 1 was covered in scales. It was a winged scarlet demonic leopard. The other one is a fanged panda. The third god-level growth rate demon spirit is actually a fanged panda. Nai Lai was dumbfounded as he looked at it. This fanged panda is chubby-looking, covered with black and white fur all over its body. From the look of it, it seems harmless. Is it really a god-level growth rate demon spirit? Nai Lai couldn't believe it. Nai Lai examined the growth rate of this demon spirit again. It was indeed a god-level growth rate. The fanged panda is an extremely low-graded demon beast. It generally has no attacking capabilities. Therefore, those that choose to merge with this demon spirit is few in numbers. What makes Nai Lai curious is, when the nightmare demon pot begins its refinement, generally, the stronger demon spirit absorbs the weaker demon spirit, and therefore, forms into a more powerful demon spirit, like the abyss tiger and the scarlet demonic leopard. These two are extremely powerful. How did this fanged panda manage to absorb all the other demon spirits and survive? Strange. Nai Lai can't help pondering. He examined the fanged panda carefully. Whether if it's the abyss tiger or the scarlet demonic leopard, upon absorbing other demon spirits, they had special changes on their body. Like the horns and spikes of the abyss tiger, the scales and wings of the scarlet demonic leopard. However, this fanged tooth panda has no physical changes at all. It looks exactly the same as an ordinary fanged panda. After falling into a brief silence, Nai Lai thought of something. When the nightmare demon pot is refining demon spirits, the demon spirits will always evolve to be stronger. Both the abyss tiger and the scarlet demonic leopard had evolved. However, this fanged panda had no changes at all. Doesn't that mean that this fanged panda is already at its strongest form? Nai Lai knows of all the characteristics for the majority of demon spirits. However, this fanged panda confused Nai Lai. Fanged pandas is a type of demon beast that is far too weak. Almost no one would integrate with a fanged panda. Could it be that this fanged panda is not as simple as it looks? Nai Lai thought as he fell into silence. After carefully feeling this fanged panda demon spirit, he can feel that in this fanged panda, there are two different kinds of energy. These two completely different energies were complementing with one another, forming a wonderful balance between the two powers. Yin-yang balance. This is the most perfect form of nature. There's a hidden light within the fanged panda's eyes. There seems to be a little bit of consciousness remaining. Another reason why this demon spirit is different from ordinary demon spirits. Normally, when a demon beast is killed, their consciousness would be gone. Really weird. I've decided. This shall be my second demon spirit. Nai Lai lightly smiled. He kept the abyss tiger and the scarlet demonic leopard. Just having one fighter-type demon beast is enough for one person. Having more than one would be wasteful. Du Zi and Lu Piao are both suitable to integrate with fighter-type demon spirits. I'll just gift them these two god-level growth rate demon spirits. Nai Lai thought to himself. As for Yi Zai Yun, Xiao Ning and the rest, Nai Lai is prepared to make some demon spirits that match their attributes. After all, Yi Zai Yun is more suitable to integrate with a snow-wind attribute demon spirit, and Xiao Ning is more suitable for a lightning attribute demon spirit. Snow-wind attribute demon spirits and lighting attribute demon spirits are much harder to get compared to the fighter-type demon spirit. However, Nai Lai has more than enough money now, therefore, he can slowly get them. Cross-sitting, Nai Lai began to integrate with the fanged panda. Slowly guiding the demon spirit into this soul realm, Nai Lai began to integrate with it. Chapter 75. Combat Skills. After the fanged panda entered Nai Lai's soul realm, it occupied an area, maintaining a certain distance away from the shadow devil demon spirit. The shadow devil demon spirit seemed to be afraid of the fanged panda and did not to move. The fanged panda seemed to have noticed the presence of the shadow devil demon spirit, but did not approach it. Both sides maintained a guard against each other. After the fanged panda integrated with Nai Lai's soul realm, the boundaries between the two was no longer that obvious. Suddenly, Nai Lai had images flash across his mind that showed a chubby figure. This guy is naively cute. The fanged panda was gnawing on bamboo while clumsily climbing on a tree. Plop, the fanged panda fell down to the ground. These images were of the fanged panda's past life. Nai Lai could not help smiling. This fella is rather cute. After roughly 2 hours, Nai Lai's integrating with the fanged panda was finally completed. After integrating with the fanged panda, the two demon spirits began to affect one another and began to expand Nai Lai's soul realm by a considerable amount. Nai Lai's soul realm was madly expanding, once again expanded by twofold. While the soul realm was expanding, his soul force was also surging up. The soul force within Nai Lai's soul realm turned into two flows. These two flows of soul force was flowing around uncontrollably, but, at the same time, they were complementing each other. A majestic soul force was surging. Boom, Nai Lai felt that his soul force suddenly increased by a lot. Using a soul crystal, Nai Lai realized that his soul force has already reached 2,000. It had reached the realm of a 2-star silver rank. After integrating with the fanged panda, Nai Lai's strength had climbed up another level. All of this was within Nai Lai's expectations. What he's concerned about is not the speed of his cultivation, but the ability of the fanged panda. Feeling the specialities of the fanged panda, Nai Lai's eyes lit up. He leaped out of his room and ran straight towards the back mountains. The back mountains, a small of forest, was situated in the back mountains. It was quiet and uninhabited. Usually there wouldn't be anyone coming here, therefore, Nai Lai is prepared to execute the combat abilities of the fanged panda. Roar! Nai Lai furiously roared as his body began to expand. He quickly merged with the fanged panda. His muscle had expanded, his body was covered with black and white fur, his limbs had thickened, and claws were coming out from his fingers. Thunderstrike! Nai Lai's body was filled with unimaginable power. He threw a palm out, slamming it towards a big tree. Boom! A tree that was as thick as a big man broke. It fell onto the ground, raising dust into the air. Such powerful strength! Nai Lai's brows twitched. The power of this fanged panda was way beyond his expectations. In addition to Nai Lai's understanding towards battle, not to mention silver rank, Nai Lai can engage in a battle against a gold rank expert. Aside from palm strike, Nai Lai wondered if there was any other combat abilities. Nai Lai let out an angry snort, activating the energy of his fanged panda body. Boom! A powerful field was formed around him, a circumference of roughly 5 meters. Nai Lai can control the gravity within these 5 meters. Gravity field, such a rare combat ability, Nai Lai was in ecstasy. He never expected that this fanged panda would have such special combat abilities. Gravity field is extremely hard to guard against in battle. Nai Lai felt that getting this fanged panda was really the right choice. He continued experimenting the combat abilities of this fanged panda. Due to Nai Lai's lack of understanding towards the fanged panda demon spirit, there were lots of combat abilities that he was unable to execute. However, after integrating with the fanged panda, the memories of the fanged panda flowed through Nai Lai's mind. Therefore, the difficulty of executing these new combat abilities was lessened by a lot. There is still the third combat ability? Nai Lai roared like a beast, opening his mouth and spat. 2 black and white round balls were spat out from Nai Lai's mouth. The 2 balls drew a curved arc in the air and then landed on 2 different pieces of land. Boom! This 2 round balls exploded, and a horrifyingly powerful energy swept out, wiping everything out within 10 meters of the landing points, leaving 2 huge craters on the ground. The stones within the soil was crushed into pieces. At this moment, even Nai Lai was dumbfounded by such a strong power. Yin-Yang Blast. Nai Lai remembers hearing of such a combat ability before. When one spits out the energy from within the body, it would bombard onto the enemy, causing an explosion. However, an ordinary energy bomb only has 1 bomb. Nai Lai's energy bomb has 2. Let's call it the Yin-Yang bomb. Nai Lai thought a while. These 2 black and white bombs are indeed a little frightening. Nai Lai felt his body condition for a while. This Yin-Yang bomb cannot be used too much. Using it 5 times within a day would exhaust his body. Gravity field and the Yin-Yang bomb. These are definitely his biggest tricks within his hand. Nai Lai felt that the fanged panda still has a lot of combat abilities that he has yet to execute. He believed that with the increase of his and the fanged panda's strength, he'll be able to execute a lot more combat abilities. Not bad. Although Nai Lai has seen lots of demon spirits, after integrating with the fanged panda, he became rather satisfied. Both the shadow devil demon spirit and the fanged panda have god-level growth rates. If anyone knew about them, They would be driven crazy to have either one of them. Nai Lai dismissed the transformation and recalled the fanged panda back into his soul realm. This fanged panda is still only an 1-star bronze rank demon spirit. Nai Lai began feeding it his soul force while madly taking elixirs to fill up the used soul force. At this moment, the fanged panda within Nai Lai's soul realm was madly absorbing the coming soul force with its mouth open. Generally, cultivators wouldn't be willing to use large amounts of soul force to feed a demon spirit. Although demon spirits are a part of their strength, a demon spirit can be changed. Rather than feeding a demon spirit, they would rather raise their own strength. When their strength is strong enough, they would change to a stronger demon spirit. However, Nai Lai doesn't have the same thoughts. Whether it's the fanged panda or the shadow devil demon spirit, he is prepared to nurture them. While continuously absorbing soul force, the strength of the fanged panda was continuously rising and finally reached into silver rank. After reaching silver rank, the absorbing speed of the fanged panda began to slow down to an almost stable level. There's a large connection between the strength of the demon spirit and the strength of the demon spiritualist. When the demon spirit reached the same strength as its owner, its growth will begin to slow down. Only a small amount of demon spirits are able to surpass their owner in strength. Because the growth rate of the fanged panda is god level, its future strength will surpass Nai Lai. However, it needs Nai Lai to slowly nurture it. You can't become a fatso after one meal. Reaching silver rank in such a short amount time is not easy. After reaching silver rank, Nai Lai let out a low snort. Once again he called out the fanged panda. The fanged pans merged with Nai Lai's cultivation sword, becoming much stronger than before. Although I'm still silver rank, an ordinary gold rank demon spiritualist shouldn't be my opponent, Nai Lai lightly smiled. A god-level growth rate demon spirit's strength isn't what ordinary people can imagine. Chapter 76. Forgiveness. While Nai Lai was engrossed with his training, he was preparing to explore more about the fanged panda's combat ability. Two figures hastily ran over from the other side of the forest. Nai Lai slightly frowned, stood firmly, and looked far away. Shoo shoo. The two figures landed. It's Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai. Who are you? You are being impudent in the territory of my Heavenly Marks family. Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai looked towards the merged Nai Lai. After merging with the fanged panda, his body was very different. He became much bigger, and his skin was covered with black and white fur, therefore, it's normal that they did not recognize Nai Lai. It's them. Nai Lai stood at the same spot, slightly frowned. The two brothers had grudges with him in his previous life due to internal affairs within the family. However, when the both of them battled with the demon beasts, they both died heroically. Therefore, Nai Lai did not take any actions against them. Furthermore, their positions within the clan can no longer compete with Nai Lai's. He did not place Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai as threats within his heart. Nai Lai's body rapidly shrank, returning to his original appearance. It's me, Nai Lai lightly said. Nai Lai? Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai looked at Nai Lai with surprised expressions. The shock that they had was extremely hard to describe. The transformation from earlier was the form of Nai Lai after merging with his demon spirit. Their eyes swept past the fallen tree and the frightening craters in the ground. They were suddenly struck with fear. Their original impression of Nai Lai is a brat who has yet to reach 1-star bronze rank. They never thought that Nai Lai had already become a silver rank demon spiritualist. When they looked at Nai Lai, their eyes had hints of awe flashing across. In this short period of time, Nai Lai had already lost his position as Grand Elder, causing their standing within the family to plummet. When this happened, they were extremely depressed. Although they were extremely unhappy with the current situation, they did not have any thoughts of revenge. They were just a little vexed and upset. Although there are conflicts between the branches, internal fights have been prohibited ever since the founding of Heavenly Marks family. The punishment for internal fighting is extremely severe. Furthermore, Nai Lai's current position within the clan isn't something that can be shaken by them. In the past, they thought that the patriarch was deceived by Nai Lai, hence covering up for him. However, after Nai Hai announced that all of the elixirs that they got were given to them by Nai Lai, they were finally convinced. No matter who it is, making such a huge contribution to the family is worthy of respect. When they found out that Nai Lai has cultivated to silver rank, they only had admiration for Nai Lai. After being disturbed by the two brothers, Nai Lai already lost the mood to continue training. After straightening his shirt a little, Nai Lai turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Nai Lai leave, Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai knew that Nai Lai does not have a good impression of them. Even though Nai Lai's position changed within the clan, he did not take revenge upon them, which was already fortunate. Watching Nai Lai's leaving figure, Nai Xiao Rai hurriedly stepped out and anxiously said, "Nai Lai, please wait." "What?" Nai Lai turned his head around, looking at Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai. Nai Xiao Rai's face reddened. After a long while he mumbled, "Nai Lai, sorry. We were in the wrong with the previous incident within the family. We apologize to you." Nai Xiao Feng also lowered his head and said, "No matter how you want to take revenge on us, we'll accept it." Although Nai Xiao Rai and Nai Xiao Feng were a little tyrannical in his previous life, they were still good people. When the Heavenly Marks family was in trouble, they volunteered to help. Therefore, that's only the reason why Nai Lai did not make things difficult for them. However, after listening to their apologize, Nai Lai was a little surprised. He smiled, waved his hand and said, "I forgive you both." Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai were stunned for a moment. They never thought that Nai Lai would forgive them so easily. They couldn't react to his response. Nai Lai lightly said, "I'm not someone that lacks of magnanimity. I heard that because of my view towards both of you, the patriarch did not share any of the elixirs with you." Nai Lai retrieved some elixirs from his interspatial ring. His right hand moved, throwing the elixirs towards Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai and said, "This is your portion. Consider it my gift." After speaking, Nai Lai turned around and slowly walked away. Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai looked at the elixirs in their hands and looked at Nai Lai's leaving figure. They felt their noses turning slightly sour. Never thought that even though we picked on him so much in the past, he would have such big magnanimity. "We shouldn't have done those things in the past," Nai Xiao Feng said, criticizing himself. Watching Nai Lai's leaving figure, he felt guilty. "Yeah, compared to Nai Lai, we are really shameful." Nai Xiao Rai lowered his head and said, "Big bro, Nai Lai was so magnanimous. Not only did he not come after us, he still gave us elixirs, but we still feel bad for our deeds." Nai Xiao Feng and Nai Xiao Rai were both still very young. They only had that little arrogance in their heart. Their characters weren't bad. This time, they firmly made up their minds to apologize to Nai Lai. They never imagined that Nai Lai would be so generous towards them. They were filled with so much guilt toward Nai Lai. If Nai Lai needed them to do anything in the future, they would absolutely not deny him. Night was approaching. Nai Lai was in his yard, training. Pure soul force was emitting out of the nightmare demon pot, and Nai Lai was absorbing the soul force non-stop, turning it into his own. Nai Ai felt that his soul force had reached another level. While Nai Lai's focused on practicing, someone knocked on the yard door. "Come in," Nai Lai said loudly, but did not stand up. After a moment, the yard door opened. Several people hastily entered. The leading man was Nai Hai. Following behind him were Nai En and several other elders, including his father, Nai Ming, and his uncle Nai Kai. Nai Lai looked at the crowd in surprise, curiously asked, "What's happening? Why are there so many people here?" When they saw that Nai Lai did not stand up and greet the patriarch when he came and even questioned the patriarch, Nai Ming and Nai Kai couldn't help feeling nervous. They worriedly swept their eyes at Nai Hai and noticed that Nai Hai wasn't even a little angry and felt relieved. They secretly thought to themselves, "When we go back, we definitely have to educate Nai Lai properly." Although Nai Lai's current position within the Heavenly Marks family is high, he still can't act spoiled. He must remain humble, as he is still that kid who once greeted Nai Hai with respect. The Nai Lai today would not have much respect for even a legend-rank demon spiritualist, even if they were standing in front of him. In this life, he must become the emperor of humanity. He will fight the sage emperor and help Glory City from its disaster. Right now, this is only the first step. Nai Lai's experience is more than enough to overtake anyone in Glory City. Chapter 77. Tournament. The elders looked at each other. They were finding Nai Lai to be a little too daring with that indifferent look of his towards the patriarch. However, Nai Hai and Nai En still did not realize anything. Furthermore, the patriarch announced that from today onwards, Nai Lai's standings within the Heavenly Marks family will be on par with him. The elders weren't able to comprehend Nai Hai's orders. However, since the patriarch has ordered it, they can only follow. I received news that the sacred family invited a portion of the powerful families to participate in the younger generation's tournament. They also gave us an invitation. Should we join it? Nai Hai asked towards Nai Lai. This younger generation tournament was hosted by one of the major families once every few years. The amount of people that they invited would be at least a third of all the powerful families in Glory City. If it's just an ordinary tournament, then they'll be fine. However, Nai Hai is worried that the sacred family has some ulterior motives towards them. Of course we'll participate, why not? Send a letter towards the Alchemist Association to have them come view it, and it'll be fine. Nai Lai calmly said. Since the sacred family has given Heavenly Marks family an invitation, why not participate? Hearing Nai Lai's words, the elders looked at Nai Lai with a little surprise. How could the Alchemist Association be called whenever he wants? However, Nai Hai and Nai En felt that this is necessary. Then I'll have to trouble you to write a letter for Director Yang, Nai Hai said, lightly smiling. He's been waiting for this word from Nai Lai. If the Alchemist Association were to send someone to oversee it, the sacred family won't be rash. There's 3 slots for this tournament. Nai Lai, do you want to participate? Nai En looked at Nai Lai and asked. He already knew that Nai Lai's strength has reached silver rank and has integrated with a demon spirit. Definitely, I'm participating. Nai Lai calmly said, nodding his head. He just integrated with the fanged panda. It's a good chance use this tournament as a testing for the fanged panda's strength. In addition, he has his agreement with Shen Fei. How could Nai Lai not participate? When Nai Hai and Nai En were talking to Nai Lai, they were using a respectful tone. The elders were unable to get used to this. However, after thinking about all of the elixirs that Nai Lai contributed to the family, they quickly understood. They all also understood one other thing from today onwards. Nai Lai's standing within the clan will no longer be the same. Aside from Nai Lai, Nai Xiao Feng and another Heavenly Marks family called Nai Yu were participating. They both had cultivated to 2-star silver rank. TLN. This is not the same Nai Yu as the little girl Nai Yu. Chinese have many characters that read the same way, slightly confusing, isn't it? / a 20-year-old 2-star silver rank demon spiritualist is considered very good. They were considered geniuses with the family. However, the strength of their demon spirits was only so-so. Nai Lai wasn't petty. He got Nai Hai to give them extraordinary level growth rate silver rank demon spirits. This tournament will need half a month before it's ready. Nai Lai, you can start preparing. I've gotten news that those participating from the sacred family are all at least 5-star silver rank, Nai Hai said. They still have to be prepared for the underhand methods of the sacred family during the tournament. Oh, Nai Lai lightly replied, looking very relaxed. Underhand methods of the sacred family. Nai Lai isn't worried a bit. What kind of underhand methods could escape from his eyes? After that, Nai Hai, Nai En and Bunch discussed the future of Heavenly Marks family with Nai Lai, including spending large amounts of money to recruit experts to increase the strength of Heavenly Marks family. Don't worry about the money. I can provide 100 million for the family to execute these things. However, you have to be extremely careful when recruiting people. Don't invite people of the sacred family or the Dark Guild carelessly. Nai Lai thought a while and said, a contribution of 100 million coins. Nai Ming, Nai Hai, and several elders had their eyes widened to the point that their eyeballs seemed to fall out of their eye sockets. Nai Lai said 100 million so easily. 100 million coins would enable the family to do lots of stuff. Even recruiting 100 gold rank experts wouldn't be a problem. Nai Hai and Nai En were rather calm this time. They clearly know that Nai Lai's wealth is a frightening amount. 100 million coins is probably a fur within the 9 ox. With 100 million demon spirit coins, the influential power of the Heavenly Marks family can be increased by large amount. The elders finally understood why Nai Hai placed Nai Lai at the same standing as him. All their unhappiness towards Nai Lai was also dispersed. The Heavenly Marks family is their root. As long as it benefits the family, they will support it. And to those who make contributions to the family, they should have the respect of everyone. Even if the person has a low position within the clan. If they could give the family 100 million demon spirit coins, they will bring them up. After several hours of discussion, Nai Hai and Bunch began to operate their plan, sending people to the Demon Spiritualist Association and Fighter Association to recruit experts. The Demon Spiritualist Association and the Fighter Association are different from the Alchemist Association, as they do not have much power. They are only responsible to register all of the commoners' demon spiritualists and fighters. Generally, commoner demon spiritualists and fighters would choose to be recruited by powerful families. That way, they would be able to get more cultivating resources and stable income for their families. As for those powerful families, by recruiting commoner demon spiritualists and fighters, they can increase their strength. Every family will maintain a certain guard strength for the family. As for the Heavenly Marks family, due to the fact of lacking funds, they have already disbanded their guard force. Now, they can finally recruit them again. In addition to contributing 100 million demon spirit coins, Nai Lai also took out several powerful cultivation techniques and contributed them to the family. Every member within the family can practice them and raise the strength of the family. At this moment, Sacred Family, the main affairs elder of the Sacred Family, Shen Ming, is currently handling all sorts of matters within the family. At this moment, 3 young men walked in. The one leading is Shen Fei. Behind Shen Fei, there were 2 men with roughly the looks of 20+ years. Main Affairs Elder? Shen Fei slightly cupped his hands. Main Affairs Elder? The 2 men behind Shen Fei bent their bodies towards the Main Affairs Elder, Shen Ming. These 2 men were both members of the Sacred Family's branch. Their status is far below Shen Fei's. Although their cultivation is higher than Shen Fei, they were more humble than him. MHM. Shen Ming slightly nodded. He sighed within his heart. Although Shen Fei's talent isn't considered bad, having already reached 3-star silver rank demon spiritualist, if he were to be compared to the 2 branch members, Shen Ning and Shen Zio, the difference is too big. The young 20-year-old Shen Ning has already reached 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. As for the 23-year-old Shen Zio, he is already a gold-rank demon spiritualist. The talent of the family's young master couldn't even be compared to the younger generation of the branch members. This hasn't happened before in the past few generations. Young Master Shen Fei, are you sure that you want to join the tournament? Shen Ming politely asked. Are you sure that Nai Lai from the Heavenly Marks family will join this tournament? Shen Fei looked at Shen Ming. His eyebrows slightly twitched and asked. Because of the matter with Zio Ning his heart was filled with hatred for Nai Lai. When he heard that the Heavenly Marks family will also be joining this round's tournament, although his strength is still far from enough, he still requested to join the tournament. I have received the replies from the Heavenly Marks family. It has already been confirmed that the Heavenly Marks family will participate in the tournament, that Nai Lai should also be joining. Shen Ming slightly nodded. That being the case, I must participate in the tournament. I have to step on that kid with my feet and mercilessly humiliate him. Shen Fei said, his eyes turning cold. Thinking about Xiao Ning Shen Fei's heart was filled with resentment for Nai Lai, Chapter 78. Treasure. Shen Ming slightly nodded. This Nai Lai exposed the sacred family on the matter with the scarlet sunburst inscription, causing the reputation of the sacred family to be greatly affected. They definitely have to teach him a lesson. This martial arts tournament is led by the sacred family. People of the Divine Family and the Snow Wind family wouldn't be there. With Shen Ning and Shen Xiao, their win is already guaranteed. Adding Shen Fei wouldn't harm them. This martial arts tournament concerns the face of our sacred family. Therefore, we will host a bet. The various patriarchs from the various families will also bet. Shen Ming said, "Regarding this matter, it's very crucial. It cannot have a flaw in it. Otherwise, when the patriarch returns from his isolation training, you too will know of the consequences." Shen Ming's gaze swept on Shen Ning and Shen Xiao. He doesn't care if Shen Fei messes around, but if Shen Ming and Shen Xiao were to have problems, their punishments would definitely be severe. Shen Ning and Shen Xiao were a little anxious. They hurriedly bent their bodies and said, "Yes, main affairs elder. We will definitely do our best." Shen Fei's prideful gaze swept past Shen Ning and Shen Xiao. Although they are unhappy with Shen Fei, they are members of the branch member of the sacred family. They do not dare to voice out. They obviously have higher cultivation compared to Shen Fei, however, they were not treated fairly. How would they feel balance within their heart? In recent times, because they are sheltered by the Alchemist Association, the Heavenly Marks family has not put us in their eyes anymore. When the patriarch returns, we'll show them a good time, Shen Ming thought. The patriarch of the sacred family, Shen Hong, already at the peak of black gold rank cultivation. He wonders when he'll be able to break through into legend rank. Once Shen Hong manages to break through the bottleneck into legend rank, the standing of the sacred family will instantly no longer be the same. They will be able to even make some decisions regarding some of Glory City's matters. Even the city lord has to take the opinion of the sacred family seriously. At that time, what ripple can the Heavenly Marks family cause? I heard that the Heavenly Marks family has been recruiting a large amount of experts and spent tens of millions in the process. Where did all that money come from? It seems matter must be connected to the Alchemist Association. Is the Alchemist Association determined to nurture the Heavenly Marks family? Shen Ming thought to himself. The Alchemist Association has been repeatedly going against the sacred family to protect the Heavenly Marks family. Furthermore, they have been secretly checking up on the sacred family. Could it be that the Alchemist Association found something? The collusion between the sacred family and the Dark Guild cannot be found out. Shen Ming has been very careful when handling these matters. He will not let the Alchemist Association catch them by the tail. Once the patriarch returns from his isolation, he will definitely have to report to the patriarch about this matter. It does not matter if the Alchemist Association is sheltering the Heavenly Marks family. This time, they have to show the Heavenly Marks family some colors, otherwise, how could the prestige of the sacred family remain? The territory of Heavenly Marks family Nai Lai has been locking himself up, bitterly training while acquiring demon spirits. He was refining a god-level growth rate Snow Wind demon spirit for Yi Zai Yun and a lightning demon spirit for Xiao Ning Furthermore, he still has 3 other god-level growth rate demon spirits, which are of the god attribute, sacred flame attribute, and the holy attribute, which are prepared for Wai Nan, Zhu Xiangjun, and Zhang Ming, respectively. In recent times, Nai Lai has been busy with his integration with the Fanged Panda and raising his cultivation. He hasn't had the chance to go into the treasury of the Heavenly Marks family, until now. Under Nai Hai's lead, they entered into a secret passage behind the Patriarch Mansion. They passed through layers of thick defenses and arrived at the treasury of the Heavenly Marks family. Treasury of the Heavenly Marks family Nai Hai was a little embarrassed. He pointed towards the stone chamber and said, "This is the treasury of the Heavenly Marks family." Hearing Nai Hai's words, Nai Lai's gaze swept through the stone chamber. The walls of the stone chamber was filled with hooks, however. There was only around 200 items. Nai Lai's gaze fiercely glanced at Nai Hai and heartlessly said, "Patriarch, are you sure that this is the treasury of the Heavenly Marks family?" "Of course." Nai Hai's cheeks were slightly hot as he nodded. "Why is there so few items in the treasury of the Heavenly Marks family?" Nai Lai glanced at Nai Hai from up to down and said, "Patriarch, it couldn't be that the items in this treasury have been dug empty by you, right?" "No such thing." Nai Hai's face instantly reddens and said, "Everything within the treasury is registered. If one wants to take an item out, it would have to pass through the agreement of all the elders. During these recent years, the Heavenly Marks family was strapped for cash. In order to ensure the development of the family, we had no choice but to take some of the treasures out to exchange for money. By doing that, only did we had managed to maintain the Heavenly Marks family until now. I'm only casually saying, why is Patriarch being so agitated?" Nai Lai shrugged, walking forward. Watching Nai Lai's back figure, Nai Hai was dazed. How was Nai Lai's brain developed? It's basically no different from an adult's. He actually playing around with him, causing Nai Hai to feel a sense of powerlessness. "The treasure that we sold were those that were able to bought in the market. There is still some goods within the treasury that we are unsure of their uses. Therefore, we do not dare to sell them recklessly." Nai Hai continued. "Probably these treasures with unknown usage couldn't fetch much of a price, right?" Nai Lai lightly glanced at Nai Hai. "You, Zio Lai, can't you save some face for me? Now that it's only the two of us, it's fine, but when there are outsiders, after all, I'm still the patriarch." Nai Hai was depressed. As a patriarch, he was actually made speechless by Nai Lai. However, he can't get angry towards Nai Lai because the rising of the Heavenly Marks family heavily relied on Nai Lai. "Of course, when we are outside, I'll definitely save some face for you," Nai Lai said, nodding his head. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Nai Hai was slightly stunned for a moment, then bitterly smiled. What Nai Lai meant is that, when there is no outsider, he will not save any face for him. Nai Lai looked at the various treasures hanging on the wall. Although the Heavenly Marks family has declined, it's still a big family that has been passed down since the Snow Wind Empire era, and so they still do have some good treasures. The treasure that Nai Hai knows of have basically all been sold off. However, the items that have left over are the real treasure. These last couple hundred treasures, I don't know any of their uses nor power," Nai Hai said, bitterly smiling as he looked at all the dazzling treasures. It's normal for Nai Hai to not know what these treasures can do. The majority of these treasures are from way before the Sacred Empire era. Nai Lai knows over 90% of them and the usage of each one. As for the leftover 10%, even Nai Lai wasn't even sure of their usage. Chapter 79, Soul Weapon Katar. Nai Lai's gaze fell onto one of the treasures. This treasure was a pair of katars. They were a little worn out, their lights were a little dim. They were covered in dust. At the top of these katars were marks of rust on them. Katars? I never thought that I would found a soul weapon here, just my luck. I have to thank the predecessors of the Heavenly Marks family for them, Nai Lai thought in his heart, taking the pair of katars down from the hooks. "You want these things?" Nai Hai looked at the pair of worn-out katars in Nai Lai's hands. He was dazed for a moment and asked. "Yeah," Nai Lai nodded. Nai Hai has been wanting to take care of these katars long ago, however, due to their worn-out appearances, he couldn't tell the power of this item. Therefore, no one would buy them, and he left them alone. As the treasury of the family has been almost emptied, it could at least fill a slot. In Nai Hai's views, there were still 1 or 2 items that were still valuable within the treasury, so why would Nai Lai choose this pair of katars? Nai Lai placed the katars into his interspatial ring and continued looking around in the family treasury. Although there were still a couple of things that were not bad, Nai Lai did not take them. They would not help Nai Lai raise his strength. The fact that he was able to get that pair of katars is already worth the trip here. His gaze fell onto the last 2 items. One of them was a blueprint. It had all kinds of inscription patterns written on it. It seemed like the drawing of a certain item. Nai Lai continued staring at that paper. At this moment, Nai Hai explained, I have no idea what kind of blueprint this is. There isn't one person within the Heavenly Marks family that has created this before. This drawing seemed to be in the shape of a bird. After staring at the blueprint for a while longer, Nai Lai recalled. This is the masterpiece of the Dark Refinery Master. It's called Soul Puppet. This is a bird-form soul puppet. At the early times of the Sacred Empire, there were some dark demon spiritualists. They were a bunch of mysterious existences and would often commit extremely evil acts, like making soul puppets. After making a soul puppet, they would seal a deceased expert's soul inside and then use inscription patterns to control the soul puppet, making the puppet work for them. After the founding of the Sacred Empire, the dark demon spiritualists were wiped out on a large scale. Things like the blueprint of a soul puppet have long been destroyed. Although these things flourished for a period of time after the founding of Sacred Empire, these items were considered very rare. During the Age of Darkness, the blueprints of soul puppets was even rarer. They have generally been forgotten in the history by the people. Nai Lai never thought that he would find a soul puppet blueprint here. One must know that if these are found at the Sacred Empire era, the whole family would be wiped out. I'll also take this. Nai Lai placed the blueprint into his interspatial ring. He is not prepared to use this to seal an expert's soul into a soul puppet. After all, this kind of thing is too evil, but Nai Lai still wants to study this soul puppet art. Nai Hai doesn't have any objections in Nai Lai taking the blueprint. After all, Nai Lai gave the Heavenly Marks family so many elixirs and demon spirit coins. They have already benefited a lot from him. He still wishes for Nai Lai to pick a few more things. Let's study the blueprint somewhere in the future. Nai Lai thought to himself and continued to the next item. It's a round-shaped pearl. This pearl is black in color, sparkling and shining with a black luster. Just taking a look would give a people of a tranced feeling. This pearl is definitely not simple. Even Nai Lai doesn't know of its origin. I'll also take this, Nai Lai said. Others are fine, but this pearl? Nai Hai hesitated. What? Is there a problem? Nai Lai asked, slightly frowning as he looked at Nai Hai. It's not because of how much this pearl is worth. This pearl was left behind by the first-generation patriarch. Therefore, it has great meaning for the next generation, hence we have to be sure to keep it. Nai Hai said. I'm also part of Heavenly Marks family's next generation, so there shouldn't be any problem for me to take it. I will be sure to keep it safe. This is 200 million demon spirit coins. Patriarch can use it to buy back some of the treasure. Otherwise, the treasury of the family will be too empty. Nai Lai said as his right hand moved. He took out an interspatial and passed it over to Nai Hai. As for this move of Nai Lai's, Nai Hai really doesn't have any resistance to it. Nai Hai thought for a moment, looked at the interspatial ring and looked at that unknown pearl again. He bitterly smiled and said, Okay then. This silver bullet attack from Nai Lai is too frightening. Okay. Nai Lai lightly smiled. This trip was worth coming to. He does not know what that pearl is, but it's definitely not something simple. And that soul puppet blueprint is also not bad. Furthermore, that soul weapon isn't something that can be bought with money. Soul weapons are extremely useful if matched with a demon spirit. Since the Shadow Devil demon spirit already has its sharp claws, it doesn't need a guitar. However, this guitar would be suitable for the fanged panda. Patriarch Nai Hai, I'll return first. Nai Lai looked at Nai Hai and said, Okay. Nai Hai sent Nai Lai out. Right now, Nai Lai is the richest within the family. Casually taking some money out would already be enough for the family to raise its strength. Because of Nai Lai, the whole Heavenly Marks family changed, so why wouldn't he treat Nai Lai like a god? If any other family had a younger generation like Nai Lai, the patriarch will probably even smile in his sleep. Returning to his mansion, Nai Lai took out the pair of Qatar soul weapons. Towards this pair of Qatars that seemed like worthless metal, Nai Lai let out a low snort and operated his soul realm. Waves of soul force rushed out of the soul realm towards the pair of Qatars. Using soul force, Nai Lai constantly smelt the pair of Qatars. The rust stains on the soul weapon Qatar slowly dissolved. Gradually, the Qatar began to emit a dazzling luster. Finally, the guitar had some resonance with Nai Lai. The guitars trembled non-stop and then floated into the air. Boom, they burst. The pair of guitars turned into light and entered Nai Lai's soul realm. The power of a soul weapon has deep connections with the user's soul force. Generally, they would be a level stronger than the soul force. Which also means, since Nai Lai's soul force is at the silver rank, the strength of these guitars would be at gold rank. Even gold rank experts could be wounded by them if they're careless. As Nai Lai's strength rises, the soul weapon will follow and get stronger. Soul weapons are the masterpieces of the Thunder Demon spiritualist at the late Snow Wind era. Only they can create soul weapons, however. Only a small amount of Thunder Demon spiritualists were able to get their hands on the creation method of soul weapons. Only small amounts of Thunder Demon spiritualist families have them. Everyone can only have one soul weapon in their entire lives. Once the human dies, the weapon will follow. Therefore, the amount of soul weapons left over from that era are only few in number. Those ignorant guys actually treated the soul weapon as a normal weapon. They were simply wasting resources recklessly. Luckily, this was discovered by me, otherwise, there's no knowing how long it would have lost its luster. Nai Lai lightly smiled as he thought to himself. Chapter 80. Long time no see. Holy Orchid Institute, an old man with a beard and hair white, is currently looking at the dazzling Xiao Ning in front of him. This elder is the vice principal of the Holy Orchid Institute, Yi Sheng. Xiao Ning, are you sure that you want to enter the heavenly sacred border? Yi Sheng said, frowning his brows. You do know that entering the heavenly sacred border has its dangers, right? A few students, after coming out of the heavenly sacred border, had huge problems with their soul realms. Vice Principal, do I have the qualifications to enter the heavenly sacred border? Xiao Ning raised her head, looking at Yi Sheng, and asked. Her eyes flashed with firm determination. Of course, your talent is indeed qualified for it. There is indeed great benefits for entering the heavenly sacred border before reaching silver rank. Yi Sheng nodded. It's been a long time since he had a student so outstanding. I have decided to enter the heavenly sacred border. Xiao Ning heavily nodded her head, her eyes flashed with unprecedented firmness. How about your father? Has he agreed to your action? Yes, Xiao Ning nodded. Truth is, she came over behind her family's back. Okay then, in that case I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Sheng nodded, together with a few teachers, brought Xiao Ning to a grand building behind the Holy Orchid Institute. The teachers of the Holy Orchid Institute looked at each other. Truth is, they all quite admire Xiao Ning-er's courage. She actually has the courage to enter the heavenly sacred border. The heavenly sacred border is an extremely mysterious place. Only the most outstanding genius among geniuses could enter. Of those who have entered, many had problems occurred to their soul. Some came out without gaining anything. Only a few managed to pass through the heavenly sacred border. Of course, those who passed through the heavenly sacred border obtained powerful heritage and became a power existence. They would at least become a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Only Yimo managed to reach the legend rank demon spiritualist. There has always been a legend about the heavenly sacred border. Those who manage to pass through the heavenly sacred border are able to become the focus attention genius of the whole Glory City. Such a talent would be able to receive the protection of the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion will definitely protect the safety of this genius. They will not allow anyone to disturb his or her training. At the same time, there would also be lots of privileges. The reason why Glory City has not toppled under the threats of the demon beasts is highly connected to the geniuses of Glory City. It is exactly the rising of these genius that Glory City managed to maintain itself. Therefore, Glory City's protection towards geniuses are very complete and thoughtful. Under the guidance of Yi Sheng and the teachers, Xiao Ning walked towards the grand building. She lowered her head as began to daydream a little. She's wondering how Nai Lai is doing. I have to continue to chase after you, fight side by side with you. And one day you will finally pay attention to me. Xiao Ning thought to herself. Her face had a hint of charming blush. She recalled all the encounters with Nai Lai. Unknowingly, Nai Lai's figure could no longer disappear from her heart. The reason to why Xiao Ning is trying so hard, half of the reason is to grab Nai Lai's attention. Xiao Ning raised her head, walking forward in big steps. Several days later, Glory City's Northern Marshall Field. The Northern Marshall Field is a field that's a few kilometers in circumference. There are viewing stands, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, surrounding the Marshall Field. There would often be lots of competitions being hosted in this area. This is due to the fact that Glory City's people have high interests in martial arts. Therefore, there would be lots of people coming over. Many will also come over to participate in all kinds of bets. At this moment, people of various families have already seated within the Northern Marshall Field. Members of the Heavenly Marks family were sitting at a corner of the north side. Their distance from the sacred family isn't far. In the past, no one would pay attention to a declining family like the Heavenly Marks family. But now, no family would neglect the Heavenly Marks family. What makes others jealous, envious, and hateful is that Director Yang Xin of the Alchemist Association is also here. She even brought 3 elders of the Alchemist Association over and was sitting right beside the Heavenly Marks family. They were talking and were laughing with the Heavenly Marks family. This caused other families to be burning with jealousy. Normally, they would try their best to curry up to figures like Yang Xin and the Alchemist Association's elders, but no matter what they tried, they still wouldn't get any attention. They would never be in their eyes. However, Yang Xin's expressions have been polite towards the people from the Heavenly Marks family. Little brother Nai Lai, that pot of yours almost killed big sister Yang Xin. How are you planning to make it up to your big sister? Yang Xin said, charmingly looking at Nai Lai. Truth is, the situation wasn't so serious. The people that tried to kill her on that day were taken care of in a flash by her bodyguards. There was no danger. However, in front of Nai Lai, she made it sounded so serious. Nai Lai, naturally, knows what Yang Xin wants. He lightly smiled and said, "About this matter, I'll owe big sister Yang a favor." "Good." Yang Xin smiled, giving her soft waist a stretch and said, "Why hasn't this tournament started yet? I'm starting to get a little bored. Is little brother Nai Lai going up too? Big sister will have to pay close attention to that." Several other men of a few other families saw the curvy and charming Yang Xin with widened eyes, unable to shift their gaze off her. When they saw her plump chest when she stretched, they couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Because Yang Xin has unparalleled beauty, her high status, no one dared to go forward. Who would joke around? She is someone who can decide a family's fate. Who would dare to be rash around her? Yang Xin has already got used to those heated gazes and turned a blind eye against them. Instead, her gaze would occasionally fall on Nai Lai. While Nai Lai and Yang Xin were chatting, several people from the sacred family walked over. The one taking the lead is the main affairs elder of the sacred family, Shen Ming. "Director Yang, long time no see. Never thought that you would be interested in the martial tournament between a few families," Shen Ming said, smiling. His eyes flashed a hint of fear. He never thought that the Heavenly Marks family would actually have the ability to call Director Yang and 3 other elders of the Alchemist Association over. Although the sacred family is one of the 3 major families, in the face of a powerful force like the Alchemist Association, they still have a deep fear for repercussions. Without mentioning others, the sacred family still has to buy a huge amount of elixirs from the Alchemist Association yearly. If the Alchemist Association were to suddenly reduce the share of the sacred families, they will be greatly affected. I'm not interested towards the martial tournament. I'm only here to watch little brother Nai Lai. I might even place a bet too. I heard that the sacred family is the banker this year. Yang Xin said, smiling. Little brother Nai Lai. Shen Ming's gaze swept across Nai Lai's face, secretly thinking about the relationship between Nai Lai and Yang Xin. Correct. We, the sacred family, are indeed the bankers this year. Director Yang is also interested to place 1 or 2 bets. Shen Ming's expression stiffened for a moment. Who doesn't know about the Alchemist Association being extremely rich now? Even if it's the sacred family, they couldn't afford to play with them. I'm just casually playing. My bet will be on little brother Nai Lai alone. Main affairs Ming, you don't have to worry about it, ha. Yang Xin said, lightly laughing. Nai Lai's gaze looked towards Shen Ming and then shifted onto Shen Fei beside Shen Ming. He only saw that Shen Ming had the vicious eyes of a snake looking at him. Not only was there hatred for stealing his fiancée, Shen Fei simply hated Nai Lai to death. If it wasn't for Yang Xin backing him up, he would come up and bash Nai Lai up. Ha, young Master Shen, long time no see. Nai Lai totally ignored the vicious eyes of Shen Fei, laughed and said, as if he wasn't aware of the grudges between them. Chapter 81. Bet. Looking at Nai Lai's expression, Yang Xin understood what happened. Nai Lai has some conflict with this Shen Fei. The reason Nai Lai called her over, the purpose is very clear. It is to fight with the sacred family. Even knowing that she would offend the sacred family, she stood on Nai Lai's side without any hesitation. She easily made that decision. Hump, Shen Fei snorted. He did not bother himself with Nai Lai. I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. When the tournament starts, watch how I mess with you to death. Ha, young Master Shen is really friendly. Nai Lai laughed. Ning would often mention to me about you, saying that you are a generous man. Hearing Nai Lai mentioning Xiao Ning Shen Fei was simply about to explode. Nai Lai is really touching his weak spots. He seems to feel that there is a green hat on his head. Seeing that Shen Fei's color turned into the color of pig liver, Nai Lai seemed to have not noticed it. He continued. Recently, Ning cultivation has been going through leaps and bounds, soon reaching the silver rank. I even helped her with a massage. Her Arctic disease is almost cured. Speaking of which, young Master Shen still has to thank me. Massage. Hearing Nai Lai's words, images appeared in Shen Fei's head. He almost vomited blood. Everyone must know that, even now, Xiao Ning hasn't even let him touch her hands, surnamed Nai. You're really pissing me off. I'm going to kill you. Shen Fei could no longer control himself. Both of his eyes widened. As a direct descendant of the sacred family, being proud and arrogant, he has never been treated with this kind of humiliation. Shen Fei rushed out, throwing a punch towards Nai Lai. At this moment, Yang Xin's eyebrows twitched. She leapt in between the two. Although she clearly knows that Nai Lai is purposely provoking Shen Fei, she bitterly smiled in her heart. Since Shen Fei is finding Nai Lai's trouble, she naturally can't sit there and do nothing about it. Seeing Nai Lai purposely provoked Shen Fei and got Yang Xin to stand out for him, Shen Ming was also slightly angry inside. He pulled Shen Fei back without saying anything. Young Master Shen Fei, don't be rash, Shen Ming said, slightly smiled. The martial tournament will soon begin. Presumably, the Nai family will definitely send someone to do battle. Why don't you have a showdown later? No point harming the harmony? Shen Fei's chest heaved non-stop. He forcefully pulled back his anger. He glowered at Nai Lai. He can clearly see that Nai Lai has the protection of the Alchemist Association, therefore fears nothing. Here, he couldn't do anything to Nai Lai. But when the tournament starts, he will teach Nai Lai a harsh lesson. If Nai Lai doesn't go up, then they will just beat the crap out of the Heavenly Marks family's representatives and see if Nai Lai will still not come down. Shen Fei inhaled a deep breath and stopped his tracks. After hearing that, Nai Lai calmly said by the side, about the tournament, it's pointless without any profits. If there isn't any bet, I'll not be entering. Oh, Shen Ming lightly glanced at Nai Lai and asked, I wonder what kind of bet you want. For this round's tournament, I'll be the banker. No matter how much the sacred family wants to bet, I'll take it all. But if the bet is too low, I'll not be playing. Nai Lai casually said, You be the banker? You have that much money. Shen Ming's brows slightly twitched. Once the bet starts, both sides have to fork out an equal amount of money. Winner takes everything. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Marks family wouldn't be able to afford to play. With big sister Yang here, the sacred family is scared that I could not afford to play, Nai Lai said, lightly smiled. Yang Xin could see that the reason why Nai Lai angered Shen Fei and provoked the sacred family is to let the sacred family fall into his trap and bet with him. Seems like Nai Lai has the confidence to win against Shen Fei. If little brother Nai Lai couldn't afford it, I'll pay for him. Yang Xin said, smiling. Since Director Yang said so, then we'll have a game or two. The tournament between young Master Shen Fei and this young Master Nai Lai, I'll bet that Shen Fei wins. Stake is 50 million demon spirit coins. Do you dare to accept? Shen Ming narrowed his eyes, looking at Nai Lai. Shen Fei's fierce gaze was also on Nai Lai. 50 million demon spirit coins. Nai Lai suddenly widened his eyes. What, you're scared? Shen Fei snorted. This time 50 million demon spirit coins at stake. Doesn't it scare you, silly? I say you stake 50 million demon spirit coins, and yet you still have the guts to play. Such a big family like the sacred family only dares to bet so little. Nai Lai, looking puzzled, looked at Yang Xin and said, Big Sister Yang, is the sacred family really so poor? 50 million demon spirit coins is barely enough to buy sweets for kids. Looking at Nai Lai's expression, Yang Xin laughed in her heart. Nai Lai is still full of bad ideas. He's luring the sacred family. She shook her head and seriously said, Little brother Nai Lai, 50 million demon spirit coins is considered a lot for their type of family. How could this be? So shabby. Nai Lai took out a bunch of demon crystal cards, approximately 20-30 demon crystal cards, waved his hand and threw them towards the stage. It instantly caused a commotion on the stage. Someone had casually thrown out hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. Nai Lai had an extremely arrogant look and said, Since the sacred family is so poor, I'll force myself to play with you guys. If I win the 50 million demon spirit coins, I'll split them with the audience. Since there isn't much meaning to it, I'll just treat it as throwing some pocket money. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Shen Ming's and Shen Fei's faces paled. Nai Lai is too crazy. 50 million demon spirit coins is not a small amount. Ordinary noble families couldn't even take out so much money. Only a major family like the sacred family could afford such an amount. Of course, it cannot be compared to the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association now is too rich. It's even more wealthy than the City Lord Mansion. 50 million, you even have the guts to say so little. Nai Lai laughed in disdain. Shen Ming inhaled a breath, but still remained calm. Since Nai Lai angered Shen Fei, he definitely has the confidence. First round, just betting 50 million is no big deal. After all, there is still lots of chances. First, look at Nai Lai's strength before anything else. First round we'll just play 50 million. We'll see if you are still willing to continue playing. Shen Ming said and lightly smiled. Even if Nai Lai is confident about winning against Shen Fei, there is still 2 other representatives from the sacred family. Putting a bet on those 2 is more reliable. Sure, as long as the sacred family wants to play, I'll follow to the end. I'll be the banker, no matter how much the sacred family is betting, I'll accept it all. Nai Lai said. Looking at Nai Lai's arrogant expression, Shen Ming sneered. However, he still politely said, This young master of the Heavenly Marks family is really straightforward. I wonder who will be the witness. Shen Ming took a glance at Yang Xin and said, I'm afraid that Director Yang could not do it. All the other families will be the witness to this bet, Nai Lai said. Okay, Shen Ming also said straightforwardly. The sacred families and the Heavenly Marks families deliberately publicized bet was quickly spread out. The whole tournament field was heated up. All the patriarchs of various families were also invited to be witnesses. What's wrong with the Heavenly Marks family to actually bet against the sacred family? You don't know? The Heavenly Marks family is sheltered by the Alchemist Association. They are now very rich. They seems to be fighting with the sacred family. You sure that this is not between the 2 giants, the sacred family and the Alchemist Association instead? Who knows? Various patriarchs were discussing. Chapter 82, Fanged Panda's First Battle. Everyone's attention shifted from the various families towards the bet between the sacred family and the Heavenly Marks family. Many patriarchs were looking with the mood of watching a show. Heard that the Heavenly Marks family had a 50 million demon spirit coin bet with the sacred family. 50 million demon spirit coins. Such an amount is truly something only the Sacred Family and the Alchemist Association can afford to play. The small Heavenly Marks family can definitely not afford it. Without the shelter of the Alchemist Association, the Heavenly Marks family probably doesn't even dare to play. The bet between the two families somewhat caused the whole arena to be heated up. Aside from their personal bet with Nai Lai, the Sacred Family also opened the bet to the public. Nai Lai winning would be won 1.5. Shen Fei would be won 1.3. Those betting on Shen Fei taking Nai Lai down in a move would be 1.9. Nai Lai took a glance at the bets. There was a bet on Nai Lai winning against Shen Fei in one move. The rate reached to a 111. Pity that you can only make a bet of 6 million at a time. If there wasn't a limit, I'd bet till the whole Sacred Family becomes poor. Nai Lai hiddenly thought to himself. First round, I'll just casually play around with you guys. In the next few rounds, I'll play big. Nai Lai had Nai Hai and Bunch to secretly send someone to place the bet. Some of the bets were spread out a little, so as to not attract much attention, placing roughly around 30 million Demon Spirit coins onto Nai Lai. One portion of the bet is for Nai Lai beating Shen Fei within 20 moves. The betting payout is 1-3. Under the powerful cheering from the crowd, both sides were preparing to enter the arena. Heavenly Marks families Nai Hai, Nai En and Bunch all had expressions of excitement on their faces. Yang Xin looked at Nai Lai, the corner of her mouth slightly curled into a smile. She had a feeling that Shen Fei will definitely lose miserably. Shen Ming and Bunch returned to the view area for the Sacred Family, threw a glance at Shen Fei and said, "The tournament doesn't allow items like battle armor. However, elixirs are allowed. Take 2 Demon Spirit Strengthening pills with you, in case you'll need it." The Demon Spirit Strengthening pill is a kind of pill that are provided to the major families from the Alchemist Association. Usually, they would only be used in battle against demon beasts. Who would use such expensive elixirs at a tournament? However, because of the bet with Nai Lai, a pill of the Demon Spirit Strengthening pill cost more than 1 million. It'll be worth it. The Demon Spirit Strengthening pill can greatly enhance the Demon Spirit's strength. However, it also has a certain amount of side effects, causing long-term damage towards the Demon Spirit. However, it doesn't cause any damage towards the cultivator. For the Sacred Family, this is nothing. Even if Shen Fei's Demon Spirit is damaged, the Sacred Family can immediately switch it out for a stronger one. Furthermore, you have to beat Nai Lai after 20 moves. With that, we can truly win, Shen Ming said, looking at Shen Fei. You actually want me to beat him after 20 moves? He's really having it easy. Shen Fei's gaze flashed a hint of viciousness. Young Master Shen Fei, you definitely mustn't underestimate your opponent, Shen Ming informed Shen Fei. I understand. Shen Fei nodded. Although he did not say anything else, he felt a little disdain in his mind. The various patriarchs have finished placing their bets. The majority bet that Shen Fei will win against Nai Lai. Many bet that Shen Fei will defeat Nai Lai within 20 moves. Those who bet on Nai Lai to win is quite a few. After all, the Alchemist Association wouldn't gift 50 million over to the Sacred Family if they don't have the confidence to win. The whole audience was getting heated and cheered fiercely as they watched Nai Lai and Shen Fei enter the arena. Young Master Shen Fei beat that Heavenly Marks family's Nai Lai. Young Master Shen Fei, good luck. Nai Lai, good luck. Defeat the Sacred Family. You can do it. The cheering on the field was getting louder and louder. If Shen Fei defeats Nai Lai, the Sacred Family would win a lot of money. Under thousands of gazes, Nai Lai and Shen Fei stood at their respective positions in the arena. I will make you lose miserably. Furthermore, I wouldn't let you off so easily. Shen Fei's face held a vicious smile. He definitely has to make Nai Lai lose miserably for daring to touch his woman. Young Master Shen Fei's words are simply praise to me. Wait till I go back. I will definitely tell this to Ning Er. Nai Lai laughingly said. Looking at Nai Lai, Shen Fei almost exploded. However, he forcefully suppressed his anger. He remembered Shen Ming's words. He must only win against Nai Lai after 20 moves. Shen Fei let out an angry snort as he emitted a strong fighting intent from his body. Shen Fei raised his hands and threw them towards Nai Lai. Facing an opponent like Nai Lai, Shen Fei wasn't going to use his demon spirit at the start. Once he uses his demon spirit, Nai Lai probably wouldn't be able to handle his attacks, not to mention beating Nai Lai after 20 moves. Seeing this scene, the corner of Nai Lai's mouth curled. He predicted that this idiot wouldn't use his demon spirit. Then I'll destroy this guy in one move. I'm really speechless. Originally, I wanted to act a little bit, pretend to barely win over you. Seems like I no longer have the need for it anymore, Nai Lai hiddenly thought to himself. His soul realm suddenly activated. Let's go, Fanged Panda. A huge fanged panda appeared out of the thin air, then merged with Nai Lai, causing the muscles on Nai Lai's body to be strengthened. Shen Fei continued to punch towards Nai Lai. He originally thought that Nai Lai would fight him with strength alone for a while. He never thought that Nai Lai would summon his demon spirit without any indication. Furthermore, Nai Lai's speed of calling out his demon spirit is extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, Nai Lai had already finished merging with his demon spirit. This caused Shen Fei unable to respond in time. Even if he wanted to call out his demon spirit, it was already too late. Such a low-level demon spirit like the fanged panda, what's the use of calling it out? Shen Fei has absolute confidence in his own strength. At most, after exchanging a blow with Nai Lai's fanged panda form, he'll immediately retreat and call out his own demon spirit. There is actually someone stupid enough to integrate with such a low-level demon spirit like the fanged panda. Such a rubbish demon spirit like the fanged panda. Shen Fei doesn't even consider it a threat. Editor, he doesn't give panda's face. Even if you called out your demon spirit, so what? Such a rubbish demon spirit like the fanged panda can absolutely not be my opponent. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth revealed a chilling smile. He wants to beat Nai Lai down to the ground, then mercilessly step on Nai Lai. All of this is in order to relieve the hatred in his heart. Seeing Shen Fei's fist was almost upon him. At this moment, the fanged panda merged with Nai Lai. He lightly smiled and threw a palm towards Shen Fei's head. TLN, bitch slap? Boom, Nai Lai's fanged panda slapped Shen Fei's face and heavily slammed him into the ground. Cracks surfaced upon the ground. Suffering such a slap, it's definitely not a good feeling. Such a heavy strike. Shen Fei never imagined that the strength of a palm from Nai Lai would actually have such frightening strength in it, although Nai Lai merged with a fanged panda. That fanged panda isn't an ordinary demon spirit. It's a fighting-type demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. It has frightening strength in contrast to its outer, docile looks. Shen Fei had probably been slapped silly. On one hand, Nai Lai is too cunning. He actually merged with his demon spirit while facing someone that hasn't merged with his own spirit. On another hand, no one thought that the fanged panda Nai Lai summoned had such frightening strength. Shen Fei's ears were ringing. He had his head slammed heavily into the ground. Although his own cultivation is considered quite good after suffering this one attack, it's definitely not a good feeling. His head feels like it's about to explode. The whole arena was in an uproar. Damn. It couldn't be that young Master Shen Fei is letting himself get defeated on purpose, right? He's not using his demon spirit in battle. That Nai Lai is too shameless. He was about to merge with a demon spirit without any indication. And young Master Shen Fei did not summon his demon spirit. This is simply too shameless. Those that betted on Shen Fei shouted. In their view, it wasn't that Shen Fei underestimated his opponent. It was Nai Lai calling out his demon spirit without any indication. If Shen Fei knew beforehand, he definitely wouldn't suffer such a loss. In that exchange of attacks earlier, Shen Fei suffered a loss. This caused the people of the sacred family to almost explode. Despicable! The Heavenly Marks family is too despicable. Sacred Family's side yelled. As for those that bet on Nai Lai, they naturally stood on Nai Lai's side. When they saw Nai Lai slam Shen Fei onto the ground with just a slap, they were overjoyed. For him to gain an upper hand at the start of the battle seems like it's not impossible for Nai Lai to win against Shen Fei. What has Nai Lai done wrong? There can never be too much deception in war. It's the stupidity of young Master Shen Fei, actually underestimating his enemy and not using his demon spirit. Who is to blame but himself? Over on the Heavenly Marks family side. Although Nai Hai, Nai En, and Bunch felt that Nai Lai is a little too despicable, they wouldn't weaken their own momentum. You sacred families people only have eyes on the top. For a demon spiritualist to not summon out their demon spirit and facing an opponent without one, isn't that stupid? All kinds of voices sounded here and there. After the brief, heated arguments, the arena finally quieted down. They realized that they have just reacted to an unexpected situation. Damn, what did I just see? That's actually a fanged panda. There's actually someone using such a garbage demon spirit like the fanged panda. Is the Heavenly Marks family poor? Are they only able to get a fanged panda for its younger generation? What can a fanged panda do? When facing other demon spirits, isn't it nothing more than vegetable material? Young Master Shen Fei was probably taken advantage of in just that moment. Wait until after he merges with his demon spirit. We'll see how badly he'll slaughter that kid. Those that bet on Shen Fei were all heated up. F***K, he actually brought out a fanged panda to throw faces. F***K this runt. F***K, kill him. Nai Hai, Nai En, and everyone else from the Heavenly Marks family were dumbfounded, especially Nai Hai and Nai En. They have been going around acquiring large amounts of demon spirits these days. There are lots of other demon spirits stronger than the fanged panda, so why would Nai Lai choose a pet like fanged panda? There doesn't make any sense. Not only the Heavenly Marks family, Yang Xin was also surprised. She clearly knows exactly how much money Nai Lai has. With Nai Lai's wealth, buying an extraordinary demon spirit is simple, but Nai Lai actually chose a fanged panda. This made everyone unable to understand his actions. However, what they don't know is that Nai Lai's fanged panda is not an ordinary fanged panda. It's a demon spirit with the growth rate of God level. Although Nai Lai had taken the advantage at the first exchange, the whole arena still doesn't think that Nai Lai will win. Everyone widened their eyes, prepared to see Shen Fei merge with his demon spirit and beat Nai Lai. Chapter 83. You let me win. The whole martial field was filled with all sorts of shouts. At this moment, at the center of the arena, Shen Fei that got his head slapped flying had his head slightly cleared up and was struggling to get up. At this point, Shen Fei's anger soared to the sky. The reason why he did not call out his demon spirit is because of Elder Shen Ming's instructions. He was only to beat Nai Lai after 20 rounds. Who would have known that Nai Lai would call out his demon spirit without any indication? Eating a loss for no reason, Shen Fei was simply going to explode. He completely threw away what Elder Shen Ming instructed him. Since you asked for it, I'll kill you. Shen Fei angrily roared, his soul realm trembling. A demon spirit aura emitted out from his body. The one that Shen Fei had integrated with is an extremely powerful Scarlet Black Tiger demon spirit. The Scarlet Black Tiger is an extremely frightening demon beast. This demon spirit was hunted by the patriarch of the sacred family himself. It's a 1-star black gold rank demon beast, therefore extremely strong enough to allow Shen Fei's strength to soar several times. Young Master Shen Fei is finally going to use this demon spirit. The audience was heated up. This aura, heavens, it's too horrifying. It's actually a Scarlet Black Tiger? Scarlet Black Tiger versus the fanged panda. The outcome is very easily predictable. Almost everyone felt that the fanged panda will be handled after one move. Shen Fei's aura kept soaring. The aura of the sacred black tiger is very strong, causing everyone to be shocked by its power. Nai Hai, Nai En, and Bunch couldn't remain seated anymore. With Nai Lai's fanged panda, it's absolutely impossible to compete against the Scarlet Black Tiger. The gap between their strengths is too great. What now? Let's get Zio Lai to surrender. Those who bet on Shen Fei were yelling excitedly. They were cheering for Shen Fei. In their views, this match is Shen Fei's win. Eventually, all the voices stopped. Just when Shen Fei was operating his soul realm within his body, at the crucial moment of him calling out his demon spirit, Nai Lai took a few steps forward, and threw a slap at the back of Shen Fei's head. Boom! Shen Fei, who was about to merge with his demon spirit, had once again slammed heavily onto the ground, causing a huge crater to appear. Shen Fei's merging process was interfered. That surging aura dispersed. Shen Fei, at this moment, is simply a tragic sight to see. That originally handsome face was slapped to the point that it was closely stuck to the ground. And the culprit who did this, Nai Lai, is currently stretching himself. Dumbfounded? The whole arena was shocked. Nai Hai, Nai En, Yang Xin, and Bunch were also all dumbfounded. Despicable. Too shameless. Nai Hai, Nai En, and Bunch felt their faces heating up. They were getting the feeling of having their dignity thrown away. Is this still the Heavenly Marks family? This, the Heavenly Marks family's lineage, actually taught such a despicable younger generation. Even those that bet on Nai Lai to win had their face redden. Although Nai Lai had the upper hand, this doesn't seem to be right. In these few years of the tournament between geniuses, since when have they seen such a battle before? In the previous tournaments, they were all learning from each other's martial arts. All are very particular about martial spirits. Usually, the two sides would call out their demon spirits and then compete with each other. They have never seen anything like what Nai Lai's done. He called out his demon spirit without any indication, and even interrupted others who were summoning their demon spirit. Those on the sacred family's side were nearly jumping up. Heavenly Marks family, your family is too despicable. Such a battle is simply one-sided. Members of the sacred family yelled at the Heavenly Marks family. Although Nai Hai, Nai En, and Bunch felt that Nai Lai's action is a little too despicable, they can't show it on the faces in front of the sacred family. Have we violated any of the tournament's rules? You're not in the position to accuse us. Do I need you to teach me about my Heavenly Marks family's matters? Is your sacred family's young master Shen Fei being too stupid? He's simply pig-headed. He's obviously a demon spiritualist, and yet he did not summon his demon spirit before engaging a battle. Had his back facing his opponent when summoning his demon spirit. Who's to blame? At this moment, Yang Xin looked at Shen Ming and lightly said, "Main Affairs Elder Shen Ming, it couldn't be that your sacred family can't afford the loss, right?" Although Nai Lai is indeed a little shameless, she still stood on Nai Lai's side. Looking at the situation on the arena, Yang Xin's smile became even more charming. Nai Lai is simply unpredictable. From the outer looks of it, he looks kind and pure, but deep inside to his bones, he is simply cunning. He is obviously perverted all the time, but when someone is tempting him, he had a firm resolution in his attitude. Shen Ming's facial expression sullened. Nai Lai is too cunning, he can only admit defeat. Since Nai Lai agreed to have 3 rounds, the first round means nothing. Knowing that Nai Lai's demon spirit is a fanged panda, Shen Ming coldly sneered in his heart. He'll consider this round his loss. Next round, he will get all his money back. Shen Ming threw a glance at Yang Xin and said, "Of course not. Such little money, my sacred family can still afford to lose it." At this moment in the arena, Shen Fei, who is lying on the floor, is simply going to explode. After getting the too big slap from Nai Lai, his face was heavily smashed into the ground. Blood was coming from his nose and his face was full of bruises. Earlier, when he wanted to merge with his demon spirit, his soul realm was rattled from Nai Lai's slap, causing the merging to fail. "Young Master Shen Fei, are you okay? We're only learning from each other by fighting, no point going beyond that. If you can't stand, then just surrender." Nai Lai crouched down beside Shen Fei. Surrender. Once he surrendered, 50 million demon spirit coins would be gone. He isn't willing to do so. He let out a furious snort and once again surged his soul realm. A demon spirit figure appeared. He was preparing to merge with the demon spirit. Waves and waves of powerful aura was emitting out of the body. His body was transforming. He had canine teeth and sharp claws. Bursts of roars was let out from the scarlet black tiger. The power it's emitting was terrifying. "Once I merged with my demon spirit, your fanged panda cannot fight me. You want to obstruct me from merging with my demon spirit? That's simply impossible. The flames of the scarlet black tiger is enough to burn you to ashes." Shen Fei thought to himself. Flames erupted from his body. Young Master Shen Fei is about to show his power. This is the scarlet flame merging of the scarlet black tiger. That flame is extremely fierce. It'd burn everything around it to ashes. This is really worthy of the young Master Shen. For him to actually have such a combat ability. This time, Nai Lai is doomed. He can't even get close to the scarlet flames. Once young Master Shen Fei's merging is complete, he can take down the Fanged Panda in one move. How is a demon spirit like the Fanged Panda an opponent of the scarlet black tiger? Although he had the upper hands earlier, so what? The voices in the arena surged. Scarlet flames, very powerful. At this moment, Nai Lai, who has merged with Fanged Panda, wasn't affected by the flames even though he is standing within the scarlet flames. Shen Fei's scarlet black tiger isn't bad, but compared to Nai Lai's Fanged Panda, the distance is too great. No one else will ever be able to imagine the power of his Fanged Panda. How can a combat ability of such a small level hurt the Fanged Panda? However, now is not the time to show this strength. Just when Shen Fei was about to finish merging with his demon spirit, Nai Lai raised his leg and mercilessly stepped on Shen Fei. Shen Fei's soul realm was shocked once again, causing the merging to fail. The demon spirit within his soul realm is still not out. The voices within the arena came to a halt. Everyone was dumbfounded. What they had imagined as scenes of the Fanged Panda rolling around the ground due to the scarlet flames did not appear in front of them. Instead, the scenes of Shen Fei being stepped on mercilessly was before them. Merging failure again? How can this be? This stepping feels awesome. I've vented out for Ning-Er, Nai Lai thought to himself. Shen Fei was tortured by him pretty badly, however, Nai Lai doesn't look like he'll stop anytime soon. I heard that young Master Shen Fei is a flower veteran. You've played quite a number of girls. For the sake of young Master Shen Fei, don't play around any more girls in the future. Nai Lai kicked at Shen Fei's spot. From today onwards, he's afraid that Shen Fei can no longer do the humane way. Those that bet on Shen Fei to win rolled their eyes endlessly. Originally, when they heard the screaming sounds, they thought that there were chances of coming back. However, the few kicks of Nai Lai's had, once again, destroyed their thoughts. Pay, really unlucky. To actually lose like this? TLN. Spitting sounds blame it on that pig-headed Shen Fei. He's so overconfident to the point that he didn't summon his demon spirit and started the battle. In the end, he didn't even have the chance to call out his demon spirit. But that Heavenly Marks family's guy is really underhanded. He did not giving Shen Fei the chance to call out his demon spirit. This is a violation of the martial spirit. Thinking of the battle process, they had thoughts of crying. After meeting such a shameless guy like Nai Lai, what else can they say? Although they can condemn Nai Lai morally, there isn't such a rule in the tournament. Shen Ming can see that Nai Lai wouldn't give Shen Fei the chance to merge with his demon spirit. Continuing this match on will only end with the unmerged Shen Fei getting beaten up by Nai Lai. This match, the sacred family surrender, please stop, Shen Ming angrily said. His voice sounded throughout the whole arena. Everyone can feel the anger within his tone. The audience were smiling bitterly. This is the most nonsensical battle they have seen. At this moment, Shen Ning and Shen Xiao of the sacred family were both looking at each other. They never thought that Shen Fei would actually lose the fight in this way. Aside from Shen Fei making Nai Lai show a little of the Fanged Panda's power, he did not even test out the true strength of Nai Lai. See the Fanged Panda merged Nai Lai looking so harmless, they can't help feeling a little contempt. As they watched Shen Fei getting beaten up so badly, they did not feel sad, they were secretly laughing within their hearts. The direct descendant's young master is really spoilt. He has so little intelligence. They heard that Shen Fei often plays with women, so he probably emptied his foundation, therefore lost to Nai Lai. The money that Shen Fei lost, they will definitely win it back. The young master of the family is a rubbish, now it's time for them to show themselves. Hearing Shen Ming's words, Nai Lai secretly felt depressed. Admitting lost so fast was not fun at all. Nai Lai stepped on Shen Fei's body one more time before cupping his hands and said, Ha ha ha, this fight is really fun. Brother Shen, thanks for letting me win. Hearing Nai Lai's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Nai Lai is simply shameless to no extent. Fun? More like only Nai Lai had fun. From start to end, Nai Lai has been beating up Shen Fei was already on the ground and did not giving Shen Fei the chance to retaliate. As for letting him win in this match, it does really seem as though Shen Fei let Nai Lai win. After all, he did not merging with his demon spirit and continuously let Nai Lai bash him up. The ones that lost money because of Shen Fei were cursing. Damn, what is he playing at? It couldn't be that the Alchemist Association colluded with the Sacred Family to make us lose, right? Making me lose so much money. People of the Sacred Family, your daddy will hate you for my entire life. TLN. I bet you guys seen it a lot about people addressing themselves as Lao Zai equals your daddy when they speak, so I don't think I'd need to explain anymore. At this moment, at the corner of the audience seat, the spectating Yi Zai-yun couldn't help laughing. When she heard that the tournament was held by the Sacred Family and that the Heavenly Marks family would also participate, she was a little worried for Nai Lai. Therefore, she hurriedly came over, hid at one corner and watched. She originally thought that Nai Lai would suffer the loss. But looking at Nai Lai's lively figure again, she realized that her worries were redundant. Until now, no one made Nai Lai suffer a loss. That pair of big, clear eyes of hers when looking at Nai Lai's back figure were narrowed as she smiled. Yi Zai-yun just sat in one corner like that. That elegant and charming look of hers caused everyone to glance at her. They did not know that she is the daughter of the city lord. Still, such a beautiful girl is rarely seen. Chapter 84. Playing something small. Nai Lai wasn't aware that Yi Zai-yun also came and was sitting among the audience. Nai Lai returned back to the Heavenly Marks family's area after he won his match. The second match was about to begin. At this moment, Shen Ming threw a glance towards a few underlings and asked, "What is the result of the bet?" Shen Ming thought to himself, although his bet with Nai Lai had lost 50 million demon spirit coins, the public bet where the Sacred Family was the banker, majority of the people had bet on Shen Fei to win. Therefore, they should still get some of the money back, the underling reported. The total bet amount was 160 million demon spirit coins. Payout of more than 160 million demon spirit coins. We made a loss of more than 6 million demon spirit coins. How could this be? We actually lost again, Shen Ming furiously said. He originally thought that their publicly opened bet would grant them some of the money back. However, he never imagined that he would have lost more than 6 million demon spirit coins. Although it wasn't much, it's still enough to make him furious. Damn, Shen Ming angrily cursed. Ever since the day that he has taken the position of main affairs elder, he had never made such a huge mistake. Losing 56 million demon spirit coins in one go, and the patriarch is meant to return soon. Even if he used his past contributions to cancel off the blunder he made, he still doesn't feel good about it. At this moment, over on the Heavenly Marks family's side, Nai Hai, Nai En, and Bunch were extremely happy. Although they weren't the ones winning the money, but it was Nai Lai. However, to be able to get such a big chunk of meat from the Sacred Family still made them feel good about it. In the past, they were pressured by the Sacred Family miserably. And now, they are able to vent it all out. Little brother Nai Lai, I thought you're a decent person. Never thought that you would be so cunning. Seems like big sister Yang Xin have to be careful. Yang Xin looked at Nai Lai and teasingly said. Both her arms hugged her chest, slightly squeezing her spot, making it more alluring. Nai Lai bitterly smiled and said, Big sister Yang, you misunderstood. I am indeed a decent person, except that there are extreme methods for extreme times. After hearing Nai Lai's words, Yang Xin, Nai Hai, Nai En, and Bunch all looked at Nai Lai with a smile yet not a smile expression. Their eyes seemed to be saying, Who'll believe that? Nai Lai shrugged. Even if he tried to explain, it wouldn't be of use anyway. He looked at Nai En and asked, How much did we win in total? Our personal bet got us 50 million demon spirit coins. Furthermore, our bet in the public part got us more than 70 million demon spirit coins. Nai Hai smiled and said, In just a blink of an eye, another 120 million came in. Nai Lai is earning money at a really fast speed. Okay. Nai Lai nodded. 120 million demon spirit coins doesn't mean much towards him, however, for the sacred family, it's absolutely not a small amount. At this moment, Shen Ming also couldn't contain himself and walked towards to the Heavenly Marks family. Main Affairs Elder Shen Ming, how is young Master Shen Fei doing? It seems that Nai Lai had used a little heavy hand. Do please forgive. Nai Hai cupped his hands and said towards Shen Ming. As the patriarch of the Heavenly Marks family, he still has to show some elegance on the outside. However, within his heart, he laughed. Shen Ming's face slightly twitched. Anyone could tell that Shen Fei wouldn't be able to get off his bed for the next half-month. Shen Ming still doesn't know of the exact injuries of Shen Fei. He wasn't aware that Shen Fei wouldn't be able to commit the humane way anymore in the future. If he were to know, he would be even more furious. However, Shen Ming still gave orders to Shen Ning to mess Nai Lai to death. In Shen Ming's view, that fanged panda of Nai Lai's couldn't possibly win against Shen Ning. An ordinary fanged panda is only a bronze-rank demon spirit. Even if Nai Lai's fanged panda is a little special and somehow reached silver rank, it's already its limit. Right now, Shen Ning is a 5-star silver-rank demon spiritualist. Aside from that, he had integrated with the sacred Scarlet Bear, a gold-rank demon spirit. Although Shen Fei's Scarlet Black Tiger has the talent to become a black gold-rank demon spirit, as of now, it only has the strength of a silver rank. And as for Shen Ning's demon spirit, has already reached gold rank. T/N? I double-checked it. It said that Shen Fei's Scarlet Black Tiger is already a 1-star black gold rank. If they were to still lose, then they would really have some issues. 3 rounds of bets. This is only the first round. Don't be too happy so quickly. Next up, let's begin our second bet. Shen Ming looked at Nai Hai and Bunch, coldly snorted and said, "This." Nai Hai couldn't help looking towards Nai Lai. He wasn't sure of Nai Lai's strength. The sacred family losing the first round, the second one going up, will definitely not be so simple. Shen Ming also followed and set his gaze on Nai Lai. When his gaze fell on Nai Lai, his eyes flashed with a hint of cold within. Nai Lai lightly coughed and said, "It's a little wrong for sacred family to be like this. I just fought 1 round. The exertion of my soul force is very severe. Soon fighting the second round, isn't it meaningless to win if you fight me like this? How about this? The second round will be dragged to 2 months later. Wait until my soul force recovered, then I'll come and fight again." Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yang Xin, Nai Hai, and Nai En were stunned as they looked at Nai Lai, severe depletion of his soul force. In the previous battle, Nai Lai only merged with his demon spirit for a moment. Although he gave Shen Fei a few slaps and also stepped on him, there wasn't any fierce fighting. His words were a little too fake, right? Shen Ming's face sullened, coldly snorted and said, "It can't be that the Heavenly Marks family is trying to run after winning some money, right? If that's the case, then my sacred family is also not vegetarians." Shen Ming threw a glance at Yang Xin, snorted and said, "The Heavenly Marks family is going against their promise. The Alchemist Association isn't going to continue protecting the Heavenly Marks family, right? If this is the case, then I will have our patriarch have a little talk with the president, T/N. They are not easily taken advantage of / not a newbie that is easily taken advantage of." Yang Xin's cheeks slightly turned red. Although she stood by Nai Lai's side, she still doesn't have the cheeks to say it. For Nai Lai to run after winning some money is indeed a little wrong. Since the Main Affairs Elder Shen Ming said so, then I can only fight. Even if the sacred family wins underhandedly, I believe that no one would dare to speak ill of the sacred family. Nai Lai looked at the furious Shen Ming while slightly smiling within his heart. He had already thoroughly angered Shen Ming. Who dares to speak ill of my sacred family? Shen Ming coldly snorted. He suddenly realized he let something slip. He practically admitted that they would win underhandedly. His lungs were simply going to explode. Nai Hai, Nai En, and Bunch had admiring expressions on their faces. The sacred family is indeed good at pressuring people. Nai Lai lightly said. Yang Xin finally realized Nai Lai's motive. Nai Lai is trying to make Shen Ming furious and slowly step into his trap. However, can Nai Lai really defeat the genius of the sacred family? If Nai Lai could not defeat the genius of the sacred family, then everything he had done would all be in vain. So what? Shen Ming is extremely furious. He looked at Nai Lai and Bunch and said, "How much is the Heavenly Marks family prepared to bet this round?" Nai Lai lightly said, "In my view, we should at least play 300 million demon spirit coins. Otherwise, it would be meaningless." Hearing Nai Lai's words, Shen Ming's head suddenly cleared up, although he was angered by Nai Lai. But to bet 200 million demon spirit coins, if any problems occurred, the consequences wouldn't be of something that he could handle. Even with all his past contributions to the sacred family, if he were to lose 200 million in one go, his good days will come to an end. For Nai Lai to actually daring to accept this bet proves that he definitely has some confidence. In the previous battle against Shen Fei, Nai Lai's true strength wasn't revealed at all. Therefore, Shen Ming doesn't dare to be rash. Shen Ming went silent for a moment and said, "Since there is one more round, we'll just play 100 demon spirit coins this round." Looking at Shen Ming's expression, Nai Lai understood that Shen Ming, as the main affairs elder of the sacred family, has a limited authority. So he was not daring enough to play too big. If he were to keep pushing, Shen Ming will get suspicious of it. Since the sacred family doesn't have any guts, then we'll just play 100 million demon spirit coins, Nai Lai said, lightly laughed. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Shen Ming's face turned green. Nai Lai has been speaking about the sacred family being this and that, degrading the sacred family. This caused Shen Ming to be extremely furious. Chapter 85. Barely. After finishing up the 100 million bet, the sacred family no longer continued to be the banker. The bet was, however, taken over by Yang Xin. Since Yang Xin is the banker, Nai Lai did not participate in it. T/N. Clarifications. The public bet that is opened for the public is originally hosted by Sacred Family as the banker. And the personal bet between the Sacred Family and Nai Lai is Nai Lai as the banker. Therefore, it's two separate different bet. Nai Lai, you have to work hard. Over 90% of the bets are on the Sacred Family to win. Big Sister has bet it all on you. Yang Xin charmingly looked at Nai Lai, those pink lips of hers curled. Those pink lips were beside Nai Lai's cheeks. That curvaceous figure of hers was stuck beside Nai Lai. The softness of her skin could be vaguely felt. It was simply extremely tempting. This woman is simply a mesmerizing devil. Big Sister Yang Xin must be joking. Such a small amount of money doesn't mean much to you. It wouldn't matter even if you lost, Nai Lai said, lightly smiling. Naturally, he wouldn't be seduced by Yang Xin so easily. I have risked all of my personal money. Yang Xin pouted and said with slight dissatisfaction. Then, I have no idea what to do. You can only pray and resign yourself to fate. A short moment later, the bet started. Nai Lai and Shen Ning of the Sacred Family went to the arena. The whole arena heated up. Bursts of voices sounded out. Some were supporting Nai Lai, some supporting Shen Ning. In the previous round, that Nai Lai tricked me out of quite a bit of money. This time, I have to get it all back. That Heavenly Marks family's brat actually got himself a fanged panda. What an idiot. Although he tricked the Sacred Family once, the one up this round. Shen Ning is a 5-star silver-rank demon spiritualist. Therefore, he will definitely win. The previous round, when Nai Lai won, wasn't quite glorious. Shen Fei lost with a little injustice. Therefore, in this round, the majority of the bets were on Shen Ning. However, a portion of the people still felt good about Nai Lai. They felt that Nai Lai would be able to create a miracle. After all, Nai Lai has already won one round. Looking at Nai Lai in the arena, Yi Ziyun couldn't help laughing. She heard that the Sacred Family made another bet at a stake of 100 million. Nai Lai is too evil. During this year's examination, his results weren't high, but Yi Ziyun firmly believes that Nai Lai's cultivation has reached to a frightening degree. Otherwise, how could he have such control over his strength and soul force to such an extent? In her views, Nai Lai can definitely win against Shen Ning of the sacred family. Therefore, she has bet on Nai Lai with all her savings. Seeing Nai Lai's cunning looks, although Yizai Yun felt a little annoyed by it, could not understand why she still feels a little concern for Nai Lai. When she heard that Nai Lai has participated in the tournament, she hurriedly rushed over. It's just the concern between friends. Yizai Yun's gaze fell onto Nai Lai and thought to herself. Her cheeks were a little heated. She never had such concerns for a boy before. The battle started. Shen Ning immediately merged with his demon spirit. His body was burning with fierce flames and turned into a powerful sacred scarlet bear. Roar! Shen Ning took a step and flames soared into the sky. A tyrannical power swept out, the arena trembled. The flooring was charred. It's actually the sacred scarlet bear? A 5-star silver-rank demon spiritualist plus the sacred scarlet bear. This is an absolutely talented existence among the younger generations. Seems like Nai Lai is doomed this time. Earlier, he beat the direct descendant young master of the sacred family so miserably. The sacred family definitely won't let him off easily. Those who bet on Shen Ning raised their hands up. Their voices were very heated. Merging with the demon spirit the moment you got on the stage, isn't that being a little rude? Nai Lai murmured. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Shen Ning bitterly smiled. In the previous round, Shen Fei was beaten up miserably by Nai Lai without getting the chance to even merge with his demon spirit. How could he let Nai Lai have a chance? This round's battle is too important. He'll first merge with his demon spirit before anything else. After merging with his demon spirit, Nai Lai's fanged panda won't be able to beat him. Victory is already within Shen Ning's grasp. Nai Lai also quickly merged with the fanged panda, turning into a chubby, harmless fanged panda. Looking from any angle, the fanged panda didn't seem to be a threat. Roar! Shen Ning strode towards Nai Lai. Waves after waves of hot air blasted throughout every directions. Thunder flames. Shen Ning suddenly leaped and threw a palm downwards. One after another, flames like a meteor were falling down. Seeing this scene, Nai Lai did not engage in combat and started running. Boom! 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 Flaming meteors fell down, raging on the ground, leaving craters in the ground. Nai Lai jumped, dodging every flaming meteor coming at him, causing those who looked at the scene to be pinched in a cold sweat. If one of the flaming meteors were to hit Nai Lai, even if he didn't die, it would take at least half of his life. Booing was heard from the audience. That Heavenly Marks family's brat doesn't have any guts. He actually starts running the moment the fight begins. Can he have a little backbone? This tournament match is so pointless. That Heavenly Marks family's brat. If he's unable to win, then surrender. Simply wasting emotions. Bursts of sounds erupted from the audience. Yang Xin stared at Nai En and asked with her face sullen, sounding somewhat angry. Did you not accompany Nai Lai to change his demon spirit? How could you let Nai Lai use such a garbage demon spirit like the fanged panda? Nai bitterly smiled and hurriedly said, Director Yang, you misunderstand. Recently, we have been helping Nai Lai buy multiple demon spirits. We bought at least tens of thousands of them. However, Nai Lai still chooses this fanged panda. There is nothing we can do. Hearing Nai words, Yang Xin had an expression of surprise on her face. Nai and Bunch have bought more than 10,000 demon spirit these days. Taking a glance at Nai Lai, who is currently in the arena. Although Nai Lai looked somewhat pitiful, he was able to dodge every attack. He was probably doing this on purpose. Since little brother Nai Lai personally chose the fanged panda, there must definitely be a reason for it. Yang Xin lightly smiled, thought to herself. Seeing Yang Xin's expression, Nai felt relieved and wiped his sweat from his brow. After all, his family is merely a small family. How can he offend a figure like Yang Xin? At the audience area far away, Yizai Yun stared at the arena without moving her eyes, her brows slightly knitted. Even she could not tell that Nai Lai was purposely putting on an act. She thought that he was trying his very best. However, she had a feeling that Nai Lai will definitely win. One after another, flaming meteors exploded beside Nai Lai. Truth is, these flaming meteors can't even do anything to Nai Lai. If Nai Lai were to spit out a yin-yang bomb, it would be more than enough to blast away Shen Ning. However, Nai Lai wasn't thinking of winning against Shen Ning so easily. If he were to easily win against Shen Ning, the sacred family definitely wouldn't play the third round with him. Therefore, he has to show it that he barely win against Shen Ning. Runt, don't run. Shen Ning was continuously going berserk, as he controlled the frightening power of the sacred scarlet bear. The whole arena's grounds were severely ravaged. However, what made Shen Ning depressed was that this Nai Lai's luck was too good. Every time his flaming meteor was about to hit Nai Lai, he would stumble and dodge it. Thinking about the look of the clumsy fanged panda, and looking at Nai Lai stumbling away, Shen Ning couldn't help having a weird feeling about the fight. The fanged panda that Nai Lai has integrated with is really strange. If it were an ordinary fanged panda, he would have already settled it easily. How can it hang on for so long? Roar! Shen Ning positioned himself downwards from the sky. Both of his hands came together, turning into endless flaming fist, fiercely crashing down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Nai Lai's eyes lit up and he rolled toward the side. Trying to run? Too late. A hint of a sneer was on Shen Ning's face. Waves of scarlet flames were gushing out from his body. His whole body was a meteorite, fiercely falling downwards. Chapter 86, Fallen Unconscious, Gravity Field. Nai Lai activated the gravity field combat ability of the fanged panda, causing the gravity within the surrounding area to increase. Boom! Shen Ning's entire body heavily fell onto the ground. Just when Shen Ning was about to hit Nai Lai jumped to the side, barely dodging the flaming impact. However, burnt injuries were left on his body. Nai Lai was hiddenly relieved. He almost became a barbecued panda. Obvious having the strength to win against your opponent, but having to pretend that your strength was weaker than your opponent's was extremely testing on the acting. Rumbling sounds came from the whole arena as the whole place trembled. Shen Ning literally smashed a 10-meter square crater into the ground. Flames soared into the skies as dust shattered around. The audience stood up in excitement, screaming here and there. Whoa, just how terrifying is this energy? My God, is this the strength of the sacred scarlet bear? This is too frightening. Although he's only a 5-star silver rank, with such strength it's simply comparable to a gold rank. Shen Ning's win is confirmed? Shen Ning, Shen Ning. Voices sounded from the audience area, getting louder and louder. Not mentioning their bet, Nai Lai began running before the fight even began, causing Shen Ning to chase to the point of him chicken flying and dog jumping. They had full of disdain in their heart. If Nai Lai managed to win, then there really is no justice. T/N. I don't think I'll need to explain it. Just imagine Nai Lai pretending to dodge, then imagine chicken flying around and dog jumping. That's how the scene is. Shen Ming also had a satisfied smile on his face. He nodded his head and said, Shen Ning isn't bad. Based on the strength that he just displayed, he should have already stepped into gold rank. He must have been training really hard. If he managed to win against that brat from the Heavenly Marks family, I'll have to reward him when we get back. Hearing Shen Ming's words, Shen Xiao, standing beside him, couldn't help showing envious expressions. Even he, who has been training together with Shen Ning, did not think that Shen Ning's strength had already reached gold rank. Yang Xin, who was over at the Heavenly Marks family's viewing area, frowned and murmured, Shen Ning is only a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. How was he able to display such power? With such power, his strength should have already reached 3-star gold rank. Yizai Yun, seeing this scene, also had puzzled eyes. At this moment on the arena, the risen dust was slowly settling down. The figure in the crater slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. Suddenly, the originally heated audience went into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared into the crater. At this moment within the crater, Shen Ning was like a dead dog lying there and was not moving. His body was filled with injuries and had burnt injuries. What exactly is happening? Who can tell me what happened? Shen Ming roared. After Shen Ning leaped up and used the flaming meteor fall, he ended up falling and ended up unconscious himself. If this was to be spread out, who'd believe it? Seeing this scene, not only was Shen Ning puzzled, even Yang Xin, Nai Hai, Nai and Bunch were dumbfounded. The sacred family couldn't be so stupid, right? The first person that went up did not summon his demon spirit and ended up being beaten by Nai Lai. The second one summoned his demon spirit, displayed strength not below that of gold rank, but ended up falling and ended up unconscious. They were unable to believe the scene before them. Yang Xin seemed to have understood something and murmured, "I say, Shen Ning wouldn't have the strength of a 3-star gold rank for no reason. Could it be that little brother Nai Lai did something?" The audience was in a dead silence. Everyone had their eyes widened, staring at the arena. After a long time, Shen Ning was still down for the count, like a dead dog lying on the ground. "Damned garbage from the sacred family. Get up for your daddy. Damn, the garbage of the sacred family is so damn useless." Those who had bet were scolding the sacred family. It couldn't be a collusion of the Alchemist Association and the sacred family to cheat us, right? Not possible. With those few pills of the Alchemist Association, God knows how much money they have earned. Why would they care about this little amount of money? It's just those garbage of the sacred family are being too useless. As for those who had bet on Nai Lai, they were all smiling. Nai Lai is really a lucky kid. The first round, Shen Fei, that idiot, came up without merging with his demon spirit, a free win. The second, Shen Ning learnt from the previous lesson and merged with his demon spirit, but fell unconscious, another free win. What they didn't know is that Shen Ning did not cause himself to fall and became unconscious. It was secretly caused by Nai Lai. That flaming meteor fall of Shen Ning's was extremely powerful. By jumping to a high location and using the falling momentum to increase his strength, that speed was already the limit of what a 5-star silver rank can reach. Nai Lai suddenly increased Shen Ning's gravity, which caused the falling Shen Ning suffer from a higher gravity. He wasn't able to react and fell to the ground with a speed of the originals several times. One can only imagine that outcome, and not have a single bone in the whole body shattered would already be considered very lucky. Looking at the motionless Shen Ning on the floor, the corner of Nai Lai's lips curled. Shen Ning has lost conscious. He probably wouldn't be able to get up in the next 2-3 days. Gravity field is a type of invisible combat ability. Outsiders wouldn't be able to notice this move at all. Nai Lai won again. This is simply no challenge at all. Although Nai Lai is a silver rank, his truth strength can suppress a 2 to 3-star gold rank expert. Therefore, for him, Shen Ning didn't pose a threat at all. After seeing this scene, Yi Zai Yun, who was among the audience, wasn't surprised at all. She had an expression that said she had expected this. The sacred family was once again falling into Nai Lai's hands. Looking at Nai Lai, she couldn't help pouting. Nai Lai has always had the look of everything within his grasp, even in relationship matters. He was also firmly confident that Yi Zai Yun would fall in love with him. It's simply hateful. Will she really fall in love with Nai Lai one day? Her eyes flashed a hint of unknown. Thinking back to the incident at the ancient Orchid City, Yi Zai Yun couldn't help feeling shy in her heart. Her heartbeat accelerated all of a sudden. Thump, thump, jumping. The results of the fight, Nai Lai once again got 100 million demon spirit coins from Shen Ming. Getting the sacred family to pay 150 million demon spirit coins, although it's not enough to shake the foundation of the sacred family, is enough to make the sacred family's life to be tight for a period of time. As a major family like the sacred family, able to take out 500 million demon spirit coin cash is already very good. Of course, the value of their businesses is far more than that, reaching tens of billions. However, they could only take out this much for now. Although 150 million demon spirit coins doesn't mean anything to Nai Lai, he still felt satisfied. Main affairs elder, you let me win, you let me win. The several elder brothers of the sacred family is too generous, letting me win every round. Even I have been winning to the point that I feel a little embarrassed. It seems that I have wronged the sacred family all along. The sacred family not stingy, rather you are too generous. Nai Lai laughed and said to main affairs elder Shen Ming, T/N, Chinese tend to have a polite way of saying "you let me win" at something humble people say after a game. But in Nai Lai's case, it's just simply sarcasm. Shen Ming's face ashened. His lips were trembling from the anger. Furthermore, listening to the sarcastic words of Nai Lai's, if it's possible, he would really want to slap Nai Lai's head into the mud. 150 million demon spirit coins. How will he explain all this to the patriarch? Chapter 87. Demon Spirit Strengthening Pill. After paying 150 million demon spirit coins, all the credit that Shen Ming had in the family in this period of time has all gone down the drain. When the patriarch comes out from his isolation, he'll definitely not let him off. Not having the position of the main affairs elder is merely secondary. With the patriarch's methods, adding on to all those secrets of the family that he knows, he probably wouldn't be able to escape death. At this moment, Shen Ming's eyes flashed a hint of a crazy idea. There is still another round. If he managed to win all the money back in the third round, then he did not commit any mistake, but the opposite instead. This third round, we must definitely win. Shen Ming calculated for a moment. He can still take out another 200 million demon spirit coins. This is all of the liquid cash that the sacred family has at the moment. Originally, they were prepared to be used to buy some elixirs from the Alchemist Association for the family's younger generation. 200 million demon spirit coins, if he won, he would be able to explain to the patriarch. All out, Shen Ming's eye flashed a hint of viciousness. Patriarch Nai Hai, we still have the third competition, correct? Shen Ming stared at Nai Hai and coldly said. Nai Hai was stunned for a moment and took a glance at Nai Lai. Seeing Nai Lai nodding his head, he said, Correct, there is still the third round. Yang Xin slightly frowned. With her understanding towards Shen Ming, the consequences will be extreme since he lost 150 million. After he returned to the main household, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the fate of house arrest. Since Shen Ming actually still wants to bet, that proves that Shen Ming has already made his mind to go all out. After the situation developed to this point, Shen Ming has already gone crazy. Therefore, thinking of betting as the last chance is very normal. This round will bet 300 million demon spirit coins, Shen Ming coldly said. He has already sent people to various stores of the sacred family to transfer the money over. If the patriarch of the sacred family were to be present, he will definitely stop Shen Ming's action. However, due to being the main affairs elder of the sacred family for so many years, he has won the trust of the patriarch. Therefore, his authority is very great. He's placed in charge of all the business under the sacred family. If he were to transfer some funds, no one would say a second word against it. Since it's the last bet, if he's able to win back 300 million demon spirit coins, he will even be able to go up a step in the sacred family. Okay, 300 million demon spirit coins bet, is it? Nai Lai said, nodding his head. Looking at Shen Ming's expression, he already understood that Shen Ning is doing the last bet. The corner of Nai Lai's mouth curled into a chilling smile. This is exactly what he wished for. Various patriarchs of the various families were all discussing. They were all witnesses to the bet. They never thought that, after losing 150 million demon spirit coins, the sacred family would still continue betting, and this time, it's the stake of 300 million demon spirit coins. Sacred family is really going all out. After losing so much money, main affairs elder Shen Ming probably wouldn't be able to keep his position after he returns. He probably wants to win everything back with this round. Heard that this time, Shen Zio is the one being sent up. I know of this Shen Zio. He's already a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist at such a young age. The only reason that Brat Nai Lai was able to win Shen Fei and Shen Ning was merely luck. Meeting a gold rank demon spiritualist this round, his chances of winning is probably none. 300 million demon spirit coins, if he lost it all, main affairs elder Shen Ming is doomed. This is also probably the sacred family's entire liquid cash. Several families were discussing among themselves. Another betting round. The amount of the betting stake this time is something they can only see once in their entire life, causing their blood to boil. Under Yang Zin's hosted bet, everyone was placing down their bets. However, whether Yang Zin win or loses, Nai Lai doesn't care about it. After all, Yang Zin is loaded. As the director of the Alchemist Association, with huge power in her hands. After coming in contact with Nai Lai, God knows how much money she has helped the Alchemist Association to earn. Even if she were to take out several hundred millions, those elders wouldn't say a thing. After collecting the betting stake, Nai Lai once again went into the arena. Shen Ming's chilling eyes stared at Nai Lai. A hint of vicious flashed across his eyes. He took out 2 pills from his chest and said, "Shen Zio, this is 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Consume them before the battle begins." T/N. In those traditional Chinese clothes, people like to keep stuff underneath their chest. It's like a bathing robe with the belt on, and people keep stuff underneath the robe. Shen Zio looked at Shen Ming with surprise and said, "Elder, that brat is probably only 1 or 2-star silver rank in strength. With my strength as a 1-star gold rank, I'm more than enough to go against that kid. There is absolutely no need to use the demon spirit strengthening pills." His demon spirit is a scarlet dragon eagle, an extremely powerful type of demon spirit. The price of it is as high as 2 million demon spirit coins. If he were to consume 2 demon spirit strengthening pills, although he can let the scarlet dragon eagle display several times its power for half an hour, it will cripple the scarlet dragon eagle. This caused Shen Zio to be very heart-pained about using it. What is there to be scared of? Listen to me. This matter is extremely important. If anything were to happen, can you bear the responsibility? It's an amount of 300 million demon spirit coins. If you win this match, I'll give you 20 million demon spirit coins. At that time, you can buy whatever demon spirit you want. Shen Ming said. Hearing Shen Ming's words, Shen Zio's eyes lit up. Although the scarlet dragon eagle is rare, it can be bought with 2 million demon spirit coins. If Shen Ming were to give him 20 million demon spirit coins, he can buy an even higher grade demon spirit. Crippling the scarlet dragon eagle is worth that. Okay, I will listen to the instructions of Elder. Shen Zio nodded his head and said, putting the 2 demon spirit strengthening pill into his interspatial ring. Shen Zio looked at Nai Lai's figure and let out 2 snort. Losing by my hands, this is your fate. To actually force me to cripple a scarlet dragon eagle with 2 demon spirit strengthening pills to handle you. Consider this your honor. In Shen Zio's views, with his strength as a 1-star gold rank, defeating Nai Lai is a simple matter. One must know he is a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. After the 2 people entered the arena, the whole audience area was heated once again. However, this round, no one is sure who will win. Although Nai Lai's strength is far from Shen Zio's, no one knows if Nai Lai will have the luck like the previous round again. They all felt that the reason why Nai Lai won the last 2 rounds was purely based on luck. This round, most of the people dared not to bet again. The one that was confident that Nai Lai will win is only Yi Zai Yun. Yi Zai Yun, once again, bet all of her saving money and those that she won earlier on Nai Lai again. Everyone was shouting. Never thought that you'd be able to consecutively win 2 rounds. However, this one, you will definitely lose by my hands. Shen Zio coldly stared at Nai Lai and murmured as though he's talking to himself. I'm not the same as them. I am a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, I'm a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist that has integrated with a scarlet dragon eagle. Nai Lai was lazily stretching his waist. In the previous round, he was tired from pretending. Now that this is the 3rd round, there is no longer any need to pretend. How would you know without testing? Previously, I won the last 2 rounds. Who knows, maybe my luck will be good this round as in the previous rounds. Nai Lai said, lightly smiling. He looked calm. Shen Zio's gaze turned cold. Nai Lai is indeed a little strange. He obviously knows that Shen Zio is a gold rank expert, and yet he was not panicking. His right hand moved, swallowing the 2 demon spirit strengthening pills that he got from Shen Ming. At this moment, the audience uproared. Am I seeing it wrong? Shen Zio of the Sacred Family actually swallowed demon spirit strengthening pills. A 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist facing a fanged panda actually needs demon spirit strengthening pills. And it seems to be 2 at that, too. Sure enough, the Sacred Family was scared after the 2 previous losses. Chapter 88. Legend. Before the battle began, the Sacred Family had already weakened their momentum. However, the Sacred Family doesn't care about that. Even if they had to throw their face away, it's nothing compared to 300 demon spirit coins. At this moment, the audience was busy discussing with one another. Even if he has God's luck, he won't be able to win now. 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist, add the consumption of 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Nai Lai is destined to lose. At this moment, even Nai Hai, Nai En and Bunch did not think that Nai Lai could win. After all, the opponent is too strong. I had bet on the Sacred Family 3 times in a row. I know that I can at least win this round. The 2 earlier rounds were really unjustified. This time, I have to win it all back. I still bet a portion of the money on Nai Lai. I still feel that Nai Lai can win. That kid is a little weird. Even if I lost, I still earned enough in the previous rounds. In the arena, Shen Zio has already finished making his preparations. A powerful sacred flame gushed out from him. Boom, boom, boom. The whole arena was bombarded to the point that cobweb-like cracks appeared all over the place and was spreading at a fast speed. Shen Zio walked towards Nai Lai step by step. Nai Lai lightly smiled and merged with his fanged panda. If you people underestimate the power of my fanged panda, then that's a big mistake. Gravity field. Nai Lai coldly snorted. An invisible field of gravity was formed within the surrounding area, enveloping Shen Zio. Shen Zio suddenly felt his own weight suddenly increase several times. Every step he took became very difficult. His face slightly changed. Nai Lai's strength is indeed not that simple. He actually has a gravity-type combat ability. Shen Zio kept a contemptuous heart and his expression turned serious. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Zio's steps caused the arena's ground to have deep dents. That terrifying power caused others to be deeply shocked upon seeing it. So powerful, he actually has such power at only 1-star gold rank. Bursts of exclamation came from the audience. Only Shen Zio, who is currently within the gravity field, knows exactly what's going on. Unable to speak out his difficulties, Shen Zio suddenly understood why Shen Ning lost. He no longer dares to underestimate his opponent and rapidly merged with his scarlet dragon eagle. A pair of huge wings grew out from his back, flapped those powerful wings and flew up. You are the most powerful opponent among my peers that I have faced. Try my scarlet dragon burst. Shen Zio roared, breathing fire from his mouth. A flaming pillar was jetting towards Nai Lai. A heat wave blew towards Nai Lai. It felt like his body was burning. The scarlet dragon eagle is a portion of the dragon lineage. Therefore, its flames carried a hint of dragon power, causing his breath to be extremely strong. Let's see whether it's your scarlet dragon burst or my yin-yang blast that is more powerful. Nai Lai leaped backwards. He widened his mouth and spat out 2 black and white balls. The 2 balls were intertwining in midair, drawing 2 lights across the sky. Boom. The black and white balls collided into the fire pillar. Horrifying explosions sounded. After the 2 energies exploded, a terrifying energy was raging and destroying, continuously sweeping and causing destruction to the ground, making small stones to fly about. Nai Lai leaped backwards, firmly landing outside the explosion range. His expression was still calm. As for Shen Zio, who was swept up in the explosion, he was flying dozen meters out before catching his footing. Seeing the arena, the audience was in a dead silence. What's happening? Can it be that I am seeing this wrong? The collusion between both sides and Nai Lai took the upper hand. Shen Zio is the super genius of the Sacred Family. He's a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist, and in addition, he ate 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. How is he still not Nai Lai's opponent? The crowd was dumbfounded. In this match, Nai Lai's expression was calm, and it seems that he has not shown his true power yet. This was totally different from the two previous matches. Yang Xin looked at Nai Lai's back figure. Her eyes sparkled. A 13-year-old kid actually has the strength to fight against a gold rank. It seems that I have underestimated you. After falling into a brief moment of shock, Nai Hai and Nai En's expressions turned to excitement. A 13-year-old gold rank demon spiritualist. Even if it's Lord Yimo from the past, he could not have such frightening strength. After the fight today, Nai Lai will be like a comet, rising and receiving the protection of the City Lord's mansion. After today, if anyone or any family wants to touch Nai Lai, they will have to seriously consider about it first. Such a genius will definitely become the pinnacle existence in Glory City. After such a long time, the era of the Heavenly Marks family is coming. At this moment, the audience understood what was going on. In the two previous rounds, Nai Lai was hiding his strength. They all thought that Nai Lai won with pure luck, but that was not the truth at all. What caused them to be more surprised is the frightening talent and strength of Nai Lai. A 13-year-old gold-rank demon spiritualist. My gods, could it be that a legend-rank demon spiritualist like Yimo will soon appear? Nai Lai, Nai Lai, Nai Lai. The whole audience was heated up. Everyone was yelling and howling with excitement. Among those in the crowd, there are many who had very complicated feelings as they have bet quite an amount on Shen Zio to win. However, right now, they all truthfully cheered for Nai Lai. Glory City was able to survive through the age of darkness. Until now, however, it was not easy. Every time a demon horde attacked, Glory City depended on Lord Yimo alone to fight back the few of the strongest demon beasts. Therefore, Glory City was able to survive up till now. But as time goes on, Lord Yimo gets older and older. The citizens of Glory City have a strong worry. If there isn't any legend-rank demon spiritualist appearing, then Glory City will be in danger. Although there are a few experts of the black gold rank, the majority of the black gold rank demon spiritualists are already over 40 years old. Therefore, it's very hard for them to have any breakthrough into the legend-rank demon spiritualist realm. Everyone was hoping for the emergence of a genius. And Nai Lai is without a doubt the most dazzling one. A 13-year-old gold-rank demon spiritualist. At this age, it's the best time for cultivation to rise. Nai Lai already has such frightening achievements at such young age. Who can say how high Nai Lai will reach in the future? Who knows if he will become a stronger legend-rank demon spiritualist than Lord Yimo? So what if they lost money? To be able to watch the emergence of such a genius is simply an exciting thing. How did Nai Lai obtain the strength of a gold-rank demon spiritualist at the age of 13? What they don't know is that Nai Lai's soul force is only a 2-star silver rank. The reason for to him have the strength of a gold rank is because Nai Lai's control over his soul force has reached perfection. Another reason is that Nai Lai's fanged panda is a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Just by itself is already a frightening power. Anyone who underestimates it will pay a price for it. If Shen Zio lost, then he will become the sinner of the sacred family. His ending has already been decided? No, Shen Zio still hasn't lost. Shen Ming's eyes flashed a hint of hope in it, staring at the arena. Chapter 89. Snow Queen. Boom, boom, boom. The battle within the arena became more and more intense. Shen Zio madly counterattacks. Every time he bursts out his violent energy, they were suppressed by Nai Lai. Seeing that nimble and agile figure, Shen Zio's eyes flashed a hint of fear. The pressure that Nai Lai gave him is too huge. Sacred dragon pillar? Shen Zio angrily roared. A thick sacred dragon descended from the sky, forming into pillars that were constantly raging. Bursts of surprise was coming from the audience. Such a frightening attack. They all couldn't help but to worry for Nai Lai. Looking at the thick pillars of flame sweeping towards him, Nai Lai wasn't nervous and leisurely smiled. Such attacks are only nice to see but are useless. When facing low-grade demon beasts, it might still a little useful. But in an expert duel, it's just a plain waste of soul force, Nai Lai hiddenly thought to himself. With the combat abilities of his previous life, He naturally wouldn't place such attacks in his eyes. What Nai Lai doesn't know is, Shen Xiao has already used all of the attacks he can. But all his attacks are useless, therefore he can only use this sacred dragon pillar. Shen Xiao wasn't hoping for this attack to kill Nai Lai, as he already lost hope. Seeing Nai Lai's calm and composed expression, he knew that Nai Lai still has lots of moves that he has yet to use. Nai Lai leaped, constantly dodging the fire pillar. PSU, he arrived behind Shen Xiao. Thunderstrike. Nai Lai's large palm pierced the sky, emitting a shocking, piercing sound. Boom. He heavily slapped Shen Xiao's back. Instantly, Shen Xiao became a meteor and flew, crashing towards the ground. Boom. A deafening clash sounded. The whole arena was violently trembling. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Shen Xiao was in the crater, breathing heavily. He had his back against the ground, his eyes and consciousness slowly blurred. He lost. Nai Lai has been pressuring him from the start. He did not give him any chance to retaliate at all. Furthermore, he had been holding back all this time. Nai Lai gave him an unfathomable feeling. A feeling that, no matter how he burst, he still wouldn't be Nai Lai's opponent. His eyes were filled with weight of the loss. He never thought that he would still lose after taking 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. He can only say that Nai Lai's strength is too frightening. The opponent is only a 13-year-old youngster. The gap is too huge. He thought that he was an unrivaled genius. Turns out that he's just a frog in the well. Translation note. See the first few chapters. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was in a dead silence. Then after a moment of shock, a tsunami-like cheer bursted out. Nai Lai, Nai Lai, Nai Lai. The burst of cheers was earth-shaking. Nai Lai's power left a deep impression in them. Every super genius, when facing their peers, will try nothing but to suppress them. However, what Nai Lai suppressed isn't an opponent of his peers, but a 20-over-year-old genius. What will Nai Lai grow into in the future? No one had the answer to that question. However, they know that today they have witnessed history. At a corner far away, Yizai Yun stared at Nai Lai's back figure. At this moment, she was also shocked at how powerful Nai Lai was. Such powerful talent. Even stronger than Grandpa was when he's at that age. She suddenly had a thought. Nai Lai wouldn't really become a legend-rank demon spiritualist licket, he said before, right? The possibility of this coming true is extremely high. Yizai Yun couldn't help thinking back to the joke she said to Nai Lai. If Nai Lai becomes a legend-rank demon spiritualist, then she will marry to him. Should she keep the promise? Her heart couldn't help becoming messy. Thinking of the unclear relationship between Nai Lai and Xiao Ning she lets out 2 snorts. She would never marry to a playboy like Nai Lai. The cheering slowly died down. But the shock caused by Nai Lai hasn't died down that fast yet. It will soon spread throughout the whole Glory City. Shen Ming was lost within his own mind. After this incident, he's afraid that he could not remain as the main affairs elder of the sacred family anymore. Nai Lai also successfully obtained 300 million demon spirit coins. In this tournament, Nai Lai has earned a total of 450 million demon spirit coins. Although he wasn't lacking money, to be able to let the sacred family fall into distress was what made him the happiest. Although money wasn't anything much to Nai Lai, it's more than enough to let the sacred family have a headache for a while. Yang Xin looked at Nai Lai. Her gaze had a hint of worry in it and said, Nai Lai, I'm afraid that you showing your strength like this isn't good. If you were to be eyed by the Dark Guild, after all, Nai Lai is too bright now. He must know that with his talent, the Dark Guild will stop at nothing to kill him. However, Nai Lai lightly smiled. He shook his head and said, I have my own plans. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Yang Xin nodded. Nai Lai should have his plans already. However, she still decided to assign more bodyguards to Nai Lai. Big Sister Yang Xin, earlier on when I got you to help me investigate whether if there is any relationship between the sacred family and the Dark Guild, did anything turn up? Nai Lai secretly asked Yang Xin. I investigated and found out that sacred family sheltered a person from the Dark Guild. He seems to be called Deacon Yun Hua. However, with just this point, it's impossible to do anything to the sacred family. Ainz sighed and said, shaking her head. But at least they can confirm that the sacred family isn't clean and have to guard against them carefully. She has already reported this news to the president. The president will definitely pass this message over to the city lord. Nai nodded. If he wants to bring the sacred family down with just this, then he's thinking the sacred family to be too simple. Facing the sacred family, he has to do this step by step. When the sacred family left, the Heavenly Marks family followed soon after. However, the tournament continued on. But it's just playing around between families. At the corner of the arena, when Ainz saw this scene, she pursed her lips smiling. Nai is too bad. Shen Ming of the sacred family is doomed now. She doesn't have any good impressions of the sacred family, therefore if the sacred family were to be doomed, then it's for the best. Just when Ainz turned around and was about to leave, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She saw Nai smiling at her. "I only came to watch the tournament. I never thought that you would be here." Ainz denied admitting while blushing. "Did I say anything?" Nai put out his hands, teasingly said, "Since that's the case, why aren't you watching anymore? You're leaving?" "You!" Ainz stomped her feet. It's impossible for her to admit that she was concerned for Nai. She snorted and said, "I realized that this is not interesting. Can I go?" Looking at the lovely and cute Ainz, Nai lightly laughed. He retrieved a piece of demon crystal from his interspatial, then grabbed onto Ainz's slender arm and shoved the demon crystal into her hands. Nai lightly smiled and said, "This is for you." Feeling the warmth coming from Nai's palm, Ainz actually did not push Nai's hands away in that moment. Not knowing why, her heart started to accelerate. "What is this?" Ainz lowered her head. Seeing Ainz's expression and that girl fragrance coming from her, Nai's heart couldn't help but to be moved by the scene. He smiled and said, "This is a Snow Queen demon spirit of the Snow Wind attribute." "A black gold rank Snow Queen demon spirit. Where did you get this demon spirit?" Ainz asked in surprise. Snow Queen demon spirit is an extremely rare and powerful demon spirit. This Snow Queen is not any ordinary Snow Queen. This is a Snow Queen with a growth rate of God level. You'll know after you integrate with it. She's extremely powerful. After integration, be sure to nurture it well. Do not take any demon spirit strengthening pills, Nai reminded. To get this Snow Queen demon spirit, he had spent quite a bit of effort to get it. Chapter 90, Into the City Lord's Mansion. "Nai, why are you giving it to me?" Ainz raised her head. Those big bright eyes of hers blinked, looking at Nai. "Because I love you." Nai looked at Ainz, smiled, and said, "Then I can't accept this." Hearing Nai's confession, Ainz's cheeks blushed. She had already accepted lots of things from Nai. If she were to accept something more from Nai, she wouldn't know how to return the favor anymore. "How about this? Consider that you owe me a favor. In the future, I will definitely have something that I need you to help me with." Nai thought a while and said, "Having this stubborn beauty to accept him isn't something easy. I have something that I can help you with." Ainz lowered her head. Her cheeks were flushed red. "Of course you have something that you can help me with. You're the daughter of the city lord. There are tons of people out there that wished for your help, just like me. I have already integrated with a demon spirit. Furthermore, this Snow Queen's attributes isn't suitable for me. There's no point in keeping it." Nai looked at Ainz's appearance as she lowered her head. He thought to himself that this girl is getting more and more pretty. Hearing Nai's words, Ainz hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay then. But the things that you need me to do mustn't be anything bad." "Definitely. Have you seen a man more honest than me?" Nai's face changed serious and said, hearing that, Ainz suddenly laughed. Her laughs were like a flower blooming. This word coming from Nai is simply a joke. Earlier on, who messed with the sacred family within his grasp? Nai, I'll accept this Snow Queen. I'll see how this God-level growth rate of yours looks like. Consider me owing you a favor. You can request for me to help you to do one thing, however, it cannot be anything bad. Otherwise, I will have my father use money to pay you for this demon spirit." Ainz raised her hands. lightly like a butterfly, and ran away. Ainz Yun did not realize that she had already thought of Nai Lai to be someone very close to her. If it was anyone else, like Shen Yu and Bunch, she would absolutely not accept. Looking at the slender back of Ainz Yun leaving until she was gone, Nai Lai lightly smiled and murmured, "No need for long, we will meet again. In the previous and present life, fate has brought us together. Even if you want to cut it, it's impossible." After speaking, Nai Lai turned around and left. The news of Nai Lai defeating Sacred Family's one-star gold-rank demon spiritualist Shen Ning quickly spread. The whole Glory City was shaken by the news. For so many years, Glory City did not have someone this talented. The Heavenly Marks family was once again under the spotlight. Every day, the amount of people who visited the Heavenly Marks family was simply countless. However, Nai Lai whereas disappeared, isolating himself, and did not meet with anyone. Those who wanted to meet Nai Lai in person were all blocked by the Heavenly Marks family. As this news spread throughout the city, the guards of Glory City noticed the movements of the Dark Guild. They killed and arrested dozens of people from the Dark Guild. In order to ensure Nai Lai's safety, the city lord, Yi Zong, decided to get Nai Lai into the city lord mansion to nurture. After hearing this news, the Dark Guild slowly settled down. If Nai Lai were to remain at the Heavenly Marks family, the Dark Guild would definitely not let Nai Lai off. However, since Nai Lai is in the City Lord's mansion, they still don't have the guts to do anything there. After all, the City Lord's mansion had a legend-rank demon spiritualist and countless black gold-rank demon spiritualist and fighter experts. Aside from Nai Lai also brought Nai Yu into the City Lord's mansion. He has decided to guide Nai Yu's cultivation. As for the Heavenly Marks family, for the moment, there is no one that would dare to touch them. As long as he does not remain in the Heavenly Marks family, the Dark Guild will definitely not do anything to them, because there is simply no value and meaning to do so. Everything is within Nai Lai's expectations. He has already planned everything up till now when he had revealed his strength in the tournament. It's said that when the Sacred Family's Shen Yu heard of Nai Lai's gold-rank strength and entered into the City Lord's mansion to stay, he vomited blood in grief and indignant. Originally, he had a little bit of hope for Ainz Yun. But now, he knows that he doesn't have any hope anymore. When Yang Xin heard of this news in the Alchemist Association, she understood why Nai Lai was so confident. Nai Lai probably expected to be brought to the City Lord's mansion. In the future, when she wanted to see Nai Lai, she would have to go to the City Lord's mansion. Sacred Family's patriarch, Shen Hong, has finally come out from his isolated training. In this period of isolation, his cultivation had made a big step. However, he still has yet to step into legend-rank demon spiritualist realm. The legend-rank demon spiritualist isn't easy to reach. As his cultivation went up, he understood this point. He wondered how that old fart, Yimo, broke through that realm. Every day, he was thinking of the fact that his age was getting older and older. His cultivation had signs of declining. This caused him to be more and more anxious. After he was aware of the bet, he became thunderously furious. Shen Ming has been relatively safe with doing things, which was why he has always been worry-free. However, he never imagined that Shen Ming would actually commit such a huge mistake. Losing 450 million demon spirit coins in one fell swoop. That much money can buy lots of elixirs and nurture who knows how many younger generations. Shen Ming, do you know your wrongs? Shen Hong sat at the high chair, coldly staring at the Shen Ming that is kneeling down below. Feeling that terrifying gaze of Shen Hong's, Shen Ming's body trembled in fear. He hastily said, "Please forgive me, Patriarch. We never thought that Nai Lai of the Heavenly Marks family would actually have the cultivation of a gold rank at such a young age. We weren't aware of that, and was tricked by him. Please look on the part that where I have contributed so much to the Sacred Family." Silence. Shen Hong furiously swept his gaze at Shen Ming. Shen Ming suddenly went into silence, not daring to speak anymore. Shen Hong pondered in silence. Losing 450 million demon spirit coins at this time is not enough to affect the foundation of the sacred family. But what made him feel pressure is that, in the period of time when he was isolated, the relationship between the sacred family and the heavenly Marks family had reached to the point of fire and water. Originally, a small family like the heavenly Marks family wouldn't be something the sacred family would be bothered by. But the youngster Nai Lai has made him unable to ignore them anymore. A 13-year-old teen actually has the strength of a gold rank. His talent even made Shen Hong jealous. Who could predict how far this teen will grow? Once this teen grows up, whether it's the sacred family or the dark guild, he will pose a great threat to them. This threat must be diminished. If this Nai Lai doesn't have any grudge with the sacred family, Shen Hong might be able to spare him. However, this Nai Lai has been going against with the sacred family from the start. He must definitely end him. Now that Nai Lai has been protected by the city lord's mansion, to kill Nai Lai would be difficult. I don't believe that you will stay in the city lord's mansion all the time and not come out, Shen Hong coldly thought. He looked at Shen Ming kneeling at the floor and said, Shen Ming, you know of the house rules of the sacred family. According to the house rules, your grieve mistake this time will have you killed without any exception. However, considering that you're a veteran in the sacred family and have made so much contributions to the sacred family, I give you a chance to redeem yourself. Hearing Shen Hong's words, the original ashened eyes of Shen Ming suddenly flashed with a look of hope. He raised his head and asked, as long as Patriarch orders it, whether it's climbing the Knife Mountains or down the Flaming Sea, I will do whatever it takes. Very good. Bring some men to kill Nai Lai. As long as you manage to kill Nai Lai, I will have people send you out of the city and give you the main affairs position in the Dark Guild, Shen Hong said. But Nai Lai is in the city lord's mansion. Shen Ming knows about the things between the sacred family and the Dark Guild. Either he kills Nai Lai or he dies. There is no other choice. He will come out one day, Shen Hong lightly said. Understood, as according to your order. Shen Ming's eyes flashed a hint of viciousness. He understood that this is the only chance of living he has. Otherwise, with Shen Hong's method, he will definitely not even have his bones left. Shen Ming, I have treated you very well. Don't disappoint me. Shen Hong's right hand rotated the thumb ring on his left hand. Hearing Shen Hong's deep voice, Shen Ming couldn't help trembling. Other than him, his family's lives are all in the hands of Shen Hong. He can only give it a gamble. Chapter 91. Living together, Glory City, City Lord's mansion, endlessly large courtyards. The view was magnificent. Pillars and bridges were picturesque. At the same time, the place was heavily guarded. Casually, a soldier would have the cultivation of a silver rank fighter. At the same time, there would be gold rank fighters patrolling back and forth. It's said that within these courtyards, black gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists were housed. This is the core area within the whole Glory City. Nai Lai and Nai Yu were arranged to one of the courtyards. As long as there isn't black gold rank experts attacking the mansion, this place is safe. One can see how much importance was placed on Nai Lai with how heavily guarded he was. Big brother Nai Lai, why are we living in the city lord's mansion? Nai Yu timidly asked. Ever since she entered the city lord's mansion, she had been very nervous. Because this place is safe. Nai Lai patted on Xiao Yu's shoulders and said, There's no need to be afraid. As long as Big Brother is here, you can be at ease. Furthermore, the city lord's daughter is your sister-in-law. Next time when you see her, remember to call her sister-in-law, okay? Sister-in-law, okay. Nai Yu looked at Nai Lai in surprise. She never thought that Nai Lai would have found a sister-in-law so fast. Furthermore, she's the daughter of the city lord. Nai Yu was filled with doubts, but Nai Lai did not do any explanation. The city lord would never thought that his action of protecting such a genius has lured a wolf into his home. Nai Lai has had ill thoughts from the start. Tusk. Coming into the city lord's mansion, aside from the usual training, can also tease Yi Zai-yun when I'm bored. Life is so perfect. If there wasn't any sacred family or dark guild, and without the attacks of the demon beasts, life would be even more perfect. For the comfortable future life in front of him, he has to find some methods to destroy the sacred family. In his previous life, if it wasn't for the betrayal of the sacred family, Glory City wouldn't have fallen so easily. The root of the problem is usually internal. Nai Lai is still 2-star silver rank now. However, strength-wise, suppressing a normal 1 or 2-star gold rank shouldn't be much of a problem. But this is far from enough. He has to hurry up and practice. What is there that can raise my cultivation the fastest? Nai Lai patted his head. How could I have forgotten that? To actually forget the heavenly sacred border. Within the Holy Orchid Institute, the only thing that can arouse his interest would be the heavenly sacred border. Prepare first, and then find a chance to make a trip to the heavenly sacred border. Nai Lai thought to himself. Nai Lai crossed his legs and started to practice. Nai Yu also obediently sat beside Nai Lai and practiced. She is very sensible, so she did not emit any noise that could disturb Nai Lai and concentrated on practicing. 1 day, 2 days. As time passes, Nai Lai and Nai Yu's life here wasn't bad. Aside from not allowed to go to the core area of the city lord's mansion, there wasn't any restrictions. Furthermore, 3 meals a day were delivered by servants. Outsiders can also visit anytime. It's rumored that in a few days' time, the city lord and Yimo will personally meet with Nai Lai. Therefore, the surrounding guards and maids were very polite to the brother and sister duo. Nai Lai's cultivation was steadily rising. At the 5th day, his cultivation finally raised once again. His soul force reached 3-star silver rank. After reaching 3-star silver rank, Nai Lai did not continue to go further up. At the beginning, it's best not to have one's cultivation rise too fast. It's best to give some time in between. He blinked. After entering the city lord's mansion for so many days, Yizai Yun still hasn't come and looked for him. Evening approaches. The sunset was a layer of gold in the city lord's mansion, causing the place to look even more magnificent. Probably because a girl's face is too thin, she does not dare to come. Seems that I have to come and find you, Nai Lai thought to himself. He chuckled and looked at Nai Yu beside him and said, Zio Yu, I'll go look for you, sister-in-law. You remain here and practice. Okay. Zio Yu's big bright eyes looked at Nai Lai fully puzzled. How is big brother Nai Lai preparing to go look for sister-in-law? Although she is curious, she did not inquire much. She obediently remained at the courtyard to practice. After Nai Lai stepped out of the courtyard, he called the shadow devil demon spirit and disappeared. The several gold rank experts that were guarding Nai Lai's courtyard felt faint aura. They looked at their surroundings, not finding anything, then retracted their gazes. They thought that they had sensed wrong. My void form combat ability isn't perfect yet. The ability of hiding the aura isn't strong enough. When encountering gold rank, I can still barely pass it. If I were to encounter a black gold rank, I will definitely be noticed. Nai Lai thought to himself, familiarly moving towards where Yizai Yun was staying. Although Nai Lai has never come here before, he heard all about the city lord's mansion from Yizai Yun. Therefore, he also knows where Yizai Yun lived, the daughter of the city lord. Interesting. Nai Lai thought to himself as he couldn't help lightly smile. The experts that filled city lord's mansion were bypassed by Nai Lai with no one hindering. Gold rank experts don't have any threat towards Nai Lai. A small courtyard appeared in Nai Lai's view. It was a very unique yard. The inside is filled with all kinds of plants and flowers. Bursts of fragrance was coming out from it. Looking from afar, an exquisite 2-floor building could be seen. That's the place that Yizai Yun is living in. The gate of the small courtyard were passed through by Nai Lai while he was in his void form. After removing the void form, Nai Lai walked in on a stone at a corner of the yard. Yizai Yun was currently sitting crossed-legged as she practiced. The soul force coiling around, behind her had an unclear white figure. That white figure wore a white fluttering robe and bore a beautiful face. On the top of her head is an ice crown. She is the Snow Queen demon spirit. Among the demon spirits, she was the one that looked the most human. It's said that in ancient times, the Snow Queen was a goddess. Snow Queens are extremely rare. Furthermore, they have extremely powerful snow-wind combat abilities. It complements with Yi Zai-yun, who has practiced the 9 revolving ice phoenix. When Nai Lai's gaze fell onto Yi Zai-yun's body, his nose felt slightly warm, almost leaking out blood. Yi Zai-yun should have just finished her bath. Her hair is still wet. She wore a thin veil over her body. The slight bulge on her chest could be vaguely seen. This scene made Nai Lai recall his previous life. That night, under the moonlight, Yi Zai-yun was as holy as a goddess. They both hugged, listened to each other's breaths. Nai Lai's hands gently kneading that softness. Some say that the proudest moment of a man is when he's holding his lover's peaks. Nai Lai took in a deep breath. Although the current Yi Zai-yun has yet to grow, she's already extremely beautiful. After practicing the 9 revolving ice phoenix, she became even more charming. At this moment, Yi Zai-yun, who is currently deep in her practice, realized something. She opened her eyes and hostilely said, "Who?" When she saw Nai Lai, she felt relieved. She was puzzled and asked, "It's you. How did you come here?" If it were anyone else who suddenly appeared in this courtyard, Yi Zai-yun would certainly suspect their motives. Even with those whom she is familiar with, Yi Zai-yun couldn't put her guard down completely. However, not even Yi Zai-yun knows why that when she saw Nai Lai, she subconsciously felt relieved. "I came here to have a look. Your courtyard seems to be very unique. However, living here alone must be very boring. How about I move in here to live with you?" Nai Lai looked at all 4 directions, looking extremely satisfied as he nodded. Yi Zai-yun looked at Nai Lai dumbfounded, feeling shy. This person, how can he be so shameless to such a degree? Have I ever said that I'm very bored? Even if I'm bored, I also wouldn't have you move in here. Chapter 92. The city lord arrives. Yi Zai-yun realized something and screamed. "Nai Lai, turn around." Yi Zai-yun's face flushed red as she stomped her feet. "What's wrong?" Nai Lai blinked, taking a few more glances. This isn't something he can see all the time. If he were to turn around, then it would have been wasted. "Nai Lai, how can you be like this?" Yi Zai-yun was angry. She hastily retrieved a cloth from her interspatial ring to cover up. Her heart was in a mess. Ever since she was young, this was the first time a guy has seen her like this. "Not as though I haven't seen this before," Nai Lai murmured, then slowly turned around. He laughed and said, "Wear your shirt, I won't look at you. You can't turn your head around. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore." Yi Zai-yun can't think of any harsh words to say, so she can only said this. Rustling sounds came from behind Nai Lai, causing one to imagine. However, Nai Lai did not turn around to look. He didn't want to irritate this beauty behind him. However, no matter what, the trip today was worth this. "Okay, you can turn around now." Hearing Yi Zai-yun's voice, Nai Lai turned his head around. He realized that Yi Zai-yun was wearing a white dress. That delicate purple hair of hers was still wet, draped over her shoulders, looking soft and elegant. Her white skin was like peeled eggs. Those watery big eyes of hers were twinkling as though they are saying something. The pair of small dimples on the even sides of her cheeks and the slight, charming crimson on her cheeks made Nai Lai dumbfounded. "Nai Lai, I will remember today's incident. I will definitely make you pay for this." Yi Zai-yun was staring at Nai Lai angrily. However, her angry expression had a hint of beauty in it. Not knowing why, Nai Lai's heated gaze caused her to have a strange feeling in her heart. "I nearly forgot, you still owe me a favor," Nai Lai said, smiling while looking at Yi Zai-yun. "Since I saw you, consider us even?" "No. This is 2 different matters. I will still owe you that favor. This matter cannot be settled so easily," Yi Zai-yun said in dissatisfaction. She felt that she had made a loss, having everything seen by Nai Lai. "How about this? I'll let you look at me back," Nai Lai said as he starts to undress. "Who'd want to look at you?" Yi Zai-yun stomped her feet as she hurriedly covered her eyes. She is simply speechless. How can Nai Lai be like this? Such a jerk. However, not knowing why, a faint ripple was set off in her heart. As the daughter of the city lord, she normally doesn't have a friend. Not to mention having such a person tease her without restraints. Because of the appearance of Nai Lai, colors were added to her simple life. Since you don't want to see, so be it. Nai Lai shrugged, the corner of his mouth curled. Seeing how cute Yi Zai-yun is, his heart was filled with warmth. To be able to be reborn and once again see Yi Zai-yun is too good. He will definitely not disappoint God's blessing. Nai Lai looked around the surroundings, then walked towards Yi Zai Yun's building. "What are you doing?" Seeing Nai Lai's action, Yi Zai Yun hastily said. "Since I've come here, you're not going to let me take a look around your room. Isn't that a little too rude?" Nai Lai directly walked towards the building. "Rude? Yi Zai Yun is simply going crazy. Exactly who is being rude? Who broke into a girl's yard without knocking, and now he wants to take a look at a girl's room?" "Nai Lai, stop," Yi Zai Yun hurriedly called out. "Her room isn't something that anyone can enter." "Shoo!" Nai Lai was like a loach, slipping into Yi Zai Yun's building. In his previous life, he had not seen Yi Zai Yun's room before, which is why his heart was filled with curiosity. He was wondering how Yi Zai Yun's room looked like. After entering the building, he continued walking forward and entered into Yi Zai Yun's room. Yi Zai Yun's room was extremely exquisitely decorated, having flower carvings and pink veils, looking sweetly pretty. Nai Lai freshly looked around, walking towards the back of a screen. Behind the screen, a wooden tub was placed there. The tub was still emitting steam. Yi Zai Yun had just taken her bath here. Thinking of the scene of Yi Zai Yun bathing in the wooden tub, Nai Lai couldn't help feeling some heat in his heart. Yi Zai Yun hastily ran in. "Nai Lai, how can you just break into a girl's room? Quickly get out," Yi Zai Yun said, feeling anxious and shy. However, facing the shameless Nai Lai, she has no idea how to deal with him. "It's not a big deal. I'm just looking around the room only. It's not as though you'll get pregnant." Nai Lai deeply inhaled a breath. There is a faint but familiar fragrance lingering around in the air. This is the smell of Yi Zai Yun. Pregnant? Yi Zai Yun's eyes were wide. That expression of hers was as though she was struck by lightning. Just what exactly is in Nai Lai's head? She simply feels like cracking Nai Lai's head open and have a look inside. "Even the hot water has been prepared. You go out first, I'll have a bath." Nai Lai quickly undressed himself and jumped into the wooden tub. He said in satisfaction, "This is so comfortable." Erg. Yi Zai Yun is simply going crazy. The moment Nai Lai comes, he treats this place as though it's his own. She just finished bathing in the wooden tub and hasn't even had the time to pour the water away. How could Nai Lai just jump in like that? Furthermore, Nai Lai shamelessly undressed himself in front of her. Yi Zai Yun is simply helpless. If she were to remain here, wouldn't she have to look at Nai Lai bathing? Yi Zai Yun can only helplessly leave. At the yard, Yi Zai Yun's mind was in a mess. She sat on a piece of rock. Her slender fingers were folding a piece of grass. Although she was bullied by Nai Lai, she wasn't unhappy. Her heart had an indescribable feeling. Hateful fella, Yi Zai Yun angrily thought. Perhaps she is too lonely. She usually doesn't have any friends in school. After her mother passed away, her father and grandfather have been busy with their own matters, hence accompanied her here very rarely. If anyone were to come and bother her, she would feel very happy about it. Although Nai Lai is a little jerkish, she still does not hate Nai Lai. Nai Lai simply understands Yi Zai Yun's character too well, which is why he acted that way. He won't let Yi Zai Yun distance herself away from him. In that hot water lingers the fragrance of Yi Zai Yun. If they were to soak inside together, how wonderful would that be? Deep in his thoughts, Nai Lai's heart accelerated a little. The road is still long. Nai Lai knows that in order to reach that step, he has to work very hard. At this moment, knocking sounds came from the yard's door. Hearing this sound, Yi Zai Yun's face immediately changed colors. This knocking sound is obviously the arrival of her father. Nai Lai is still in the room. He was doomed. Nai Lai also heard the knocking sound and immediately became dumbfounded. This is a little too much. Thinking of the strict face of Yi Zai Yun's father, Nai Lai suddenly felt his head ache. Chapter 93. Confrontation. In his previous life, Nai Lai did not have much contact with Yi Zai Yun's father. However, he knows that her father is a hard-hearted person and had a strange character, making him extremely hard to handle. Nai Lai heard from Yi Zai Yun that her father is extremely strict. Ever since she was young, his relationship with Yi Zai Yun wasn't that good. If he were to be found by such a father-in-law while he was in his daughter's room buck naked, who knows what he'd do? Nai Lai swept away that calm mindset that he had previously and anxiously threw on his pants. He then called out the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, activating the Void Form combat ability, and moved out. He had to immediately leave, otherwise there wouldn't be a chance to do so. Everyone knows that the City Lord is a black gold rank demon spiritualist, an existence closest to legend rank. At this moment, in the yard, a robust man majestically walked in. He's wearing a gray robe with his hair tied to the back. His face was solemn. He had a biting cold aura emitting from him, while at the same time having a feeling of prestige around him. Yun was scared stiff. She never expected that her father would come in at this time, and therefore she was in a dumbfounded daze. If her father knew that Nai Lai was currently bathing in her room, who knows what he might do. Yun, your facial colors don't seem too good. Are you recently sick? Yizong slightly frowned and asked. No. Yun hurriedly shook her head. Her heart was fluttering endlessly, wondering if Nai Lai, who is currently in the room, knew that her father has come. He mustn't be found. If Nai Lai were found, he would be in danger under her father's anger. At this moment of time, Yun was worried for Nai Lai's safety. Yizong suddenly felt something. He frowned. Why is there an aura of another person here? Hearing Yizong's words, Yun was surprised. She knows that her father is a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, he has already reached the peak of black gold rank. He is only a step away from legend rank, therefore his senses are extremely keen. How could that be? I'm the only one here. Yun hurriedly shook her hands and said, looking nervous. Yizong coldly glanced at Yun. He can tell that Yun is lying with just a glance. Not only was another person's aura here, it's a male. Yizong snorted, releasing a majestic soul force to envelop the entire yard. At this moment, Nai Lai, who was preparing to leave the yard, felt a powerful soul force pressure from the sky. He did not dare to move. Turns out that what he feared has come true. He desperately retracted his aura. All of his soul force was exiting from his body into the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Yizong's soul force swept the area again and again. After a while, it locked onto Nai Lai's surroundings. Nai Lai felt incessant grievances in his heart. In this life, he didn't have much time to cultivate, therefore his soul force is only a 2-star silver rank. If he had reached gold rank and recasted the hiding ability of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, he definitely wouldn't be found so easily. But now, Yizong has already found his location. It's actually the Void Combat ability. Never thought that he'd have a little capability, not a total idiot. Yizong snorted. He's had a wide variety of experiences, therefore he knows a little about the Void Combat ability. Waves of soul force surged out, forming into ropes and tied up Nai Lai. Under the shackles of the powerful soul force, Nai Lai's void form disappeared, his body gradually reappearing. Boom! Yizong's soul force mercilessly threw Nai Lai onto the ground, causing cracks to surface. Erg! Nai Lai spewed a mouthful of blood. His body was wounded, his internal organs shocked from the impact. If it wasn't that Yizong had given mercy, with his strength, Nai Lai could be killed with one attack. Nai Lai, are you all right? Seeing this scene, Yun suddenly went anxious. She ran to the side of Nai Lai and helped him up. She frowned and angrily stared at Yizong. Father, how can you hurt my friend for no reason? Friend? Yizong let out a snort, furiously staring at Yun. Explain to me, what exactly is going on? My name is Nai Lai, greetings to the City Lord. Nai Lai operated his soul force to heal himself a bit and said to Yizong, cupping his hands. No matter what, he is still the father of Yun, his future father-in-law. Having their first meeting like this is still a little embarrassing. Nai Lai, I seem to have a vague impression of you. You're that kid that was recruited to the City Lord's mansion. Talk, what are you doing in my daughter's yard? Yizong coldly looked at Nai Lai. Nai Lai is only wearing a pants, his upper body was shirtless. His gaze coldly swept on Nai Lai and Yun. Of course I'm here to visit. Me and Yun are classmates. Knowing that she lived here, I came here to have a look. Nai Lai bitterly smiled as he said, Visit? Do you need to undress to visit? Yizong let out a furious snort. It was like thunder bombarding into Nai Lai's heart. Looking at Nai Lai, his face solemned down. Zai Yun, you have disappointed me greatly. I never thought that you would do such a thing that could ruin our family's reputation. Hearing Yi Zong's words, her slender figure was slightly startled, her eyes reddened and sad. Looking at Yi Zai Yun's sad expression, Nai Lai raised his head, looking at Yi Zong, and said, "Uncle, don't misunderstand. There is nothing between Zai Yun and I. If there is any problem, direct them at me, leave her alone." After hearing Nai Lai's words, Yi Zong became more furious. He walked towards Nai Lai slowly. Dust and small stones was flying around in the yard. The rage of a black gold rank is extremely fearful. Nai Lai and Yi Zai Yun felt a terrifying aura pressing against them. Direct them at you. Seems like you still have a little backbone. You dare to ruin my Snow Wind family's reputation. Don't dream on leaving alive. Yi Zong waved his right hand. A tidal wave of soul force rushed towards Nai Lai. Nai Lai's face changed. He thought that Yi Zong would at most lock him up and punish him a bit. He never thought that Yi Zong would be so merciless. With his current strength, there is no way he can compete with a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Nai Lai was depressed in his heart. If his cultivation was raised a little and reached gold rank, he would have a fighting chance. If he died here, then everything would be lost. The whole Glory City still awaits for him to save them. Boom! His soul realm shocked. Nai Lai flew, spitting out blood, and heavily hit the wall and fell. With that little strength of yours, you dared to be presumptuous in my city lord's mansion. Yi Zong's right leg stepped out. Another wave of soul force raged out. "Father, no!" Seeing this scene, crystal tears flowed down Yi Zai Yun's cheeks. She leaped, blocking Nai Lai. Surging her soul force, the vision of the Snow Queen appeared on top of her. The snow wind covered the sky, forming into a powerful storm and forming a thick snow wall in front. Boom! Under the attack of Yi Zong's soul force, the snow wall disintegrated into pieces. The difference in strength is too big. Even if Yi Zong doesn't call out his demon spirit, he can easily defeat the Nai Lai and Yi Zai Yun, who had already merged with their demon spirits. To actually integrate with a Snow Queen demon spirit and dare go against your father seems like you've grown up. Move. Yi Zong's gaze coldly stared at Yi Zai Yun. T/N. Kids get rebellious as they grow up, which is why Yi Zong said that she have grown up. Yi Zong emitted a frightening aura all over his body. This kind of aura made Yi Zai Yun feel unfamiliar. She cried as she said, "Father, I beg you, let Nai Lai go. If you can let him go, I'm willing to accept any punishment." Seeing that icy cold expression on Yi Zong's face was knife. Nai Lai wiped the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Waves of soul force were circling around him, gradually forming into large wings on his back. This is soul forming. However, the wings that were formed behind Nai Lai were much bigger compared to Zio Ning-er. Furthermore, it's 3 pairs. 6 huge wings were slowly flapping behind. Waves of soul force were confronting Yi Zong's. "The only reason I'm not fighting back is because you're the father of Zai Yun. It's not because I'm afraid of you." Icy cold words slowly came out of Nai Lai's mouth. That gaze of his was as sharp as knives. At this moment, Nai Lai was suspended in the air like a god. His eyes had faint hints of a frightening aura. Chapter 94, 1 Year Pact. "Zai Yun, move out of the way," Nai Lai solemnly said. He released the potential within his soul realm. His soul force reached its peak. Feeling the majestic force from Nai Lai's body, Yi Zong's eyes had a hint of surprise flash across. How old is Nai Lai to actually reach such a level and suppress his aura? This kind of talent does indeed cause others to be surprised. However, his eyes were still coldly staring at Nai Lai. "Nai Lai, no. Please, I beg you both." Yi Zai Yun's face was filled with tears. Nai Lai coldly looked at the Yi Zong in front of him and furiously said, "Are you suitable to be a father? Since young, have you ever given any concern for Zai Yun? You continuously requested her to train and train. What else have you done for her? She's lonely in her heart, did you know that? In the Institute, there isn't a single true friend. In the City Lord's mansion, whether it's you or that old fart Yimo, you were all busy with your own stuff. You never showed even a little concern for Zai Yun. Me and Zai Yun are only good friends. Even if something happened between me and Zai-yun, can someone like you that kills people without knowing anything? Have you cared for Zai-yun's feelings? What you care about is only the reputation of the Snow-Wind family. Brat, do you know what you're saying now? You're seeking death. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Yi Zong became more furious. He let out a snort, and waves of soul force surged from his body. A more powerful soul force pressed towards Nai Lai from all directions. Boom! Nai Lai flew back. Boom! 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 Nai Lai's soul force was continuously bombarding against Yi Zong's soul force, causing explosions in the air. Nai Lai was once again sent flying. Wounds covered his body. If I'm afraid of death, then I'm a soft egg. Even if I die, I will still say it. So what if you're the city lord? Your daddy hasn't even put you in my eyes. Black gold rank demon spiritualist, so what? If I have a year of time, I will be able to beat you. Your daddy has even seen the existence above legend rank before. Nai Lai was wounded all over his body. His eyes were half open. He spat a mouthful of saliva and said, "Damn, if you want to fight now, even if I die, I will still cast a soul reversal technique to teach you a lesson. T/N. The raw actually says something like soul returning to one technique, so I just have it soul reversal instead. And no Star Wars, please." If he used the soul reversal technique, both sides would surely sustain injuries. Nai Lai didn't want to do it, as he doesn't want Yi Zai-yun to be heartbroken. After all, he is the father of Yi Zai-yun. 1 year. You think that you can defeat a black gold rank demon spiritualist in 1 year? Yi Zong looked at Nai Lai, coldly laughing. His mouth hung a strong disdain. What? You want to try? Nai Lai had both his hands on his hips. Since he has already gone all out, he pointed at Yi Zong and scolded, "Give me a year's time and I will definitely step on you mercilessly under my feet." This is what you have said. If you are able to defeat me in a year's time, I will not pursue today's matter. And you, Yi Zai-yun? Yi Zong coldly swept his eyes at Yi Zai-yun. His eyes flashed a hint of unnautical softness, and coldly said, "If you are unable to reach gold rank in a year, then the both of you are not allowed to meet anymore." Yi Zong's soul force mercilessly bombarded onto Nai Lai's body, sending Nai Lai flying. He slowly turned around and walked out. "Don't forget my words today." Boom! Nai Lai's soul force dispersed. The 3 pairs of wings on his back also broke apart. His internal organs shifted, but his life wasn't in any danger. He heavily breathed in just that moment. He felt that death gazed past him. The last attack that Yi Zong used is a lot stronger than ordinary black gold rank. Yi Zong has already reached the peak of black gold rank, a step away from legend rank. Rest at ease. I will never go back on the words I've said. Nai Lai looked at Yi Zong's back figure and heavily said. Watching Yi Zong gradually leaving, Nai Lai's eyes flashed a hint of doubt. He originally thought that Yi Zong would kill him to protect the reputation of the Snow-Wind family. He never thought that Yi Zong would actually let him off. Chapter 95. City Lord is very helpless. Yi Zai-yun silently sent Nai Lai to the door of her yard. After being silent for a moment, Yi Zai-yun lowered her head and said, "Nai Lai, don't look for me anymore." "Why?" Nai Lai slightly frowned as he asked Yi Zai-yun. Yi Zai-yun raised her head to look at Nai Lai. Those clear, bright eyes were written with deep sorrow and asked, "You're not afraid of death? You're not afraid that my father will kill you? Kill me. If your father wanted to kill me, he would already have done so earlier." Nai Lai's eyes were deep. "Or at least have me expelled from the City Lord's mansion. If he were to expel me from the City Lord's mansion, I will definitely die without a doubt. The Dark Guild will definitely not let me off. However, he did not do so." "Why didn't he do so?" Yi Zai-yun's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Nai Lai looked at the direction which Yi Zong is walking. That back figure of his was like an iron tower, so lonely and desolate under the sunset. In that moment, Nai Lai suddenly understood a lot and said, "This is a matter between guys. Anyways, all you need to do now is listen to me." At this moment, Nai Lai understood. It wasn't that Yi Zong doesn't care for Yi Zai-yun, it's just that Yi Zong's shoulders have too much to bear. "Why should I listen to you?" Yi Zai-yun pouted in dissatisfaction. She felt too much wrong today. Although her relationship with Yi Zong wasn't close, there isn't anything to talk about between fathers and daughters. However, it's the first time she received such a cold reprimand from her father. Yi Zai-yun felt hurt in her heart. That fuming look of Yi Zai-yun's was exceptionally charming. Cough, cough. Nai Lai spat out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. Bitterly smiling, he said, "You're sending me back like this? How bad are your injuries?" Look at Nai Lai's situation, Yi Zai-yun immediately concernedly asked and hurriedly held Nai Lai. "My injuries are too heavy. I'll probably have to stay here for 2 days to heal myself," Nai Lai said, holding his chest. Yi Zai-yun looked at Nai Lai. Her gaze went into a daze. Is there still anyone more shameless than Nai Lai? What is in that head of his? After being wounded by her father, he actually wants to stay here for 2 days. Is Nai Lai's head full of paste? Isn't he afraid of her father killing him under an uncontrolled rage at this moment, at a corner of the city lord's mansion? 2 figures were proudly standing. One of them is Yi Zong that just came out from Yi Zai-yun's yard. The other one is President Gu Yan of the Alchemist Association. "City Lord, you wounded him too badly? If that master of his were to act up, it's definitely not a good thing for Glory City." Gu Yan bitterly smiled as he looked at Yi Zong and said, "I hurt him too badly?" Murderous intent was still emitting from Yi Zong's gaze. "It's good enough that I did not kill him. This brat actually dared to flirt with my daughter in my mansion and even ruined my daughter's purity." Gu Yan is also helpless. Nai Lai has indeed gone too far with this. Flirting the city lord's daughter in his mansion, this kind of thing, only Nai Lai would dare to do it. The city lord is already very lenient by not killing Nai Lai. Then why didn't city lord throw him out of the city lord's mansion? What's the use of throwing him out? This kid integrated with God knows what demon spirit, to actually have the void combat ability. Aside from the few black gold rank demon spiritualists that are able to sense where he is, he can come and go in the city lord's mansion unhindered. Furthermore, I don't know what's going on with that girl, to be taken by that kid so easily. This is really making me mad. Could it be that I have to lock my daughter up in some secret place? Yi Zong snorted. This kid is already a gold-rank demon spiritualist at such a young age. Furthermore, he contributed a few elixir formulas, made huge contributions to Glory City. Glory City might even need to rely on him in the future for safety. For Glory City, I can only endure this anger. Hearing Yi Zong's words, not knowing why, Gu Yan found it a little funny. The grand and majestic city lord is actually helpless towards a 13-year-old kid. 13 years old and already dares to come in the city lord's mansion to flirt. How did this kid's head grow? In my view, if Zai-yun followed him, she might even suffer. I heard that up till now, this kid does not have only one girl. Winged Dragon family's doll and Hu Yan family's doll. This kid will definitely not stick to one wife in the future. Yi Zong felt endless indignant. Then what does the city lord prepare to do? Gu Yan looked at Yi Zong, laughing as he asked, "What can I do? I can only endure it." Yi Zong clenched his teeth. Ever since he became the city lord, he has never compromised like this before. Earlier on, if this kid had shown a hint of being spineless and hid behind Zai-yun, even if I have to risk offending that super expert behind him, I would have to kill him. However, at least he has that little backbone. Even if he has many girls in the future, I don't think he'll let Zai-yun down. Hearing Yi Zong's words, Gu Yan felt relieved in his heart. It's good so long as this matter has not reached to the stage of irreversible. Gu Yan, do you know what the soul reversal technique is? Yi Zong suddenly thought of something and asked Gu Yan. Gu Yan shook his head and said, "I'm not clear about it either." According to this kid's words, if he used the soul reversal technique, he can even defeat me. However, it seems that the side effect of this soul reversal technique is also very big. After using it, he'll definitely die. Probably the last resort that the master behind him taught him. If possible, President Gu Yan, try to get this soul reversal technique out of this kid's mouth. Yi Zong went silent for a moment and said, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment and asked, "Could it be that City Lord intends to use this soul reversal technique?" "Absolutely not. Didn't the city lord say that this soul reversal technique has huge drawbacks? Yizong remained silent for a moment, then sighed in a low spirit. Forbidden techniques like this can't be used unless there is no other way. However, there's no harm having preparation. In recent times, the Dark Guild has been going more and more out of control. Could it be that there are some news from Lord Yimo? Gu Yan looked at Yizong, puzzled, and asked. Right, the Dark Guild wants to drive the demon beasts to destroy Glory City. Drive the demon beasts to destroy Glory City. What benefits do they have with that? Gu Yan felt a chill in his heart and asked, Is the Dark Guild insane? If Glory City is destroyed, can they survive it? They might have some methods to avoid the demon beasts' attacks, Yizong said. Gu Yan thought a while and said, Why not have a talk with Nai Lai about it? Perhaps Nai Lai has some solution to it. Beg him. Yizong's facial expression sullened down. Not killing him is already me being polite to him. To have me to go and beg him is absolutely impossible. Hearing Yizong's words, Gu Yan bitterly smiled. He wasn't sure if he can be the mediator between them. At this moment, in Yizai Yun's room, Nai Lai is currently sitting crossed-legged on the bed and practicing. Although Nai Lai was heavily wounded by Yizong, causing Nai Lai's soul realm to have cracks. But, because of this, he had signs of breakthrough and progress. He continuously practiced. Soul force was revolving around him. After soul forming, Nai Lai's cultivation had another obvious breakthrough. His soul force will soon be able to take another step up. Yizai Yun did not stay in the same room as Nai Lai. She harmonized a while, thinking of her father's strict face, and sighed. Her mother died early. Her relationship with her father was never close. Ever since she was young, her father had a strict demand. He continuously had her practice, which is why her cultivation and knowledge is a step higher than her peers. However, the strictness from her father today was something she has never seen before. Nai Lai, what should I do with you? Thinking back, when Nai Lai clearly knew that he couldn't be her father's opponent, he still stood in front of her. It caused a slight ripple in her heart. Although Nai Lai is a bit jerk and a little ridiculous in the crucial moment, he's still brave. This caused her heart to be tangled and distressed. At the same time, her father's reaction caused Yizai Yun to be deeply puzzled. She originally thought that her father would do something terrifying out of anger. However, she never thought that her father would only give her a requirement, which is to reach gold-rank demon spiritualist in 1 year. Yizai Yun very much wishes to know what her father is thinking. But, no matter how, she will still work very hard to practice and not let her father down. Chapter 96. Really want to stir the sacred family? Nai Lai did not expect to have any problems. He never thought that his luck would be so bad, and his first time coming over to see Yizai Yun to be found out by the city lord. However, Yizong did not kill him, probably because the Alchemist Association side said something. Since that's the case, Nai Lai has nothing to fear. No need wait for too long. Nai Lai will thoroughly subdue Yizong and make him send his daughter over with his own hands. Thinking about it here, Nai Lai had a hint of faint smile on his face. For this distant target and dream, he has to work hard. Nai Lai swallowed several elixirs, crossed his legs, and began cultivating. He zero-parated the Heavenly God cultivating technique to try and break through to 4-star silver rank. In the yard, ever since, she practiced the 9 revolving phoenix cultivating technique, and integrated with the Snow Queen. Yizai Yun's cultivation has soared leaps and bounds. She wasn't any slower compared to Nai Lai, and reached the cultivation of a 3-star silver rank. After all, her cultivating technique is faster than Nai Lai's Heavenly God cultivation technique. The power of the Heavenly God cultivating technique can only be seen at a later part of his cultivation. Among everyone that was gifted one of Nai Lai's cultivation techniques, Nai Lai's Heavenly God cultivating technique is the slowest to work with. The difficulty that he faced during cultivating is also several times harder than the others. But of course, the Heavenly God cultivating technique is the strongest once one completes their cultivation. Even against 7 people who are the same rank as Nai Lai, they might not be his opponents. The difficulty in the cultivating technique is extremely large, but to be able to catch up with the speed of others is the advantage that Nai Lai has from rebirth. Sage Emperor. Wait till I practice the heavenly god cultivating technique to its peak and nurtured 7 god rank masters. This time, we'll see who's stronger, Nai Lai thought in his heart. In his previous life, one of the reasons why he lost is because his cultivation lost by rank. The other reason is because the Sage Emperor had several deity-rank demon beasts by his side, who attacked him to exhaust his strength. This was the reason why he was defeated so quickly. In this life, he will definitely repeat the same thing. Aside from raising his strength, he will also bring along several powerful companions. It won't be like his previous life, when he was all alone. After sat crossed-legged and practiced for about an hour, Nai Lai's injuries had more or less healed. Nai Lai, how is your healing progress? Yi Zai-yun looked at Nai Lai, slightly narrowing his eyes. Hearing Yi Zai-yun's words, Nai Lai still thought that Yi Zai-yun was concerned about him. He nodded and said, I've healed more or less. Okay, since that's the case, you have to leave. If you continue to stay here, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Zai-yun's expression was strict, pushing Nai Lai out. Zai-yun, I'm in love with you. You can't do this to me. Ouch, my injuries still haven't fully recovered yet. I'll need at least another 2 days of healing before I can move. I can't, I'm about to vomit blood. I will not believe you again. If you still don't leave, I'll take to broom and chase you out. Yi Zai-yun clenched her teeth. Nai Lai is being too much of a rogue. You wouldn't be so heartless, right? Nai Lai stared at Yi Zai-yun. You can try me. Yi Zai-yun had both her hands on her hips and let out 2 snorts. Regarding the issue today, it's already good of her not bashing Nai Lai up. Fine, I'll return first. I'll look for you again tomorrow. If you dare to come tomorrow, see what I'll do? Yi Zai-yun pushed Nai Lai out, pouting her mouth with her hands on her hips, and said, Then when can I come look for you? Nai Lai bitterly laughed, looking at Yi Zai-yun. Bang. Yi Zai-yun closed the door to her yard. Then I'll come over the day after tomorrow? Even though he was chased out by Yi Zai-yun, his mood wasn't bad. Both of his hands were at his back, humming a song and walking towards the place he was living in. Looking at the shut door, Yi Zai-yun stomped her feet, annoyed to the point she felt her teeth itching. However, she recalled something and laughed. Her laughter was simply charming. If it was seen by anyone, they would definitely be in a daze. She is simply helpless when facing a shameless person like Nai Lai. However, since this matter has already progressed to this point, she has no idea what to do and can only listen to Nai Lai. She suddenly recalled something, and her cheeks reddened. While walking, Nai Lai was deep within his thoughts and recalled something from the past. Truth is, Nai Lai has no idea how to chase a girl. Yi Zai-yun and Nai Lai got together only by the trial of death. After Yi Zai-yun was killed, Nai Lai had several contacts with girls, however, he did not have any deep relationship with them. Nai Lai's heart had always been thinking of Yi Zai-yun and wouldn't let any other girl enter his heart. You can imagine Nai Lai's joy of seeing Yi Zai-yun again. However, they did not have any trial of death in this life. Therefore, Nai Lai has no idea how to get Yi Zai-yun's feelings match his own. He can only shamelessly throw himself at her. Even if he's hated by Yi Zai-yun, he also have to shamelessly guard by her side. Nai Lai doesn't want to lose her again. At least, it's better than doing nothing. Nai Lai thought to himself. No matter how Yi Zai-yun treats him, Nai Lai will still guard her side. Within Nai Lai's yard, Nai Yu is currently hard at practice. Upon seeing Nai Lai, her face had an expression of joy. Big brother Nai Lai, you're back. Nai Yu hurriedly went up. When Nai Lai left, she had been constantly worried. Nai Lai rubbed Nai Yu's small head. Has Xiao Yu been practicing diligently? Yes. Xiao Yu has been very diligent. The cultivating technique that big brother Nai Lai gave me is really amazing. I'm already 2-star bronze rank. Nai Yu's eyes were shining when she looked at Nai Lai, filled with worship. In her heart, Nai Lai is simply an existence that can achieve anything. Not bad. Nai Yu lightly smiled, nodding his head. Nai Yu's cultivating speed is still quite good. Just when Nai Lai and Nai Yu were chatting, a knocking sound came from the door. When Nai Lai opened the door, Du Zi, Lu Paio, along with 3 other people were there. He was a little shocked and asked, "What are you guys doing here? We heard that you've gone to the city lord's mansion and decided to come by. Finding you was not easy. We had to find President Gu Yan after many troubles and get him to write us a letter for us to be allowed in." Lu Pio laughed and said, "You're really good. To chase after Yizai Yun to the point of entering the city lord's mansion. I admire you." Duzi looked at Nai Lai a while and said, "You actually beat Shen Ziao, a genius of the sacred family? You purposely showed your strength, right? Otherwise, with your character, you'd be very low-key. Previously, my strength was too weak, therefore I did not dare to be too public. After I integrated with a demon spirit, even if I were to encounter people from the Dark Guild, I would have the strength to protect myself. Furthermore, to be able to scoop a bunch from the sacred family, why not?" Nai Lai said, lightly laughed. Hearing Nai Lai's words, Lu Pio, Duzi, and Bunch couldn't help laughing. "This time, the sacred family was made miserable by you. It's a total of 450 million demon spirit coins. Yeah, the patriarch of the sacred family probably wants to vomit blood." Nai Lai shook his head and said, 450 million demon spirit coins isn't enough to shake the foundation of the sacred family. Nai Lai, you couldn't be wanting to get rid of the sacred family, right? That's one of the 3 major families. Lu Pio's eyes widened and said while looking at Nai Lai, "Of course, I've tricked the sacred family. They definitely won't just let this off. Sooner or later they will come and look for me. However, I don't plan to let them off." A hint of chill flashed past Nai Lai's eyes. Seeing Nai Lai's expression, Duzi was shocked in his heart. Nai Lai doesn't look like he's joking. Nai Lai was seriously going to get rid of the sacred family with his strength alone. This is way harder than any tournament. "No matter what you're going to do, if you just let us about it, we brothers will definitely support you," Duzi firmly said. If it wasn't for Nai Lai, he wouldn't have his current strength. No matter what is it, as long as Nai Lai opens his mouth, even if it means throwing his life away, Duzi will definitely not frown his brows for a second. "How can I be left out of this kind of thing?" Lu Pio chuckled and said, "Good brothers." Nai Lai bumped Duzi's chest. With this bunch, even if they were going up the Knife Mountains or down the Flaming Sea, they were a bunch of brothers that wouldn't even frown for a second. This is simply the biggest fortune in life. Recalling the scenes of Duzi and Lu Pio dying during the battle for Glory City, a faint tears flashed across Nai Lai's eyes. In this life, he definitely won't let Glory City repeat the same tragedy again. Chapter 97. Into the Heavenly Sacred Border. "I bet that you're not aware of it, but Ning has already entered the Heavenly Sacred Border," Lu Pio suddenly said as he stood by the side. "She entered the Heavenly Sacred Border? Why didn't she inform me about it?" Nai Lai was stunned for a moment before he shockingly asked. "You returned to the Heavenly Marks family, then joined the tournament, then you entered the City Lord's mansion. It's difficult for us to even look for you," Lu Pio helplessly said as he threw his hands out. With Ning talent and cultivation, there shouldn't be any problems entering the Heavenly Sacred Border. However, we can't rule out something unexpected happening. Nai Lai were drowned in his thoughts. He raised his head, looked at Lu Pio, Duzi, and the others and said, "Come on, we'll go too." Nai Lai has always wanted to check out the Heavenly Sacred Border since long ago. In the Heavenly Sacred Border, there is a treasure that he desperately needs. Since he knows that Ning has entered the Heavenly Sacred Border, Nai Lai could no longer remain seated. Knowing about Ning from his previous life, Nai Lai felt pity and admiration for her strong character. That dare to love and hate character of hers. Ning did not hide her feelings for him at all. Although Nai Lai already has Yizai Yun in his heart, no matter what, Ning was also one of the people he cherishes. "What happens if you encounter a problem after leaving the City Lord's mansion?" Duzi said, furrowing his brows for a moment. "It's no big deal, I have an idea. I can leave after disguising myself a bit. Wai Nan, Zhu Xiang Jin, Zhang Ming, the 3 of you stay here and look after my sister. My room is over there. You guys can train there," Nai Lai said as he looked at his 3 friends. "Okay, leave it to us." The 3 of them agreed. "Zio, you stay here and diligently train. I'll be back in a few days." Nai said, rubbing Nayu's head. Okay, big brother Nai, be careful and return fast. Nayu nodded sensibly. After leaving a few instructions behind, Nai changed his appearance into Ainz. Duzi, Lupayo, and Bunch were dumbfounded when they saw him. Nai's disguising method is simply too amazing. By simply applying something on his face, he could change his appearance. Aside from the clothes, he looked exactly like Nan. In this world, is there anything you don't know? Duzi bitterly laughed while looking at Nai. Never thought that you'd have this method. Amazing! Lupayo's eyes widened. With this method, Nai doesn't have the need to hide inside the city lord's mansion at all. Even if he were to stroll in the main street, the Dark Guild probably couldn't even recognize Nai. As an expert, it's a must to have all kinds of life insurance methods. Nai said, lightly laughing. This is extremely easy. This is a piece of cake for him and not any profound method. A real expert could recognize someone by their aura. After cultivating to legend rank, a really superb disguise could even change the height and aura around the body as well as changing their appearance, causing the opponent to be unable to recognize them. Without any extraordinary means, it's not possible to get rid of the rebirthed Nai. Even when facing Yizai Yun's father, Nai held back some methods. That's only because those methods are too vicious. If used, both sides would definitely suffer, which Nai doesn't wish to see. No matter what, he is the father of Yizai Yun. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be beaten so miserably by a black gold rank expert. Right, I forgot to give you guys something. Nai's right hand moved, retrieving 5 demon spirit crystals. These were all the demon spirits that Nai had refined. Every single one of them have god-level growth rates. What are these? Demon spirit crystals? Lupayo placed both his hands on his hips and proudly chuckled. Recently, I have been diligently training at home and broke through to the silver rank. My old man was happy and rewarded me with a gold rank demon spirit, which I have already integrated. Therefore, I don't need it anymore. After integrating with a gold rank demon spirit, I will soon step to the pinnacle and become a powerful gold rank demon spiritualist, ha ha ha. I was preparing to give you a scarlet demon leopard that has a god-level growth rate. It's able to grow to legend rank. Since you don't want it, then forget it. Nai shrugged, passing a demon spirit crystal over to Duzi and Bunch. This is an abyss tiger belonging to the fighter-type demon spirit class. There are also 3 separate demon spirits of the holy type, sacred flame type, and the heavenly type. They were prepared for you guys. Nai looked at Nan, Zhu Xiangjun, and Zhang Ming. Duzi and Bunch had already made up their minds to follow Nai, therefore they weren't modest about this, and received the demon spirit crystals from Nai. They curiously checked these demon spirit crystals. They didn't know if these demon spirits were as strong as Nai described them to be. They still have no idea what a god-level growth rate means. But Nai said that they were able to grow to legend rank. They must be extremely strong. God-level growth rate? Grow to legend rank. Are there such powerful demon spirits? You said that this can grow to the legend rank, is that true? Duzi curiously asked. Definitely true. Nai nodded his head. Truth is, Nai missed out on one point. The demon spirit that Nai gave them will not only stop at legend rank. Their growth will be unpredictable in the future, however. Even if Nai told them about it now, they wouldn't able to understand it. He, Nai, we're good brothers, right? Can I have a look at this demon spirit? Lupayo put out his hands, chuckled, and said. Seeing Lupayo, Nai laughed. He did not play any jokes on Lupayo. Waving his right hand, he threw the demon spirit crystal with the scarlet demonic leopard over to Lupayo. Lupayo, quickly throw away that gold rank demon spirit of yours. Slowly integrate with this one after you return. We'll first go to the Institute, into the heavenly sacred border. Nai said. As Xiao Ning is still in the heavenly sacred border, Nai is rather worried. After all, Nai did not enter the heavenly sacred border before in his previous life. He has no idea how the heavenly sacred border looks like. He only roughly knows what's hidden inside. Okay. Lupayo and Duzi nodded their heads. The three of them exited the city lord's mansion and moved towards the direction of the Holy Orchid Institute. Holy Orchid Institute. Vice Principal Yisheng, why hasn't Xiao Ning come out after entering for so long? Several teachers by the side nervously looked at Yisheng and asked. Yisheng was also frowning his brows. The amount of time Xiao Ning has remained inside was longer compared to others. Under normal circumstances, the higher the talent, the longer they will stay inside. As for those with weaker talent, they would come out very fast. However, wasn't the amount of time Xiao Ning spent inside a little too long? Vice Principal Yisheng, 3 students came looking for you. One teacher walked in from outside. They are the students of the genius class. Bring them in. Vice Principal Yisheng nodded his head and said. A moment later, Nai Lai and Bunch were brought in. Nai Lai has already removed the disguise on his face. Seeing Nai Lai entering, Yisheng's eyes narrowed. He has a deep impression of Nai Lai. During the year examination, both Nai Lai's strength and soul force was only 1-star bronze rank. But not long after, Nai Lai joined the tournament and revealed strength that was able to rival gold rank. Such shocking changes so soon caused him to feel something was wrong. The strength test could have been false. But how can the soul force test be faked? Even if Yisheng thought about it till his brain exploded, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. No matter what, it's something worth celebrating that such a genius has appeared in the Institute. Vice Principal Yisheng, I wish to enter the heavenly sacred border. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Nai Lai asked, looking at Yisheng. With your strength, there is absolutely no problem in entering the heavenly sacred border. Yisheng nodded his head. In order to enter the heavenly sacred border, one must be the front ranking of the genius class. But with Nai Lai's current strength, there is already no one that could be his opponent in the genius class. Thanks a lot, Vice Principal. I will now enter the heavenly sacred border, Nai Lai said, cupping his hands towards Yisheng. Yisheng also knew that Nai Lai's relationship with Xiao Ning is extremely good. It's possible to let Nai Lai in to have a look since Xiao Ning hasn't come out after such a long time. A group of people sent Nai Lai to the entrance of the heavenly sacred border. Looking from afar, a door appeared within Nai Lai's sight. In his previous life, Nai Lai did not enter the heavenly sacred border. His understanding towards the heavenly sacred border was obtained from books. Nai Lai still carried a lot of curiosity towards the heavenly sacred border. He got Du Zi and Lu Paio to wait outside, and Nai Lai entered the heavenly sacred border. Chapter 98. Have me as your teacher. Nothing will happen to Nai Lai, right? Watching Nai Lai's figure disappearing, Du Zi slightly frowned. He's still worried about this unknown heavenly sacred border. Lu Paio laughed and said, Du Zi, you're thinking too much and not trust in Nai Lai. What can be difficult for Nai Lai? If you have time to worry for Nai Lai, why not hurry up and integrate with your demon spirit? I can't wait to see how powerful this scarlet demonic leopard is. Lu Paio was excitedly patting his interspatial ring. The two walked towards the side and found a spot to sit down and practice while they waited for Nai Lai. Seeing their actions, Yisheng couldn't help feeling pleased. No wonder Du Zi and Lu Paio's cultivation could advance so quickly. They are simply so hardworking. They are not willing to waste even a little time. If the other students could be as hardworking as them, he wouldn't have much to worry about. Yisheng and a bunch of teachers went to the side to rest, while Du Zi and Lu Paio focused on integrating with their demon spirits. At this moment, inside the heavenly sacred border, the light in front was twisting as countless images flashed across his eyes as if he was passing through endless time and space. Nai Lai walked in and gazed around. The surround was filled with grass and flowers. The scene was simply beautiful. When he stepped into the heavenly sacred border, Nai Lai felt a boom in his soul realm. His soul force felt as though it had exploded and was expanding non-stop, causing his soul realm to stretch. As his soul realm expanded little by little, Nai Lai's face had a pained expression. The forceful stretching of the soul realm was very difficult to bear. This heavenly sacred border is actually a sacred place for raising soul force. Remaining inside for a while is even better than training for several days outside. His soul realm expanded a total of 1/3. The terrible pain caused Nai Lai's face to twitch. Nai Lai opened his eyes and was looking afar. He saw a figure sitting crossed-legged on a grass patch far away. It seems to be Xiao Ning-er. Except, Nai Lai's sight is very blurred, and he was unable to see clearly for a moment. Within his soul realm, the shadow devil demon spirit and the fanged panda were constantly growing stronger. It really is indeed worthy of being called the heavenly sacred border. Nai Lai can feel that the two demon spirits within his soul realm were constantly getting stronger. Their cultivating speed was extremely frightening. Suddenly, from the depths of Nai Lai's consciousness, a hoarse voice sounded. "Brat, why are you able to integrate two demon spirits into your soul realm? Who are you?" Nai Lai asked back. While he's consolidating his Rise soul force, he can feel that a wandering soul was currently spying on him. However, this soul could not threaten him, and therefore Nai Lai did not mind it. "Ha ha, answer my question first, and I'll tell you who I am." "It's because I practiced a special cultivating technique and therefore was able to," Nai Lai calmly said. "Oh, what cultivating technique is so magical as that?" "This is already the second question, right?" Nai Lai rolled his eyes. "Constantly asking others questions and not answering the questions of others. Doesn't that seem to be lacking manners?" That hoarse voice laughed and said, "You are really difficult to deal with. I have been asleep in the heavenly sacred border for centuries. Although I have met a few genius previously, they were unable to enter my eyes. You and that small lady over there have quite the talent. However, your talent is a little bit better. Today, I have my eyes on you. I will accept you as my disciple. You accept me as your disciple. You want me to have you as my teacher," Nai Lai said with disdain. "Become my teacher. Who are you? Are you even able to teach me? If some random guy comes up and wants to be my teacher, then wouldn't I have lots of teachers already? Brat, do you know who I am?" the hoarse voice proudly said. "Who are you?" Nai Lai somewhat scornfully asked. "After the Age of Darkness arrived, we 5 legend-rank demon spiritualists brought tens of thousands of lucky survivors to Glory City and withstood the tidal attacks of the demon beast horde. I'm one of the 5 ancestral founders of Glory City, Founder Yan. I'm also the founder of the Snow Wind family. Brat, are you scared straight after hearing my name?" That hoarse voice sounded a little proud. "I sealed my soul within the heavenly sacred border and have been protecting Glory City. If it wasn't for me, Glory City would have fallen, so you're one of the 5 founders." Nai Lai understood in a flash. He slightly cupped his hands. "Really sorry. However, Lord Founder, I'm not interested in becoming your disciple." "Not interested?" "You're actually not interested to being my disciple." Yi Yan was angered. "Brat, do you know how good of an opportunity you're giving up? With my guidance, you might be able to become a legend-rank demon spiritualist in your lifetime, or at least a black gold-rank demon spiritualist. I don't need to have you as my teacher. I can become a legend-rank demon spiritualist." Nai Lai muttered loudly. "Even if I respect you as the founder of Glory City, that doesn't mean that I have to have you as my teacher. You are simply too arrogant. You think that it's easy to reach legend-rank demon spiritualist. Legend-rank demon spiritualist is a pinnacle existence within this continent. Other than those with extraordinary talent, ordinary people can absolutely not touch that realm." If Yi Yan were still alive, he would have been angered to explosion. A legend-rank demon spiritualist such as him wants to accept Nai Lai as his disciple and was rejected. This is simply intolerable. You know how many people have begged me to become my disciple? Okay. Nai Lai said defeatedly, "Lord Founder, since you want to be my teacher, what are you going to teach me?" As a legend-rank demon spiritualist, other than knowing everything in the continent, I'm also proficient in astronomy, geography, and inscription patterns. I also have several extremely powerful heritage cultivation techniques. I can also give you guidance on the combat abilities of demon spirits," Yi Yan proudly said, full of himself. "I have 5 powerful heritage cultivation techniques here. You can choose one to practice." 5 lights suddenly appeared in front of Nai Lai. Each one was shaped like books. "Let me see what powerful cultivating techniques you have." Nai Lai's gaze fell onto the 5 books. What? You have to nerve to even take out the revolving spiritual wood cultivating technique. This plaything can only cultivate to black gold rank demon spiritualist, right? This cultivating technique is simply flawed. The 3rd chapter actually requires to inject soul force into the Tianshu point, wouldn't it ruining your own future? The Tianshu point is used to communicate with the heavens and earth. T/N, Tianshu point should be a meridian point. I brought out the wrong one. Yi Yan was looking a little awkward. One of the books disappeared. Let me have a look at this. What? Yang spiritual cultivation technique. The speed of this cultivation technique is simply too slow. You could only practice this at a location with the most sun and are unable to practice at night. Even if I reached legend rank demon spiritualist, I'm afraid I would already be in my 70s or 80s. Furthermore, not to mention the overall technique, if I change the blazing yang into the body into yin-yang crossing, the cultivation speed would increase by 30%. Yi Yan was silent for a moment. He felt that what Nai Lai said was very profound. He was choked beyond words by him. Let me look at this. Isn't this the Ash Wolves technique? A technique that requires the integration of a wolf-type demon spirit. It's indeed possible to reach legend rank demon spiritualist realm. So you like this cultivation technique? Yi Yan asked with a little joy. This cultivation technique? I say, why is this Ash Wolves technique only 9 chapters? It's finished after 3-star legend rank demon spiritualist. I also have Ash Wolves technique with me. You want me to give you the 10th chapter? I can guarantee you can cultivate to 5-star legend rank demon spiritualist realm, Nai Lai said. Within his speechlessness, Yi Yan was simply going crazy. Just what's the origin of this kid? He's actually going to teach him a cultivation technique instead. Over the years, the amount of geniuses that Yi Yan has seen before, even if it didn't amount to tens of thousands, it would at least be in the thousands. They were all elites of Glory City. However, there wasn't anyone as monstrous as Nai Lai. The 5 cultivation techniques that he took out were already extremely powerful cultivation techniques. But in Nai Lai's view, they were simply worthless. Yi Yan really doesn't understand. How old is Nai Lai to actually have such vast knowledge? It's actually even more frightening than a 1,000-year-old master like him. Chapter 99, Unfilial Descendant. Lord Founder, these 5 cultivation techniques are too lousy. You learnt these cultivation techniques. No wonder your cultivation was so poor when you were still alive, and only managed to reach legend rank. Why don't I teach you several super cultivation techniques? I can guarantee that your cultivation will progress, Nai Lai said, patting his chest. I have a total of 3,600 super cultivation techniques. Even the poorest one is much better those 5 books of yours. If it's too poor, I wouldn't have the face them to teach you. Okay, enough, Yi Yan furiously said. Nai Lai wasn't give him face. Doesn't he know that he's the ancestral founder of Glory City? Brat, I have no idea where you got so many cultivation techniques, possibly from some treasury. However, even if you have super cultivation techniques, but as a legend rank demon spiritualist myself, I can give you guidance on the road of cultivating. The vastness of my knowledge isn't something you can imagine. Oh, okay, Lord Founder, with vast knowledge, I would like to ask, why is a demon spirit able to integrate with a soul realm? Nai Lai looked at Yi Yan and asked. Tusk, ancestral founder, Yi Yan wants to battle with him in terms of knowledge. Didn't your teacher teach you such simple knowledge? Demon spirits exist in the form of soul spirit. And the soul realm is the container of the soul, therefore they can integrate, Yi Yan said, lightly smiling. Although your talent isn't bad, your foundation is. Young one, do not bite more than what you can chew. Since the soul realm is a container, similar to a cup, and a demon spirit is merely a soul spirit. Similar to water and cup, then why can't some people integrate with a demon spirit no matter what upon reaching silver rank? Nai Lai asked, smilingly. If it's a cup, it should be able to contain the water. The possibility of failure is extremely low, almost negligible. Therefore, this issue doesn't need to be bothered with. Yi Yan paused for a moment and said, sounding a little upset. The question that Nai Lai asked is too side door. He couldn't answer it. These kind of extraordinary events are usually the key to unlocking secrets after researching about it. A legend-rank demon spiritualist actually doesn't know about this. Really, I don't know what your teacher taught you. If I were to have such a disciple, I would definitely slap him to death on the wall. Nai Lai shook his head with a lament expression. Then why don't you tell me? Yi Yan's voice was trembling. As a legend-rank demon spiritualist, when has he been choked like this before? The soul realm has fixed attributes, so do the demon spirits. If the differences between the two attributes is too much, there would be failure. Just like how fire and water don't get along. Attribute differences? Yi Yan mumbled to himself. The him of the past has never considered this aspect. These words from Nai Lai opened a new window in his heart. Aside from attribute differences, there are many profound secrets deep in a human's soul realm. A demon spiritualist of your level naturally doesn't know about it. If you are willing to have me as your teacher, I might even be able to give you an explanation. Your soul has yet to disperse, so helping you reform your body isn't impossible. Nai Lai sat crossed-legged, revealing a trace of a smile on his face. Have Nai Lai as his teacher. Ian nearly got angered to life. A founder of Glory City like him is actually despised by a small kid. This is simply intolerable. However, Nai Lai's last words made him stunned. Reform the body. Is that really possible? Yi Yan was dumbfounded. This is already at a realm beyond his imagination. Just what exactly is the origin of this youngster? Why does he know so much? As the founder of Glory City, if he were to accept a kid as his disciple, they would already come up kneeling and kowtow to him. Where would there be one like Nai Lai teaching him instead? T/N. Google if you don't know about it. Something like Dojza from Japan. Although he was angered to the point of vomiting blood, everything that Nai Lai has said was like a magnet that deeply lured him in. What Nai Lai has said is indeed something that is beyond his understandings. Brat, you really want me to have you as my teacher? Have me as your teacher. Let me think. Forget it, best not. I'm too lazy to teach someone of poor talent like you. Nai Lai scoffed in disdain. If my disciple were to only be at the realm of legend rank after 800 years and still proud about it, I'd whip him to death. Ian pointed his fingers at Nai Lai and trembled non-stop. You unfilial descendant. Yi Yan was angered to the point that his beard was also trembling. If he were to be revived back now, he would be angered to death by Nai Lai this instant. I'm not a descendant of your Yi family. I'm the descendant of the Heavenly Marks family. In terms of background origin, the Heavenly Marks family has been around longer than your Yi family. If it wasn't for the fact that you're the ancestor of Zai Yun, I wouldn't have even bothered with you. Nai Lai curled his lips in disdain. Yi Yan was simply angered to the max. However, he's only in soul form, unable to do anything to Nai Lai. Heavenly Marks family, I remembered them. When I built Glory City, the Heavenly Marks family was only a small family. I admit that your ancestors were all extremely powerful. Seems that you have received some of that heritage from your family. However, just obtaining a little heritage, you dare to be so arrogant. Although Yi Yan has to admit that Nai Lai's knowledge is wider than him, he still wasn't willing to admit defeat like this. If he were to admit defeat to a 13-14-year-old kid, where can he put his face as a legend-rank demon spiritualist? HMPH. Yi Yan no longer spoke due to anger. Since the old fart doesn't come and bother him, Nai Lai did not take any initiative to talk to Yi Yan. Nai Lai practiced on his own. Waves of majestic soul force revolved around him non-stop. After activating the Heavenly God technique, the two demon spirits in his demon realm became sponges, absorbing soul force and constantly getting stronger. Yi Yan's soul remained around Nai Lai. Although he was greatly angered by Nai Lai, when he saw Nai Lai operating his cultivation technique, he couldn't help looking at it. Waves of soul force was surging. Such practicing form is nothing like a silver-rank demon spiritualist. It was more like the scene of a legend-rank demon spiritualist practicing. Yi Yan took a glance at Xiao Ning. He hiddenly thought to himself, whether it's this brat or that girl doll, They both have very frightening cultivating techniques. They are already so monstrous at such a young age. Could it be that, because I haven't been going out for so many years, the outside world has changed? Compared to Nai Lai's heavenly god technique, the 5 cultivating techniques that Yi Yan took out were simply garbage. Although the cultivating speed of the heavenly god cultivating technique is a little slower compared to techniques like the lightning dragon and the 9 revolving ice phoenix cultivation technique, compared to the 5 cultivation techniques that Yi Yan took out earlier on. Their speed was dozens of times faster. These two are absolutely not comparable. Yi Yan's mind moved towards where Xiao Ning was. Doll, your talent isn't bad. How about I accept you as my disciple? Hearing Yi Yan's voice, Xiao Ning was slightly startled. She immediately asked, "Who might you be?" "I'm the ancestral founder of Glory City, creator of the Snow Wind family, Yi Yan," Yi Yan proudly said. "Lord Founder, Xiao Ning of the Winged Dragon family pays respects to Lord Founder." Xiao Ning immediately had a respectful expression on her face. She has full of respect towards these powerful figures of history. Yi Yan smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. You are worth teaching." This is more like a maiden of an ordinary family. The kind like Nai Lai are abnormal. I have already been in this heavenly sacred border for thousands of years. I wonder, what is the outside world like now? Lord Founder, Glory City is still considered safe for now. How many legend-rank demon spiritualists are guarding Glory City now? Ever since Lord Founder, Glory City only has one legend-rank demon spiritualist now. It's Lord Yimo. Xiao Ning replied respectfully. How is that possible? Yi Yan frowned for a moment. He felt that this matter is a little strange. Whether it's Xiao Ning or Nai Lai, both have extremely powerful cultivating techniques. This was simply shocking. By right, with such powerful cultivating techniques, it's impossible for there to only be one legend-rank demon spiritualist. Is there a problem? Xiao Ning curiously asked. Nothing. Little girl, pass me your cultivation technique so I may have a look. Who knows, I might be able to give you some guidance, Yi Yan said. After saying that, his face turned red. This. Xiao Ning was hesitant. Chapter 100, Thunder God's Meteorite Sword. What, is there a problem? Yi Yan solemnly asked. Respects to Lord Founder. The cultivation technique that I practice is called the Lightning Dragon Cultivating Technique. It was given to me by a friend. Without the permission of that friend, I'm afraid that I won't be able to tell Lord Founder about that cultivation technique. Xiao Ning said after being silent for a moment. I only want to take a look at the cultivation technique. I'm not stealing your cultivation technique. Yi Yan's face was red when he said that. For him to pull down his face and ask Xiao Ning for her cultivation technique is already very hard. He simply couldn't withstand the curiosity he had towards the Lightning Dragon cultivating technique. However, not being able to take a look at it made him feel as though his heart was being scratched by a cat. But, forgive Ning for being unable to obey your order. Xiao Ning stubbornly said. In her view, allowing others to look at the Lightning Dragon cultivating technique is equal to betraying Nai Lai. Even if it's the ancestral founder of Glory City, she couldn't obey. How about this? I'll take something to make an exchange with you. You let me take a look at the Lightning Dragon cultivation technique, and I'll impart 10 extremely powerful cultivation techniques? Yi Yan patiently said. While Yi Yan was talking with Xiao Ning a voice sounded out. Ning don't believe this old liar. How can those broken cultivation techniques compare to your Lightning Dragon cultivation technique? Nai Lai said. You, stinking brat, you actually dare to call me an old liar. Yi Yan was simply going to explode in anger. He felt a pain in his heart as though his weak spot was being poked. What? You want to use those broken cultivation techniques to exchange for the Lightning Dragon technique? That's simply shameless. You still call yourself the ancestral founder of Glory City. As someone who lived for hundreds of years, you would actually cheat a naive little girl. Shame on you. Nai Lai fearlessly scolded. You. Yi Yan was simply going crazy. Nai Lai is merciless with his words. Nai Lai, what are you doing here? How can you talk in my head? Xiao Ning puzzledly asked. At this moment, currently in the training position, Nai Lai's voice sounded from within her head. Xiao Ning-er's words caused Yi Yan to be stunned. He had already died and is only a soul form now. Therefore, he can use his soul to talk to Xiao Ning-er. However, how is Nai Lai able to do it too? This is soul separating. It's an extremely easy skill. Nai Lai lightly smiled as he said, soul separating. Yi Yan never heard of this skill before in his previous life, but Nai Lai actually said that this is an extremely simple skill. Yi Yan was simply going crazy. Just what is the origin of this kid? Old liar, what do you want? Nai Lai snorted. Hearing Nai Lai addressing the ancestral founder Yi Yan, Xiao Ning-er became suspicious. Yi Yan's soul was simply going to explode from the anger. He said, I have already died. Why would I care about your cultivation technique? Moreover, bluffing your cultivation techniques. Since you don't care about them, why would you want to exchange Ning-er's lightning dragon cultivation technique? HMPH. If you don't want people to find out, then don't do it. Nai Lai did not save any face for Yi Yan at all. You. Yi Yan was furious. This is simply making me furious. I only wanted to take a look to see if there was anything that was missing in the lightning dragon cultivation technique. Missing. With your level, there would be ghosts if you can see anything missing in the lightning dragon cultivation technique. It's not impossible for us to let you see the lightning dragon cultivation technique. Nai Lai chuckled as he said. Yi Yan's brows twitched. He obviously felt that Nai Lai was planning something, but he couldn't suppress his strong curiosity. Yi Yan was very obsessed with martial studies. He loved to study all kinds of cultivation techniques, and has seen many powerful cultivation techniques. When he realized that the cultivation technique that Nai Lai and Xiao Ning-er had cultivated was something he had never seen before, he'd become even more curious and wanting to take a glance at them. Originally, he planned on accepting Nai Lai as his disciple so he could take a look at how magical Nai Lai's cultivation technique was. In the end, Nai Lai was too monstrous and was mercilessly criticizing him. Since he wasn't able to take a look at Nai Lai's cultivation technique, he wanted to take a look at Xiao Ning-er's, but he ended up being mercilessly exposed by Nai Lai. He thought that there was already no hope of doing that, but the words from Nai Lai sparked his hope back. What do you want? Speak. Yi Yan understood. Nai Lai is too cunning. If he's not straightforward, he might be pulled in by Nai Lai. You're really worthy to be one of the founders of Glory City, indeed straightforward. Then I will bluntly say it. I want the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Nai Lai said, lightly smiling. Impossible? Yi Yan's voice ashened. Thunder God's meteorite sword. What is that? Xiao Ning-er was at loss. She never heard of that before. Since the ancestral founder appeared, Nai Lai had already started planning against the founder Yi Yan. His objective was that Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword is an extremely powerful weapon. Due to it devouring countless demon spirits in battle, it became incredibly powerful. Then forget it. Nai Lai shrugged. Brat, how do you know of the Thunder God's meteorite sword that was sealed within the heavenly sacred border? Yi Yan's brow twitched. His eyes deeply looked at Nai Lai. I naturally know about it. The Heavenly Marks family has been passed down for so long, I even know of many things that ancestral founder Yi Yan isn't aware of, Nai Lai said, shrugging his shoulders. You, stinking brat. It's not an easy thing for you to obtain the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Even if I allowed it, with you strength you couldn't control that divine sword. If you're careless for a moment, you'll be struck by the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Yi Yan said. That might not be the case. As long as Lord Founder can bring me to the Thunder God's meteorite sword, I'll be able to subdue it, Nai Lai proudly said. This is not possible. Back then, of the 5 legend-rank demon spiritualists, only one managed to subdue that divine sword. Yi Yan shook his head. Since Lord Founder thinks so, why don't we have a bet? Nai Lai said as his brows twitched. Yi Yan's gaze deeply looked at Nai Lai. If it was anyone else, Yi Yan can confidently say that no one can subdue that divine sword. But Nai Lai gave him a very weird feeling. As though everything was a trivial matter in the eyes of Nai Lai. Is Nai Lai really able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite? Sword Yi Yan couldn't help having a faint doubt. If Nai Lai is really able to control the Thunder God's meteorite sword, it is definitely a good sign for Glory City. Back then, the Thunder God's meteorite sword shined at the hands of Sheng Mu, who slaughtered millions of demon beasts. It's a terrifying, bloodthirsty sword. Although Shen Mu died because of the drawback of the Thunder God's meteorite sword, the power of the Thunder God's meteorite sword is doubtless. What bet? If I can subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then ancestral founder Yi Yan will follow me from now on. If I'm unable to subdue it, then I will let you see the chant of the lightning dragon cultivation technique. How about it? Nai Lai said, lightly smiling. This bet only benefits him. There was no harm at all. Even if he lost, the lightning dragon technique is only a cultivation technique. Also, Yin couldn't take it to practice. You actually want me to follow you around, you impudent bastard? Yi Yan was furious. Since that's the case, ancestral founder Yi Yan can also choose not to get it. Nai Lai shrugged. Xiao Ning looked at Nai Lai and then Yi Yan. She suddenly curled her lips and let out a laugh. She clearly saw it. The reason why Nai Lai spoke so much to ancestral founder Yi Yan is to make him furious. From the start, ancestral founder Yi Yan was being toyed with by Nai Lai. Nai Lai is so bad. Xiao Ning suddenly thought of something and her face went red. If say she was also toyed with by Nai Lai from the start, Xiao Ning was willing to let him. Brat, you want to fool me? I'm not that easy. We can have the bet, but the betting stake needs to be changed, Yi Yan proudly said. Although he knows that Nai Lai is luring him on purpose, he wants to bet to see if Nai Lai is able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Change it to what? Nai Lai's brows slightly jumped. Give me the chant for the lightning dragon technique, and I will bring you to the Thunder God's meteorite sword. If you're unable to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, you'll have to let me take a look at your cultivating technique, Yi Yan said. The curiosity that he had for Nai Lai's cultivation technique far surpassed Xiao Ning lightning dragon technique. Nai Lai looked at Xiao Ning Are you willing to pass your lightning dragon technique to ancestral founder Yi Yan? Xiao Ning nodded and said, You're the one that gave me the lightning dragon technique. I have no qualms about it. Nai Lai nodded his head. Ancestral founder Yi Yan, we have a deal? Nai Lai lightly smiled and said, It's just 2 cultivation techniques. Even if he let ancestral founder Yi Yan have a look, there was no problem. Without his help, ancestral founder Yi Yan can only remain a soul form. Nai Lai chanted the lightning dragon technique one time. Yi Yan cupped his ears and listened. His brows locked and relaxed, looking intoxicated. When Nai Lai finished chanting the lightning dragon technique, he let out a chilled air. What an exquisite cultivation technique. If I practiced such a powerful cultivation technique from the start, I would have gone higher than legend rank long ago and reach an unimaginable realm. Ancestral founder Yi Yan said in amazement. The power of this lightning dragon cultivation technique far surpassed his imagination. He originally thought that, as a legend rank demon spiritualist, he could more or less find a shortcoming in the lightning dragon technique. However, he never thought that the level of this lightning dragon technique far surpassed his current level. Simply the work of God. Could it be that there is an existence stronger than legend rank? Okay, ancestral founder Yi Yan, now can you bring us? Nai Lai looked at the shocked Yi Yan and said, smiling, Of course. Ancestral founder Yi Yan came back from his daydream and said, nodding his head. When his eyes fell onto Nai Lai, his gaze was complicated.